Saratoga.
Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. So much has already happened. Earlier this morning, Cross the Street 2024 Hall of Fame class inducted. We'll be joined by one of the newest members. And then there's the racing. Later today, Cinderella's Dream takes the stage. Godolphin's top class filly, 6-5 favorite in the Saratoga Oaks, trained by Charlie Appleby. He's here for the sales, here to watch Godolphin runners win big races. And finally, in the Hall of Fame stakes, Neat, the favorite, arrives with momentum, seeking a fourth win in his last 5 races. There he is, Joel Rosario, Hall of Famer Joel Rosario. He'll join the show a little bit later on. Saratoga Live is always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Cheers, Joel, indeed. Live look at the spa. Steaming towards one of the best weekends of the summer. Big crowd, enthusiastic crowd. Saratoga baseball jerseys everywhere. Just another Friday at the August place to be. Just outside the paddock. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte and Kai. So where do you start? The Hall of Fame induction earlier this morning. Tomorrow's monster program highlighted by the 97th running of the Grade 1 Whitney, or today's card with the first of 10 races in about 9 minutes. That would probably make most sense. Let's take a look at today's races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. That first race starts the early pick 5. Stakes racing in the 8th Grade 2 Saratoga Oaks, the 9th Grade 2 Hall of Fame. Main track is fast. Turf courses labeled firm. Temperature in the low 80s. So I welcome in my co-host. He's a 4-time Breeders' Cup champion jockey, Rajiv Mirage, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling. Gentlemen, what a day in thoroughbred racing here at Saratoga from morning until night. A little bit of everything, the best of what racing has to offer.
No, I agree. This is always such a great weekend with the Hall of Fame coming on Friday, and I'm so excited that Joel Rosario got in the Hall of Fame. The Whitney tomorrow, really one of my favorite weekends. And the other thing I'm really excited about today is that this is going to be the first time in a long time there will be more of one kind of shirt than I see of Kinchin's shirts when I look around the racetrack.
It's a great point. It's a phenomenal point. Look, this is my favorite weekend, I think, up here. I mean, Travers is great, don't get me wrong. But I think Whitney weekend, because you got the sale around the corner, it feels like this is the first weekend where everyone in the industry kind of comes into town, and you get to see all the friends and family try to plan around this weekend. There's like 7 really important days in racing, and this is definitely one of them.
Yeah, and to have a race card with 3 Grade 1 races on one day, that's always a special card. And champions of today will be running this weekend, and all the other stuff that's going on with the sales and the Hall of Fame is just truly a blessing for us, for me to be here anyways.
You said if you could go out just one night every season, that party across the street.
Oh, we're here for 8 weeks. You can lock me in my house with my Xbox every other night, except for the night of the sale. I got to get out that night.
There is no greater bar on earth than the sales bar and the entire sales grounds. Monday and Tuesday, it's open to the public. If you're in town, you're anywhere nearby, head on over. It's a lot of fun.
What a weekend in front of us. And, of course, we invite you to watch it all right here, and we invite you to play with us at NowRBets.com. Sign up today. When you do so, use that promo code SPA250. Earn up to a $250 deposit match after first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NowRBets.com to earn your $250 deposit match. Those jerseys, the sad thing, Andy, I won't see as many Dodger jerseys at Saratoga as I always see each and every day. The good news replaced by very nice Saratoga baseball
Bad
jersey.
news for you, you brought that up. You'll be wearing a Mets jersey any day now because you still haven't paid off that bet.
I still haven't. Guilty as charged. Guilty as charged. I have about 32 of those jerseys, JK, in the back of my car in case you need one.
You already got them?
First sale. In case you need one. First sale. Post parade. Race 1. Maidens. She's wicked smart at 7-1.
Actually ran well in her debut behind Just FYI, the 2-year-old champion, but did not run well in her return race and finds herself in a tough spot.
Lady Pink. Peter Brandt's debuting filly.
Yeah, $720,000 into mischief. You get Flavian Pratt. Nothing wrong with that.
Patty Brown Eyes is second in her first pair.
Another horse who ran very well in her debut that did not back it up in her second start as she cuts back in distance.
Too Sharp, odds-on favorite, Rigney Racing, Phil Bauer.
This horse ran extremely well first time out. Looking at XBTV at the workout last time, this horse worked with Warrior Johnny, who's running in the Whitney tomorrow.
Quiet Confidence, last year's Oaks winning team, Gaffleone, Brendan Walsh.
And she's the outsider in this field who would have to improve. And the only question you might ask yourself why you might give her a chance is why would Brendan Walsh even ship this horse to Saratoga after her debut at Ellis Park?
Early pick 5 starts here. Graduation day for one of these maidens. Post time in 5 minutes as we welcome Acacia Clement to the broadcast. Trackside, Acacia, what are these maidens showing you? And do you need a jersey? Do you need a Saratoga baseball jersey? I have a few extra.
I do, Lafitte. My dad specifically sent me the Naira tweet this morning, and he said, please get me one because they're not up here. So I really do need one for my dad, Brian. I cannot leave the track today without a jersey in hand, so I know where to go. Finding some fun things that Lafitte is also in charge of. The 4, though, Too Sharp, as Jonathan mentioned, you can watch that last workout in company with Warrior Johnny on XBTV. Now, she was far second best in that workout, but one thing I do really like is that Junior Alvarado was aboard for that workout, and with Phil Bauer, he will bring jockeys in really for workouts, and those jockeys will then most often ride that horse in the afternoon. And I think especially watching this horse's first race and her workout, she's one that I appreciate her jockey has really gotten to get acquainted with. She's wearing a Houghton or cage bit with that extra bar underneath for power steering, because she was pretty green in the morning in the workout, kind of throwing her head around a little bit. But now I know that Junior is aware of that. She is incredibly fit, really well muscled. She was able to keep up with Warrior Johnny at least for a couple of those 4 furlongs in the mornings, and she looks like she should be quick in this spot as well. I just really liked what I saw from her given these conditions. Now, the number 2, Lady Pink, a first-time starter for Chad Brown. She's by Into Mischief, but she doesn't look like a typical Into Mischief filly. Usually they're compact, they're very stout, they're very broad. She's very kind of tall and elegant, but on the bottom side, I've seen her siblings, Bob Marco, who is better going long on the dirt, though he was by Arrogate, and McCullough, who its only win actually came on the turf. He was by Curlin as well, and this is a filly who just physically strikes me as one that wants to go a little bit longer. The dam is the sister to 8 Bell, so there's a ton of pedigree, as you can see with that high purchase price as a yearling. She is incredibly classy acting, very, very fit. I do wonder if it's maybe a starting point, but she's ticked all the boxes as a first-time starter should. Now, the number 3, Patty Brown Eyes, is a filly who sprinted first time out and then tried going longer last time, so she'll cut back in distance today. I saw her in her debut, in which she just really looked like she needed to strengthen up, especially behind. She's a more kind of angular built type. She has strengthened now with some racing under her belt. She definitely looks the best that I've seen her put on that muscle mass that you want to see. Last time out, a little bit green in the stretch, a touch when trying to close, but go a mile. I think shorter is better for her. Javier Castellano climbs aboard, and we'll see what she can do in her 3rd start, Lafitte.
Hall of Famer Javier Castellano, 7-time Travers winning jockey, Patty Brown Eyes at 6-1. Guys, how are we playing this? What's the approach?
I'm betting the first-time starter, Lady Pink, who's rumored to be a runner. Now, she better be a runner because I agree with these guys, all of you, that the 4 ran extremely well in her first start. And even here she was working with Warrior Johnny. She ran very, very well that time. I'm hoping the 3 can beat her here. You bet a cold, the 4 can beat her, 2 can beat her, excuse me. I bet a cold 2-4.
Yeah, it's Phil Bauer show for me. He's 50% at the meet, right?
That'll
2
work.
for 4. But look, that's not abnormal. I mean, he had a couple summers ago. He came up here and won a ton of races. I think Phil does an outstanding job. I just don't think that it's as publicized because he only trains for one ownership group, right? One owner. He doesn't have a public stable. He's got a private stable, so it's not like he's out here trying to get more clients. He's got one client, and this is a $925,000 serious racehorse. And I think that this might be a coming out party.
There was a lot of hype on her. When you think about it, was an 11-horse field when she made her debut in Churchill. She was 3-5 in that race in an 11-horse field.
Sluggish start.
That she lost the race at the gate, jumped dead last, and rushed up into a 21-3 first quarter. And Andy, you're probably better at this, but how fast did she go to get up to that close to the pace after breaking about 5 lengths slow?
Well, I didn't think she broke highly slow, but I do think she obviously ran very fast. It is important to remember, and I'm not disputing anything you're saying about how well she ran. The first quarters at Churchill Downs at 6 furlongs are always 2 to 3 fifths of a second faster than they'll be in Saratoga.
The run-up.
Because they have a long run-up, the distance between the start, because of where the turn is. So 21-2 is like 22 here, and not about saying that's not moving, and she ran very, very well. She's obviously got to break better than they usually do in her second start, and she's quick. I'm not denying she ran well. One of the things I don't love the field she comes out of. The winner, she had run a couple of buyers right around 70, and she ran an 85 there. I'm just a little bit unsure of how good the race was, but I'm not unsure that she ran very well in it.
As much as we're watching these fillies and mares, we're going to school on the track as well and watching how things shake out. We saw how good the rail was yesterday, and I think one of the last conversations we had on yesterday's show was, don't just assume we're going to be dealing with the same track the following day.
No, that's a great point. Anybody that did not pay attention yesterday or watch the show, we had a super, super strong inside bias. Not a speed bias, an inside bias. And Jonathan, you and I feel like it may well mitigate today, but I think that's the most important thing to be paying attention to as we head into this card.
Yeah, well, Glenn Klozak, the head track man here, he's paying attention, and he understands when situations like that happen. And I'm sure the crew was working today to try to make it more of an even situation. Sometimes the weather just will do it. It's the weather, when it rains a lot, sometimes you can just get a little bit tighter down on the inside and a little bit deeper towards the outside. It happens.
We'll watch. We'll observe. See how it all unfolds as we have reached post time. Start of the early pick 5, first of 10 races on this Hall of Fame Friday. Final check of the tote board reading 1-2 on 2 sharp. Slight pocket. Go ahead.
There's one thing to look out for 2 sharp. When I watched her replay on Express there, she was bearing outwards on the turn. So that's something to look for.
Something else to look out for. Frank Mirmati with the call. Post time race 1 live from Saratoga.
Quiet Confidence going in. And they're off. Very fast start for Quiet Confidence. 2 sharp matches strides. These 2 have sped clear immediately. She's Wicked Smart, comes away in third, 2.5 off the pace. Patty Brown Eyes has 6 lengths to make up after breaking sharply in another 3 to Lady Pink. Down the back stretch, and it is 2 sharp showing the way. Opens up 3 on Quiet Confidence, which She's Wicked Smart along the inside third. A gap of 5 to Patty Brown Eyes, fourth past a half-mile pole through a quarter that was zipped in 22 seconds flat. Lady Pink remains the distant trailer. 2 sharp the favorite by 2 lengths as the field comes toward the quarter pole. Chased by Quiet Confidence in second as they're in single file. She's Wicked Smart. Lady Pink is starting to rev it up from far behind, currently behind Patty Brown Eyes. They're at the top of the stretch. 2 sharp, still traveling kindly, has a 3-length lead, lets it out a notch, make it 4, make it 5. Center of the track, Lady Pink storms into second, but is well behind 2 sharp. 2 sharp, well named, trouncing the competition. This is an absolutely devastating win. 2 sharp and Junior Alvarado by as many as they wanted. Lady Pink second, Patty Brown Eyes third in front of Quiet Confidence.
By as many as they wanted is right. And running up the score, 2 sharp, just that in the opener to graduate in her second career start.
Yeah, I think we see some evidence we may have a similar track to yesterday, especially as quick as this race was and the exaggerated margin. But make no mistake, this horse is very good and a very impressive first winner. I felt the way the 2 sort of spun her wheels a bit when she angled out suggests that maybe being inside is where you still need to be.
But I will say this, though, Andy. I don't know what you expected from the 1, but the 1 spent the entire time on the rail, but
she was
basically easing. Right.
She was eased.
Right.
We talk a lot about the stars that show up at Saratoga, and the ones that are already defined, the grade 1 runners, but also the stars of tomorrow. This filly right here, I know it's just a maiden race, only her second start, but this might be one to keep an eye on as a potential star for tomorrow.
Winning in a sprint distance, all right, so designed, like bred to do what? Bred to thrive doing what?
Well, typically when you pay $925,000 for a horse, you're not thinking, man, I hope we're going to have a great sprinter. The idea is you're hoping they're going to stretch out and go a little bit longer from the classic distances. Sometimes it doesn't work out. They end up being sprinters. I would imagine they feel like a little bit further is possible for her.
Down to Acacia trackside.
I wanted to point out just an interesting moment in the race, Lafitte, on the turns in particular. You can really see how Junior Alvarado's holding his reins. And as Raj touched on, this filly was trying to get out in her first race. She was kind of throwing her head around in the mornings. And she wears that cage bit that we talked a lot about with Sierra Leone to give the rider power steering. And especially into the turn before coming into the stretch. Rajiv, you can certainly talk about this more, but trying to use your reins to help guide a horse and to think ahead before they start to do something naughty. Junior did a great job with that, particularly as we'll take another look at it here, and you really can see it. It's the way that he carries his hands right there. Watch how he's using his hands and using that bit to his advantage to steer. That's where the familiarity with a horse really comes into play, Lafitte.
In the mornings, because he was the one that was on her back in that workout with Warrior Johnny, and he had a harder time navigating the turns with her in the workout, but that gave him some familiarity with it. And one of the things is sometimes it's not about being in a fight with the horse and put too much pressure and demanding them to do what you want to do. Sometimes it's about finesse and just being as gentle as you can, but cueing them to do what you want to do. And I think that's what Junior did. He used that loose rein, trying not to pull on her mouth, but still trying to guide her around the turn.
Matter of education, something that she'll grow out of, or typically a bad habit that you're going to have to deal with moving forward with a developing racehorse?
I mean, that's the connection will be better able to elude on that.
Yeah.
I'm just seeing her once or twice. I don't know if it's a habitual thing, but in any way, you can tell that she responded well for him. So whatever he did today is actually a good formula to get her to do what they want her to do.
All signs point to this being a great relationship between Rigney Racing and Phil Bauer. But if Phil Bauer was not a private trainer, he would have truckloads of horses pulling up to his barn. He's an outstanding trainer.
Grade 1 winning trainer, La Troyenne. Last year played hard, and a filly on the rise here in the first. The favorite does deliver. First of 10 here on Friday at Saratoga. Now that we have a moment to breathe, we can dive a little bit deeper and set up the Saratoga Oaks for 3-year-old fillies. One of 2 Grade 2 events. Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Oaks. Mile and 3/16. Turf course is firm. Big Scratch Suggesta is out. Number 1, Godolphin Cinderella's Dream, the 6-5 morning line favorite, and this is a big part of the reason why. Last month, Grade 1 Belmont Oaks, Raj, Cinderella's Dream. William Buick finds a seam from off the pace and turns it on late.
I mean, this is a special filly, and she was in between. William was trying to get through, looking for a seam, and once he did here to the outside, she was just leveled off, put it all together, and ran by some of the best fillies that we have in America. She feels pretty and suggestive.
How
She
good
was
is she?
outstanding. I was impressed. I thought she was beat at the top of the stretch. She was closing so fast. She flops leads right here. She was running so fast. That's how fast she was closing. I think she's going to be tough to beat today. There's a little bit of a pace play in there, I think, if you want to try to get cute with the 4 Makanga, but she's Cinderella's Dream. I just think might be too good.
She's going to be an overwhelming favorite in this race in the 2 to 5 range, especially with the scratches. And she was always going to be a heavy favorite, and all these Godolphin horses seem to be. And I'm not going to knock her. She was good.
And she might be closer to the pace today. William Buick said the only reason she was so far back was because of the outside draw, and he didn't want her to lose any ground, so he dropped anchor and took her way back. Now with a better post, I'm expecting that she's going to show a little more tactical.
Well, it's also a 5-horse field, and 5-horse fields very rarely get that far apart. But the horse she has to beat, too, is the main speed in here, because if she's upset, it's not either she just completely fails to show up, which I guess could always happen. I don't think any of the horses from behind are beating her. If she's losing from up front with Makanga.
If she's connected and close and William Buick's right, she's going to be a little closer, it's a foregone conclusion. If she stays connected to this group, she's going to gallop.
Then John Velasquez is making a mistake and not going a little quicker, maybe with Makanga, to make her have to run if she wants to keep up with her, because Makanga's got some speed.
Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Oaks, race 7 around 3:21 Eastern, which leads us to the all-turf pick 5 today and tomorrow, starting with the Saratoga Oaks. Half hour later, the Hall of Fame. Tomorrow, Saratoga Derby, Lure, Troy Stakes, a fun sequence of all turf stakes racing over the next 24 hours.
We renamed this the Tempting Fate Pick 5.
That's right. We're not talking about the weather on this show, man. We already decided that. No weather on this broadcast. Too Sharp in the winner's circle graduates. Winning trainer Phil Bauer with Acacia in the winner's circle.
As Too Sharp lives up to her name. Impressive in her second start, Phil. And you and I were just talking about a couple of her quirks. Junior Alvarado did a great job in keeping her straight and keeping her settled in the race today.
Yeah, it was her last breeze. She was lugging out pretty bad on us, and we were trying to find a reason. The bit was maybe cutting her cheek, so we switched equipment, and she had a really good week going into it. And Junior was real confident in the filly, as we were, so it all came together. I think, the first race she fooled me a little bit with just how fit she was and how ready she was, and never hurts to have experience. So came in here, I thought we were pretty confident today, but, when they run like that, you just puts a smile on your face and give me a little bit of, it made the hair on my hand stand up a little bit, so it was fun.
I love that, and rightfully so. An impressive win today. And I know that obviously she had a high purchase price, but you have to be thinking about some big things in the future for her after that performance?
I think so. She's got a world of talent, and she's so lightly raced that hopefully she's only just going to get better. But, we'll see how she comes out of this and where she goes. But, good ones like this will take you places, so we're excited.
And her stablemate, who has been quite professional in the mornings, Warrior Johnny, taking a shot at the Whitney. Can you talk a little bit about what you've seen from him and how he's doing coming in?
He's earned the chance. He kind of ran himself into the race, and if he runs his race back that he ran opening day, we feel like he'll be right there, numbers-wise. And he came out of the race really well, so we'll just take a swing at it and hope for the best. A little concerned about the weather. So we'll see. I know he ran in a sloppy track at Keeneland, but he was really off form, so it's hard to gauge whether it was the track or just where he was at. So we'll give it a run and hope for the best.
Well, thanks for the insight, Phil, and congratulations on a nice maiden winner here.
Appreciate it.
Big weekend coming up for the Bauer team, Lafitte.
He didn't get the memo. No discussing weather. On today's broadcast, Phil Bauer, guest on Kart Talk last year.
He
yes?
was.
Yeah.
He sure was.
Is he still speaking to you?
Yeah. I mean, look, if you're on Kart Talk, it's almost like the.
It's like a club.
It's
the red jacket.
Things go well. Yeah.
Masters, green jacket.
It's usually a good luck
Do
charm.
you give them a shirt? Do they get a shirt when they appear?
They should.
Today's guest doesn't even talk to him during
You
the ride in the golf cart.
by the way, you need to get them out there more because the Saratoga shirts may bury you the rest of the meet.
I know, you're right.
Cannot wait for today's edition of Kart Talk a little bit later on this Friday afternoon. Meantime, race number 2 coming up. Start of the early pick 4. We turn the page. $75,000 maiden claimer. Mile and a 16th on grass. What do you think, Andy?
Well, I think I like the 3 Shams Pride. I mean, I'm not going to guess with the first-time turfers, who I'm not that interested in, but I like the 3 Shams Pride, who I thought ran exceptionally well at Kentucky Downs a long time ago, but I haven't seen anybody here I'm not that scared of. I think there's incredible pedigrees in this race with the 2 Chad Brown runners. The 4 is a first-time start as a half to randomized, who could well be the favorite in the Phipps coming, or the personal ensign. And Hurricane Express, the Dam Homerique, was a multiple graded stakes winning horse for owner Peter Brandt that came from Europe. And they've got 2 foals in here, and they've run once between them, and they're running for 75 each. Tough game.
Thoughts, suggestions?
Yeah,
opinions?
I mean, I'm gonna try to beat those 2 horses. And look, there's a Chad Brown dropper I'll use pretty heavily later, but these 2 I'm gonna try to beat. I thought it was a little 7. I like the entry, both halves of the entry, 10-1 right now. Buy one get one free.
I like a horse at a bit of a price. A number 9 Sanborn, second time off of Cherie DeVoux. He ran in a race that was weirdly run, fast opening quarter that slowed down. He made about 3 different runs in the race. Adds blinkers today. I think this is a horse that could potentially upset this race.
Interesting about that race was it was run in a driving rainstorm. And that was one of the reasons I would give that horse a little bit of break. Maybe just the rain kind of got in the way.
And you're trying to build your bankroll in this race, correct?
Well, I'm trying to increase my lead. I just, once again, not that I care about it and not that I consider it a fight, but I'm trying to build on my substantial lead.
As he mentioned yesterday, he would not bring this up if we
but
don't like keeping
I'm
score.
really rooting for them to catch me, as I do have a substantial lead. What I've really done is just sort of treaded water, as you can see, because I'm just above, just a little below 4,000. I'm making 3 bankroll bets. We'll divulge the other ones later, so don't worry. And I'm going to bet $60 to win the 3 Shams Pride.
I tried to explain yesterday you'd be in front if not for a technicality. He shot that down.
He would not be in front for it. He would have a lot more money. He would have a lot more money.
Yeah. No, but well, I would have been firing away. So you're probably right.
You probably have zero. You might be at zero if you'd won that bet, right?
That's coming up next, race 2 in about 20 minutes, and later on, Justify in those 6 starts, a Triple Crown winner, inducted into the Hall of Fame earlier this morning, along with superstar jockey Joel Rosario. He'll join us on set later on Saratoga Live.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Nominate your horse today to join racing's elite on Travers Week at Saratoga, August 21st through 24th. The championship road runs through 9 stakes, topped by the DraftKings Travers. Go to NYRA.com/horseman to nominate by August 10th.
And welcome back, Hall of Fame Day. Saratoga Live coverage is always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. A special morning right across the street. A gathering outside, packed house inside to celebrate greatness and the very highest honor in the sport set aside for the elite. Ramon Dominguez, Javier Castellano, Jerry Bailey, Bob Baffert on hand, Joel Rosario. Among the newest members of the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. And congratulations to all of the newest members. And again, Rosario will join us on set later on in the broadcast. Included, very well deserved, a superstar in Gun Runner 2017 Horse of the Year, Steve Asmussen's speech. Emotional. You could sense the connection in what this day meant with Gun Runner, everything he accomplished on track and winding up as a member of the Hall of Fame.
Steve Asmussen obviously has many talents, but improving horses from 3 to 4 and keeping them going is certainly one of them. And it's a horse that was just sort of an average runner at the highest level in the 3-year-old crop, and then they put him in the lead in the Clark, and the rest is history. He had a tremendous 4-year-old season, and he was so good he could even catch a horseshoe with his tail.
Should have gotten the halt just for that.
You do that.
The Whitney.
Catch that on your tail, Steve.
Gun Runner in that Whitney. And Asmussen kept telling everyone that even at 3, while he was running 3rd in the Derby, just wait till he gets older. He's going to be that much better. JK, we didn't get a chance to see Justify develop into an older horse, but when he was on track, he was sensational.
Yeah, a little different than Gunrunner. Gunrunner got good at 4. Justify was amazing at 3. He didn't start at 2. He was on a 6-way. He won 6 races. He was just sensational as a Triple Crown winner.
Joel Rosario, Raj, well-deserved. Won just about every horse race there is to win. Strength, talent.
Not only on a national scale, but on a global scale as well, right? He's won the Kentucky Derby, the Kentucky Oaks, a multitude of Breeders' Cup races, the Dubai World Cup. I mean, he's done it every year, just keeps having big years after big years, and I don't even think there's much more left for him to accomplish, really.
Joel Rosario, for every sport, I think it's pretty self-explanatory what it means to be inducted into a Hall of Fame, Andy, but I think just a rite to passage in celebrating the very best of the best in thoroughbred racing.
Yeah, and I think it's important that, you see sometimes no trainers got in this year. Now, there are some trainers that were nominated that I voted for, actually, but I don't have a problem with that. I think they have to be selective and make sure the ones that are getting in, whether they're horses, riders, trainers, obviously historical people as well, are people that truly belong in there. You have to keep it a special place.
I think it's a special part about our Hall of Fame, right? It's like, the Football Hall of Fame, it's coaches and players. Like, you get the animals involved as well, too. I think it makes it for a new dynamic. And to see horses that I remember, like, rooting for, getting inducted now is a lot of fun.
Hall of Fame, the inductees, congratulations to the newest members. And naturally, we have the National Museum of Racing Hall of Fame Stakes for 3-year-olds, $500,000 purse. There's the field with Neat, the 5-2 favorite, Junior Alvarado, who already won the first race, and Neat coming in with momentum. Andy having won 4 of 5, including the victory in the Manila.
I think he's fine. I think he's one of the horses to win the race. I wouldn't bet him at a short price in here because I don't think he's shown he's demonstratively better than a number of players in this race, and he's gotten great trips when he's been able to be successful. I am not knocking him. He's good, and he can win this race. But I don't think he has a big edge in some others in here, and I know Jonathan kind of agrees with me, and I'm going to take that horse that's moving into 4th right now, who I think was way, way too far back and has had a share of bad trips, and I think the bad trips end with the guy in his back, Flavien Prat.
Andy, I don't think a horse has ever got a worse trip and won a race than when Neat won the Transylvania Stake. He had everything go absolutely wrong in that race, and he was still able to overcome it.
I'm going to disagree with that as much as I've ever disagreed with anything in my life. The horse who ran second in there blew the first turn, was 6 wide around the first turn, rushed up the lead, did all the dirty work, and lost by a dirty nose to a horse, in my opinion, who saved ground the whole way. Got a little rank, I don't disagree. Saved ground the whole way and came from the inside.
He made 4 runs in the
We
race.
will have to agree
It would be
to disagree.
boring. It would just be boring if we agreed on everything. Just flat out boring. Fly right. 5-1 currently. The second from Saratoga in 12 minutes.
And they're off at the Naira Ben Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
Right as the field turns for home. Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2023 season featured our highest average field size since 2015, the perfect recipe for a prolific payday. With a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus our Win Early Pick 5, Monmouth Park is your summer place to profit. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Great to have you with us. Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2, as always, brought to you in part by NyraBets. But any track anywhere, anytime, visit NyraBets.com or download the NyraBets app to get started, just like it says on the roof. Horses in the paddock, race 2 at 9 minutes out. And there's the tepid choice. Hurricane Express at 7-2. We check in with Acacia for this race 2 paddock report. Acacia.
Rosario, who will be aboard the number 3 Shams Pride, off of a bit of a layoff and dropping in class for Whit Beckman. Now, in that Kentucky Downs race, which was last September, so it's been about 10 months since he has raced, or I should say 11 months now, as we're in August. He was so far back in there, and some horses, as we often talk about, just don't handle that Kentucky Downs track or configuration. And looking at him here in the paddock, my first time laying eyes on him, but he's a horse that looks like he's fit coming back. He's a bit warm in the paddock, but as we've talked about, it has been quite humid this week. I do think he could still get a little definition in his barrel with a race under his belt, but I find him very intriguing coming back because he looks like he's got a lot of strength and power in his build. Not to mention, you got Joel Rosario in the saddle. Now that Chad Brown does send out too, we'll take a look at the first-time starter, the 4 marginal cost, who, as Andy mentioned, is half to multiple Grade 1 winner randomized. Not much as far as the other siblings were concerned. 1-1-1 sprinting on the dirt. On the bottom side, as I was scouring for turf pedigree, the dam is a sister to a horse named Super Phoebe, who's the dam of Got Stormy, 2-time 4-star Dave winner. So there is some turf pedigree if you do some research. He has an okay turf hoof to him. He's a little bit smaller and stout, very similar physical to randomized, but given the pedigree, the high purchase price, debuting for a claiming tag, always a little bit of a question mark for me, and preferring to take the wait and see approach. Chad's other horse, the 5 Hurricane Express, debuted in February at Tampa, a place where he debuts a lot of his horses throughout the winter, especially on that turf course. So I would not take it as a negative at all. Didn't do a ton of running at all that day, and comes back here as a gelding and on the drop in class. Homerique, a very talented horse, multiple graded stakes winner in both France and America. And this one, I've not seen him before, but I can see that probably a horse that carries a lot of conditioning, and maybe the gelding will help. He's been very calm, very professional here in the paddock, and if he's ready to roll off the bench, which he looks like he should be, might just find the right spot, Lafitte.
And with Herod Ortiz, Acacia, Hurricane Express. Ortiz, the victory yesterday in the Glens Falls. Great story, terrific mare McCulloch defending her title successfully. Post-parade here, there is Triumphant Road and Ramon Vasquez.
Yeah, I thought this, excuse me, this is you, Andy. I was
You like this horse more than I, even though he's had 9 chances on the turf and only 1/3. You want the 1A? You can have the 1A. You like the 1A. Go for the 1A. Have the 1A. Go ahead.
I like this horse too. I thought this horse ran pretty well last time, attending a pretty honest pace.
Showing more speed in his last pair. Paxational, number 2, Forced Error. Saddle Towel 2 draws the rail. There he is.
And I think it's funny that this horse's name is Forced Errors after I stole Andy's horses in the post parade.
That's an unforced error.
Jose Gomez with a win yesterday. There's Shams Pride and Hall of Famer Joel Rosario.
I'm hoping Joel's first ride after getting the Hall of Fame is a winning one, and I think this horse is very interesting off a bit of a trip last time at wild Kentucky Downs.
Marginal cost is Seth Klarman's debut in gelding.
A few names you've heard on the show. A Justify half to randomized. In for $75,000.
Can be yours.
Hurricane Express, 2nd at 2 for Brown.
Big pedigree on this one, but didn't do much running first time on the turf at Tampa.
7-2, tepid choice, then 6 Kings, now with trainer Joe Sharp.
This horse didn't do much running for Brendan Walsh. A Godolphin horse ends up in Joe Sharp's barn.
Fly right, contender, 9-2. Javier Castellano.
Likely to be favored by post time, but probably should be. And I have no argument. He has run the best race for anybody, but he's had too many chances for me.
His Wicked Strong, another dropping into the claiming ranks.
He's got a synthetic race that makes him extremely dangerous in here. Wasn't in love with his last turf race.
Sanborn, tough post. Flavian Pratt takes over.
I didn't know running first time out, but as we were talking about, it was a driving rainstorm and kind of worse, especially for a trainer in Cherie DeVaux. It seems like just about everything she's running has been running. I agree with Raj. As a horse, it's easy to use for at least for a piece.
Field for the second start of the early pick 4, post time 5 minutes. Maybe you've just tuned in. Want to play the races, don't have past performances. Equibase has you covered. Get all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's races with Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule. Download their free PPs on all the races on today's show. Speaking of putting on a show, Manny Franco, pretty much what he does every year at the Jockey Trainer Charity Basketball Game. MVP, as I understand. I haven't seen all the stats. I thought he'd drop about 30, maybe get a triple-double. Like he looks up to like a Steph Curry, and he goes out and does his best Steph Curry impersonation.
He told me during car talk that if I could find someone to give me odds on him to win the MVP, he would win. So no one gave me any good prices.
Yeah, Manny always brings his A game to the basketball game, and you know, we always talk about these causes to support such a great cause and also have fun doing it. It was a great event as always, and something we look forward to every year.
Were the trainers all ringers? Mostly
they tried
ringers?
to bring ringers, but they didn't know that the jockeys were going to bring a ringer of their own.
Guys are sneaky.
So we had a jockey that was a bit oversized apprentice, 7 foot tall apprentice jockey. We had to get him licensed.
Those
that day to
apprentices
make
are
him
growing
eligible.
so fast sometimes that you just don't know what's going to happen.
How'd you do as a basketball color commentator?
I just kept laughing because my head commentator, Mitch Levites, is here. He was hilarious. He had me cracking up. It was a really good time.
He's a much better commentator than he is a director on our show, as evidenced by what goes on here.
See, when they open your mic, when you're saying something you shouldn't, it's comments like that. It's comments like that that get you in trouble. We check in with Acacia.
I'm not even going to touch that one. We'll talk about a couple of very logical horses in here. The number 7, Fly Right, who has been gelded coming into this spot. Funny enough, I have actually not, well, it actually should make sense. He's been down in Florida lately, but I was not in the paddock for his last race, so I haven't seen him since he moved to the barn of Fernando Abreu. But this was a horse that used to get very revved up prior to his races. He would always load into the gate without the rider. He would be bucking around in the prelims. He would act up in the post parade, and he has been so professional here. Now, like I said, I have not seen him since last year, but he looks tremendous. I know he's had a lot of chances, but it is his first time in a maiden claiming race and coming back as a gelding, which I think has done wonders for him. But the horse right next to him that's warming up is the number 9, Sanborn. Short cup cheater blinkers going on for the first time in here, and mentioned how well Cherie DeVaux's barn is going. And just as I was about to say how well he was acting in his warm-up, he started to kind of throw his head around a little bit. But I think more than anything, that's him saying, hey, I want to keep going, Flavian. I know it's race time. He warmed up beautifully away from the pony. He's incredibly well-muscled, too. And when I talk about a horse being well-muscled, in particular, what I look at is their hind end. You want to see a developed hind quarters, because that's where horses push off of. That's where their power comes from. And this guy has an incredibly strong hind end muscle on him, and just really liked what I saw from him in the warm-ups. He definitely has to improve from that first race, but hopefully the blinkers will add a bit more focus as well, Lafitte.
Things happen to him.
For trainer Cherie DeVaux, can't wait to see More Than Looks tomorrow.
Yeah.
Andy in the lure.
I'm thrilled he's
DeVaux.
back. And I think everybody that's in the 4-Star Dave next week should be very thankful that he didn't get a prep race and make the 4-Star Dave, because I think he is terrific.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a legitimate shot to be our best representative in the Breeders' Cup Mile. Now, let's see. You know, I'm obviously a huge fan of Carl Spackler. We'll see what he does next week in the 4-Star Day, but More Than Looks like he could be any kind.
I thought he ran better than Carl when he was third to him in the Hall of Fame last year. But he's got to come back. Carl Spackler's come back. He has not come back yet. We don't know.
High praise. high praise. We'll see him tomorrow. In the lure, you're looking at Shams Pride, 6-1. Take a look at his second start. You referenced this one, Andy. Last September, Kentucky Downs, lots of undulating going on there. Shams Pride, a big late run.
You see him sort of behind horses down on the inside doing no real running. He's got that red cap. It's always hard to watch races, but he's got one horse beaten at that time. And when the rider gives him a tap and gets him out in the clear, this horse is running. And the other thing about it, Rajiv, is that it's not like anybody else was making up any ground.
And it's significant to understand when a horse is running at the finish at Kentucky Downs, you're actually running uphill. So that's why you see sometimes in that last 16 of a mile, not a lot of horses can accelerate, running against the grain. He was the only horse that was actually accelerating coming up against the grain.
Have you ridden there very much?
Not really, no, not much.
Looks like a tough place to ride.
Yeah. How do you, like any excuse to use the word undulating, how do you equate the form from Kentucky Downs to, in this case, here at Saratoga?
You can't.
Yeah, you can't.
That's the problem.
Some horses like it there, some don't. But I will say this I will say this about the word undulating. It's one of those words in which every time I say it, I get a lot of anxiety I'm going to say it wrong, and there's a 0% chance I can spell it.
Oh, it's not that hard. I think it's isn't it UNDULATING?
I'll say this about coming from Kentucky Downs to any other track that we have in America. Because of the different turns and all the different dynamics of running over that course, it's actually, you get toughened up like that, and it's actually easier to run on a smoother course with just very straightforward turns.
I definitely would have put a G in it. I definitely would have.
I proceeded into the second round of the
Spelling Bee
Naira
on
Television
Saratoga Live?
Spelling Bee. I don't know who else is going to make it there, but I know Kinchin's not.
I think Mig might be second. I got to be honest with you.
I can bet you guys, none of you guys could beat me in a spelling bee.
I spelled undulating right in the show, and I didn't even see you take a shot.
That was an easy word. Why would I even try it? That's like me spelling
our poor producer.
Jonathan,
he's like, they didn't get to the Saturday contest, but they got to the spelling bee. Thanks a lot. Here's Frank Mirmati, post-time race 2.
Ready for the start. And they're off. Fly Right is out very quickly in the center of the course, immediately joined by Paxational, and Paxational will ensure a very quick early tempo. Forced Errors in the orange cap along the inside is up and on the pace too as the field moves into the first turn. That group is followed by Sanborn on the outside of Hurricane Express, who's 5 lengths off the lead, 2 clear of Shams Pride on the inside of 6 Kings, who's now more than a dozen lengths off the pace. At the back of the field, Marginal Cost, Tis Wicked Strong, and Triumphant Road. The opening quarter went in 23 2/5 seconds. They swing on to the backstretch. Paxational taking a hold of now. Leads the way by a length and a half, but Fly Right looming just off his flank in second. It's a gap of 4 to the next flight. Sanborn, Forced Errors on the inside, is racing in 4th, heading toward the half-mile pole. Then Hurricane Express in 5th. The half went in 48 1/5 seconds. Hurricane Express guided to the outside now and asked to pick it up, racing 2 lengths in front of Shams Pride into the far turn. Down on the hedge, Marginal Cost is next, some 15 lengths off the lead, and now shuffling back as 6 Kings tries to make a bid. Midway on the far turn, Fly Right making the move on the outside of Paxational. They've been 1-2 the entire journey. Still 4 lengths back to Sanborn and Hurricane Express. They're coming toward mid-stretch, and Fly Right has now just blown by Paxational. Opens up a 5-length lead. A belated rally from Marginal Cost behind horses, but it turned into a 1-horse race. Fly Right all alone. Sanborn, Hurricane Express will be second and third, followed by Tis Wicked Strong.
Race looked competitive on paper, not the case in the race. Fly Right by several graduates in his 12th career start. JK, 4-1 for your top selection.
Yeah, look, I thought this race was tough. I thought he was the most likely winner. He had some back races that would absolutely dominate this field, but he wasn't running those races. He was disappointing at short prices. It was the little bit of a break for me and this very weak group that I think is what helped him get the job.
I agree with you. He found the right field. He buried them, but he's an overlay at 4-1. It's crazy that he wasn't favored here.
I mean, he's been running against main special weight all his life. He even ran in a grade 2 Pilgrim first time against claimers. That's the biggest drop in horse racing, right, guys? I think it's like you go from a maiden special weight and going into a maiden claimer.
I think the lesson learned here as well that Andy pointed out is those 2 runners for Chad Brown.
Yeah.
That's entirely too much pedigree for them to seemingly give up this quickly. Just give them a chance if they can run at all, and that's why I think that, the 4-odd was nowhere.
How about them not being able to pick up the 9 per second, who was in a full-out drive at the 3/8 pole, and they couldn't pick him up with good trips?
And we think 0% chance that anything was claimed out of here, right?
If anybody claims, this is the only horse anyone would consider claiming, I would think. But I would be, I don't even think Tom Amoss would claim somebody out of here.
Jeff Treadway, homebred, fly right. Javier Castellano has to be a pretty good feeling, Raj, when all other riders are encouraging and scrubbing and you're cruising.
Javier always had a smile on his face down the backstretch. He had a target in front of him, and he seemed locked and loaded. And what the best feeling is when you're sitting there and you feel like you're locked and loaded, and when you actually ask the horse to go, they accelerate. Because the worst feeling is when you feel like you're locked and loaded, and you go, and there's nothing there.
Empty.
But
and he's still full of himself.
He looks like he's just warmed up, Fly Right.
He looks
charging
like he's warming
back
up.
To the barn.
Race you back to the
winner's circle. To the winner's circle.
Jeff Treadway, homebred. Fernando Abreu, no claims. Get to keep him, Fernando. Fly right by daylight. 7-9-5-8 in the second here at Saratoga. Results. Reaction when we come back. Plus, trainer Aidan O'Brien, who's won just about everything, everywhere tomorrow, aiming for the Saratoga Derby with Diego Velasquez, the pilot, all-world jockey, Ryan Moore. That's tomorrow.
Impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer. Catholic boy rolls in the run, Happy Travers.
Catholic boy standing at Claiborne Farm.
No trip to Saratoga Springs is complete without a visit to Sacred Spa and Wellness, a state-of-the-art med spa just minutes from downtown. Whether you're looking for luxury body treatments, infrared sauna, massage, yoga and Pilates classes, or more advanced health and wellness treatments like chiropractic, hydrofacials, body sculpting, laser genesis, laser hair removal, and microneedling, Sacred Spa and Wellness is the destination for relaxation and rejuvenation. For a full list of services and to book your visit, go to sacredspaandwellness.com today.
Javier Castellano. Many wins at Saratoga over the years. Not many easier than that one. Fly right. See how easily he did win. You wonder, like, how did it take so long, J.K., for him to finally graduate?
Well, I think he was facing tougher horses. I think that he found the perfect spot here today. And that's a lot of times what happens when these horses drop in for a tag. And I think this is just a really bad maiden special weight, maiden 75. Like we said, no one claimed anyone out of here. I think just finding your friends can sometimes do the
Also,
trick.
the ultimate equipment change, gelded.
Then there's that. Javier Castellano with occasion in the winner's circle.
And he was on the horse that was just much the best in this spot, Javier. The drop in class made the difference and had to be a nice feeling when he was pulling away against this group.
Absolutely. This is about this game where putting the horse where it belongs. I give it a lot of credit to the trainer, Fernando Abreu, the way he handicapped the race, the way he plays the horses in good spot. And he make it easy for everybody. They're good races and make it look good for the jockeys too as well. He broke well out of the gate, get a good position in the first turn, and letting the other horse dictate the pace. I like the way the foundation he was in the backside. And I like the way he finished as well, too. Really nice horse and good class and good competition. He make it look good.
Across the street earlier today, we saw the induction of the latest Hall of Fame class. Of course, you're a member of the Hall of Fame. Can you reflect back on just how meaningful that honor is in our sport and why it's so important to celebrate?
I think that's a very great achievement you can have accomplish in any sport. Very grateful, very blessed to be part of it. And very lucky enough in our sport, you able to be Hall of Fame, and at the same time, you able to perform your career in a lot of places. You had to retire first, and then you became to Hall of Fame. But very lucky enough in our sport, he had a great rule. I like the way foundation he go. I like to be part of it. I'm the best accomplished. Joe Rosario, he's new member for the Hall of Fame, well deserved. Great guy, great jockey, great human being, and to be around and play and compete with the best rider in the country, and it's a great accomplishment.
Oh, very well said, and we're very lucky with you in the Hall of Fame that we still get a chance to see you on the track every day. Congratulations for another nice win.
Thanks a lot, Kasia.
Hall of Fame jockey, Javier Castellano Lafitte.
Talked about his goals, Acacia, going into last summer's meet. He says, I want to win the 7th Travers. In the end, he won that 7th Travers with Arcangelo, Hall of Famer indeed. Javier Castellano gets to sit this one out. 3rd race coming up shortly. Field with updated odds. Perform 8-5, $62,500 allowance optional claimer. Post time in 22 minutes. And when we come back, much more on tomorrow's Whitney. He's in from California with his 2-time Triple Crown winning trainer, National Treasure, Met Mile winner, Whitney favorite. That's next.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner who posted 7 triple-digit buyers with $5.6 million in earnings, stands to continue the legacy of his sire, Quality Road. Multiple black type winners, including Grade 3 winner Mimi Kikuchi and champion 2-year-old Grade 1 Breeders' Cup juvenile winner, Fierceness.
Running away, Fierceness, a powerhouse win.
City of Light, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
This summer, the thrill of horse racing comes to your home on Fox. Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse, don't miss the Whitney Stakes, only on Fox Saratoga Saturday.
Naturally, the Whitney, America's Best Racing's race of the week. 12 deep for now. We believe Il Miracolo will scratch or has scratched. Likely not running. 11 strong then. Breeders' Cup Challenge event winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Number 3, National Treasure, 9 to 5. Morning line favorite. Let's meet the runners in post position order. Going to take a little longer this year than last. There's post time, second to National Treasure in the Met Mile.
I think he's one of the coolest horses racing, and look at his record. Now, I don't know if he's really a mile and eighth horse, but I'll tell you one thing, John, there's a deep closer in this race. He is going to get pace.
Husband and wife, Sheldon, Brittany Russell, trying to win a Whitney together, disarmed by Gunrunner.
If this was his first race back as a 4-year-old, I would bet him. But his last 2 races are inexplicably bad. He ran so well in the Travers. I just don't know why he didn't turn into what I thought he was going to turn into.
4th in last year's Kentucky Derby. Then the favorite, National Treasure, already a 2-time Grade 1 winner this year.
He's the one to beat, and he's the one to catch. He drew extremely well with post 3. They're all going to have to try to catch him, and this guy is not afraid to go fast early because he can go fast early and still go fast late.
Baffert here looking for a 3rd Whitney, then Warrior Johnny in a sharp win opening day.
Yeah, Rigney Racing and Phil Bauer. This horse ran well last time. He needs a little bit of things to go his way in here, but he is not impossible.
Just 8 to 1 in last year's Jockey Club Gold Cup. Working on that Jolly Ball, then First Mission, Godolphin's Ali Shiva winner.
He's got to show he can class up. He's beaten up on lessers at different times and run some good races. Very disappointing the Stephen Foster, but maybe he's a horse that isn't best on the pace, and they'll sit a little off in the Whitney.
Il Miracolo, it was tweeted yesterday by Dave Grenig of the Daily Racing Form, expecting him to scratch. I don't know if it's official yet, but not expected to run. Then Krupe, first of 3 for Todd Pletcher.
They can't go too fast up front for Krupe. If you want a long shot, you think he'll be running the stretch, it's him. I'm just not sure he's good enough, but he's a price.
Tumbarumba, speed, the Louisiana bred.
Yeah, I mean, if this was the Met Mile, I could get interested in him. I just don't think he wants to go a mile and 1/8 against these horses.
20 to 1 on the morning line. Number 9, Bright Future, last summer's Jockey Club Gold Cup winner for Todd Pletcher.
He's a wild card in this race who we know has some real talent. And I think if you're somebody who believes this pace is going to collapse, he is clearly the most logical of the closers.
Pletcher for Whitney wins, 1 more, and he would tie for the all-time lead. And then Skippy Longstocking, the Oaklawn handicap winner.
He's a Grade 2, Grade 3 winner type of horse. He's a 3rd place, 4th place, Grade 1 type of horse. I just don't think he's as good as these horses.
Trainer Safi Joseph seeking a 3rd graded stakes win at the meets. And then Arthur's Ride stands out, doesn't he? The acid test for him.
Yeah, one of the most intriguing horses in the race with a huge Beyer speed figure on Belmont Stakes weekend, but that was earned under the most optimal conditions, and now breaking from a far outside post. It's not likely he's going to have optimal conditions.
Charge It, disappointing 4th in last year's Whitney.
I mean, if we're going to have an imagination, if this was after the 2022 Dwyer, I'd play Charge It here, but he's had a lot of chances since then. Just doesn't seem to be as good as that performance was.
He won the 2022 Dwyer by 20-something lengths.
Yeah, it was gone.
That's the field. The Whitney, here's the favorite. Rajiv, how impressed were you by National Treasure in the Met Mile on the undercard of the Belmont Stakes?
I was super impressed with the way he ran these horses off their feet. It was a speed favorite track that day. There's no doubt about that, but he ran fast early and he sustained his run. And that's something that he's really blossomed into as a 4-year-old. As a 2-year-old, he was a Grade 1 place in American Pharoah. As a 3-year-old, he was a Preakness winner, Classic winner. And he actually has progressed throughout those years and even stepped forward off that. Won the Pegasus in his debut this year and came back and just ran 2 big races after that. I think this horse is just really the horse to beat.
If Pratt and Baffert could have hand-selected like the draw to set things up best to maximize potential for National Treasure in the Whitney, this draw could not have unfolded any better.
No question about it. I mean, it's funny, I worked a lot of draws in my day, and a lot of times it's a dumb question. The Travers, they start at the 3/16 pole. The post doesn't come into play. The Belmont Stakes, this in a 12-horse field, a mile and an eighth here, post is important, especially for a guy who's fast early because he's got the advantage in all the other speeds.
It's such a short run to the turn at the mile and an eighth, and then one of the things that aids him being in the 3 post. When you look at a horse like Arthur's Ride from the outside, that he's hindered.
All the other speed for the most part.
All the other speed.
And they're also stacked up out there. For Arthur's Ride, he's got speeds, Skippy Longstocking. He's got speeds right inside of him, so he's got a tough road to hoe.
I expect Flavian to float everyone out going into that first turn as well.
Did you just say Flavian? I'm like a proud father. I feel like a proud father at this moment.
Lafitte, seeing Frosted's name up there, talking about Gunrunner earlier today, reminds me, those 2 horses, Frosted and Gunrunner, were good 3-year-olds. Just like National Treasure, a good 3-year-old. They were exceptional 4-year-olds, and I think National Treasure might be doing that as well.
Can you lend perspective to how prestigious of a double that is, winning the Met Mile and the Whitney?
Well, I mean, somebody on this desk actually did it on a horse, Rajiv on Tisway. But yeah, they are arguably, listen, I'm somebody that values, I'm a little bit of a homer, as you may have noticed, but I also value historical races. They could be in California, the Santa Anita Handicap, a great race like that. I value them over the Breeders' Cup, even though I've been around for 40 years, because I see them as a Johnny-come-lately. And I think the Met Mile and the Whitney, in my life, I still remember my first Whitney when, speaking of California, the great California horse, Ancient Title, came here under Sandy Hawley and won the Whitney in 75. The list of Whitney winners is some of the best horses we've ever seen in horse racing.
That history gives it an added level of prestige and an honor to do it. I was so fortunate to be able to do it, but like Andy said, I was a New York jockey. New York is where I had my breakthrough, and those were the key races on a calendar year that you would ever dream about even participating in. And to be able to win it and win both of them, it was truly an honor for me.
And Tisway's a horse that just doesn't get the credit he deserves because he got injured after the Whitney. I'll tell you what, he'd be 3-5 in this Whitney.
Yeah, he was a real deal.
Can't wait for this one. The 97th running of the Grade 1 Whitney. $1 million purse, mile and an eighth. Winning, you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic, and you can see it on Fox Saratoga Saturday. Coverage begins at 3 Eastern. 5 stakes races tomorrow, Saratoga. All on Fox 3 of the Grade 1 Variety. Fox Saratoga Saturday featuring the Whitney. Back to today's program in the third race with horses in the paddock. And Perform at 2-1. There he is as we check in with Acacia. Acacia, what are you seeing from Perform here, the current co-favorite for this third race?
Well, he's definitely, I think, off his last couple of races, Lafitte, a horse to beat. Now, he was well beaten behind Arthur's Ride 2 starts back, as we talked about how fast that race was, and we'll see how it does stack up with Arthur's Ride and the Whitney tomorrow. But Perform came back with a good effort following that. He really kind of did a lot of the dirty work up front in that most recent effort, going a mile and an eighth, which I do think is the better distance for him. He's a horse that has really come to hand as he's gotten older and developed kind of that patient approach that we often talk about for Shug McGahee, and I really like what I'm seeing from him in the paddock. I think he suits this distance. I think the mile and an eighth is perfect for him. He's carrying great flesh and muscle off of a couple of very strong efforts as well, and especially a game effort, kind of re-rallying with Donegal Forever last time out, acting very well in the paddock. I don't have any knocks on your favorite from a physical perspective. The number 2, Harlow Cap, comes here to the NYRA circuit after trying the turf last time, but did have an effort on the dirt 2 starts back, and he goes back to that effort here. That was the Pimlico Special, by the way. Definitely looks like a horse that distance is no problem for him, but as I'm seeing him for the first time, it seems that his connections were ready for some of those antics as they saddled him outside, and it's Steve's assistant, Scott Blasey, on his head, who showed some tremendous horsemanship in holding on to this horse when he really did everything that he could to try and rear up and trying to flip over when trying to get the tack on, and Scott did a great job holding him, getting him to come back down and getting him to settle. So he's on his head right now, and they ended up having to finish saddling him on the walk, and he's obviously a high energy type, but it seems now that they've gotten the tack on him, he's settled quite nicely. So I'll keep my eyes on him, but an incredibly athletic individual, and I like him getting back onto the main track. As take a look at the number 6, Power Seeker, and one of 2 in here for Linda Rice, comes out of that same race as Perform, and he was another one that was forwardly placed in there, game, trying late in between horses, or I should say he was the one that was on the rail late trying to come back, and actually did come back for second in that effort. He was a horse that I was really against getting the distance going into that race, but he showed that he was able to handle the mile and an eighth, and he has continued to fill out now as a 5-year-old, definitely strengthening up a lot. Horses are physically mature at the age of 5, and that's where you'll really get to see the best of them more often than not. So, like I said, before that last race, I was against 2 turns for him, but he showed on the track, Lafitte, that he can handle it.
And filling out, getting stronger, second in his last pair. We'll see what Power Seeker does in this upcoming third race, Saratoga, post time at 9 minutes. You're watching Saratoga Live on the eve of the Whitney.
And they're off in the Curlin, Florida Derby. After 3/4 in 1:12.1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
Live look. Saratoga Live, welcome back. Called to post. Post-parade race 3. $62,500 allowance optional claimer, mile and an eighth. There's Perform at 2-1 with Dylan Davis.
Obviously can win this race, a fairly evenly matched field among the 4 of them, but he has had very good trips in all his races, but may well get one from the rail.
What a ride he gave Jackson Heights yesterday at 13-1 Davis. And Harlow capped by Hall of Famer Justify.
Andy and I both landed on this horse, but we don't feel great about it.
Confidence riding high. Costa Terra by Hall of Famer Gunrunner.
Yeah, I actually think he's dangerous in this race. I know he's not a winning type, but I think he's run fast enough to win this race coming from the pack.
Duke of Gloucester at 5-1 with Tyler Gaffleone.
Yeah, Duke of Gloucester is overmatched in here. Gaffleone should try to send him and clear.
The 5 at 10-1. It's his 21st start over the last 2 years. Then Power Seeker. Acacia like what she saw in the paddock.
Yeah, I mean, I have the same issue with Power Seeker that I have with Perform. They were both close to a slow pace last time and didn't win. How much better can it get for him?
I'm going to say that this race, in my opinion, now we don't know how the track's playing for sure, We saw some indications in the first with the exaggerated result, albeit a very promising horse, that we could have yesterday's track. And if we do, this race will be won by the rider that's the most aggressive out of the gate.
Something to watch for in terms of where the riders position their mounts. Post time 4 minutes. And a heads up, don't forget to feed your competitive edge with live money handicapping contests nearly every week. Register now to win cash prizes and seats in the next week's $300 contest. Registration closes before Saratoga's third race post time tomorrow. Visit NyraBets.com/contest to learn more. Saturday contest. There's Harlow Cap. Currently 3-1. This was 2 starts back, Andy. The Pimlico Special Black-Eyed Susan Day, Harlow Cap, and that's Kings Barnes breathing down his neck, turning for home.
Who won the Stephen Foster in a subsequent start and obviously improved. Pyrenees, a very solid runner who's improved for Cherie DeVaux as well. I think, Jonathan, if he runs this race, he's the horse to beat. I don't totally trust him. It's not like this is his every effort, but he ran pretty well here, and I would like to see Christian Torres come firing out of the gate.
Yeah, it's a unique race, and we talked about it on the handicapping show, Talking Horses, before the show started today. I legitimately have a checklist of negatives for every single horse in this race, but the way the world works is someone has to win, and I just landed on the 2 by default.
You're not feeling any better about it, are you?
Literally, every single one of these horses, I think I would try to pick against if there was just anyone else in here. I can't.
The default play.
And that happens sometimes. But I think that it's important to note, people always ask, like, about picking winners. I think it's just as valuable sometimes to know when you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Not that I'm a person that's always encouraging people to use the all button, but this is the type of race where I actually think you can, if you have other opinions around it. And if you don't, then you can. There's nothing wrong with skipping a race. I know that we're not trying to tell people to skip races, but
I'm surprised my top pick, number 3, Costa Terra, is battling for favoritism. But the reason why I landed on this one was for the same reasons that you guys talked about, the race that Perform and Power Seeker comes out of. I didn't love that race because they were both aided by a slow pace and couldn't finish off the job. And I think Costa Terra has a little bit of a dirtied up form, because his last 2 races, the first one was a first race since December last year, and chasing Otter's Ride in a super fast race, and it got beat 33 lengths. Now, the most recent race was an improvement off that race, 3rd by 1.5 lengths, and I think that field is more tougher than the one he faces today.
So let's take a look at that race you just referenced. That Perform and Power Seeker are exiting. Early July, Aqueduct, same level, same distance, Raj. What didn't you like about the race and the 2 exiting the race?
I didn't like that that race was a slow pace and they were close to the pace. I feel like if you can't capitalize on that kind of trip, it's not going to get better for you. It can only be worse. And I don't like taking horses that come off perfect trips and can't seal the victory.
It's about energy, right? If they were up close to a slow pace, when they turn for home, they're supposed to have energy and be able to finish, and they just didn't.
Over to Acacia.
Yeah, I agree, and it's tough because, like Jonathan said, you can make cases for and against everybody in this field, and as far as Costa Terra is concerned, we'll stretch out from a 7-furlong try last time out, and a horse that, to be honest, physically, I've always preferred him going a bit shorter, but his connections always seem to benefit with stretching him out and are keen to get him going longer once again. He did win going 1.25 miles back last summer here, where he was lugging in that race, but got the job done as he's run some good races behind some decent horses at a variety of distances, and going longer doesn't seem to be a problem for him. The 2 Harlow Cap, as by the way, Costa Terra warmed up beautifully out on the track. The 2 Harlow Cap, as I mentioned, some of his antics back in the paddock. He settled so much out on the track. Christian Torres, great to see him here in Saratoga for only a second ride of the meet as well. But he kept him with the pony, as most of Steve Asmussen's horses do in the warm-up. No antics, acting very professionally. And from my vantage point, just from a physical perspective, I can find pluses and minuses with all of the horses in this field too. So Lafitte, I just went with the one that looked best to my eye.
Harlow Cap at 5-2. As they approach the starting gate, 8-5 now, Perform. The favorite race shape. What are we looking for in the early stages of this mile and an eighth affair?
Well, with the 4 scratching, the pace becomes murky because any of the 1, 2, and 6 can be forward. And I think even the 6 in a 5-horse field a bit compromised outside, but I firmly believe the most aggressive rider will win this race among that group. Now, I'm not certain the track is playing inside like yesterday. First winner could be a complete and total freak show, but the way she won by such a large margin makes me wonder if it was a bit exaggerated by the racetrack. If the 1 sends with Dylan, then gets the lead, I think he'll probably win. If the 2 sends, I hope he wins in this race. And the problem with the 3 is he is not a speed. So the problem with Costero, I agree with you, Raj, can win. But if the track's playing like yesterday, he could be compromised.
Yeah, if I'm riding this race, I'll see it the same way. There's not a lot of speed in there, and I'm going to try to utilize my horse if he has speed. I think the horse that could best capitalize on that is the number 2 Harlow Cap. If Christian Torres guns this horse to the lead, that's what I expect him to do.
Ready for a start. Frank Miramati standing by. Post-time race 3 live from Saratoga.
Here's Power Seeker going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Costa Terra very fast out of there. So is Power Seeker, who's sprinting up fastest of all. And Power Seeker will be the early pace setter. Duke of Gloucester, Perform, is coming through along the inside. A little bit of a tight spot for Perform. He is right on the heels of the front runner, has to tap on the brakes. And Costa Terra is in between those two. Harlow Cap, who did not have a good beginning, is at the back of the field. 4 lengths front to back. Power Seeker, the leader, over Duke of Gloucester. Perform at the rail. Costa Terra wrangled back. He's joined by Harlow Cap. The opening quarter went in 24 4/5 seconds. So it is Power Seeker and Jose Lezcano onto the backstretch, leading the way by a half length. Duke of Gloucester applies mild pressure in second. Harlow Cap has made it up to take the 3rd spot. Perform is tucked in. Costa Terra under a nice hold, but at the back of the field. They're covered by just 3 lengths down the Saratoga backstretch, and it's Power Seeker. The half went in 49 1/5 seconds. So Power Seeker maintains the lead over Duke of Gloucester, yet to be asked in second. Harlow Cap, Perform, Costa Terra, bottled up between those two. They're coming toward the 3/8 pole, still Power Seeker and Duke of Gloucester. Harlow Cap within a length and a half of the top pair. Perform is asked to pick it up in the pink down at the rail. And outside of him comes Costa Terra, approaching the quarter pole in 1:13 3/5 seconds. Duke of Gloucester within a neck of front-running Power Seeker. Power Seeker turns for home and is asked to go now. Leads by a length. Duke of Gloucester, Perform at the rail. Costa Terra's next. Harlow Cap has flattened out. There's 1 furlong to go. Power Seeker with plenty in the tank as Costa Terra now moves up on the outside to try and take second, but no match for Power Seeker. Power Seeker simply ran away from them. Wins it by over 5 lengths over Costa Terra, with Duke of Gloucester finishing 3rd.
Aggressively ridden early, established the lead. Never look back. Jose Lezcano, Power Seeker in the 3rd at the Spa.
I think we saw some indications the track could be a little different than yesterday, given how we saw the number 3 Costa Terra close. And this horse did drift a bit in the stretch, but let's give a lot of credit to the horse and to Jose Lezcano and Linda Rice. They had a plan. We're going to the front. He was aggressive. Nobody else was.
Well, you called it before they broke away from there, that the winner from this race is going to be whoever has the most aggressive rider. And a minute and 50 seconds later, you were absolutely right.
And the complexion of the race drastically changed at the start, because the expected pace setter by my standards would be Harlow Cap, and he hopped at the start, jumped last, and Power Seeker was able to just clear over, get an easy as can be lead, and just walk the dog on the front end. Costa Terra actually ran a really good race to get up for second, because he was one that was shuffled back into the slow pace and having to make a run.
And we've been extremely complimentary for good reason on Dylan Davis this meet. This was, and Perform is not a particularly good, didn't run particularly well, but he needed to be more aggressive out of the gate. He needed to make this horse work a little harder for the lead. Do you guys disagree with me? He was a bit passive.
And going back to the start, yeah, what did you see at the start, Raj?
I don't know that the number 2 Harlow Cap just did not leave there running fast enough.
But he got left. No, he got left. No, he got left. We need to show the pan. He got left.
You know, it didn't run. It didn't leave there good. He got left, and it just made it that much easier on Power Seeker to clear over. I don't think it was the jockey's fault.
But the one, I don't know if the one, Dylan needed to be more aggressive. He needs to secure that rail position and at least make Power Seeker, if he wants to clear, make him work a little harder. Dylan was very passive from the gate.
I'm also not sure that performs much horse.
I'm not a big fan either, but I still think Dylan should have been more aggressive, and that's one of his Achilles' heels, is it not?
I hear you.
I think you can't just be a cookie cutter jockey and just want to ride a race a certain way. You have to adjust as the race
Another
goes.
look at the start, Raj.
I agree,
and
Raj.
when the gate open here and Harlow Cap doesn't break, all other jockeys should be thinking, because we see that happen, you have to readjust, call that a fly, that audible on the fly. It's very important, because if not, you're going to just surrender the control to someone else.
And if you see the race, Dylan comes out riding, right? He rides the one out of the gate. But after like 2 times, he goes, you know? And it's like, you know, if you want to, it's not only do you want to secure that position, and he's still got good position behind him, but you want to prevent the 6 from clearing easily. You got to get in there, man.
I will say, though, when I was riding, sometimes you have connections that you ride for that they handcuff you sometimes of doing certain things, and you know you're trying to think long term and not burning bridges. The jockeys that are able to go out there and having connections that are confident in them to just do what happens and don't second guess it after. If I was the connections of performing, Dylan sent him out there and forced the other horse, and he slowed down and didn't finish, I wouldn't have been upset, because that's the hand that was dealt today, and that's what he should play.
You're going to be nice to the jockey joining us on set, right? You're going to be nice to him, you promise?
I don't know.
He's a Hall of Famer now, man.
I don't know. He's probably feeling like really having a big day, and he's probably kind of full of himself today. So I'm going to bring Joel down a few pegs.
One day. Inducted into the Hall of Fame today.
What has he done for me lately? I've been on the second race he didn't win, so he's going to hear it from me.
Joe Rosario joins us on set next on Saratoga Live.
Gunrunner is the sire of 13 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gunpilot, Vava, Toyota Bluegrass winner Sierra Leone, champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknight, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, track record setter Society, Lot, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunite, and classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
These New York-bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
I'm going to try to close it.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live. As you can see, brought to you in part by Hill & Dale at Alapa. And gliding across that wire. Power Seeker, making it look all too easy. You said 5 strides, 10 strides out of the gate. Race over.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not convinced 100% we have the same track as yesterday as the horse drift in the stretch, the pre-close for second. But even if you have a fair racetrack and Rajivi's able to clear like this, he's just got such a big edge.
When you put a controlling speed with a horse with quality, it's a big advantage. It's probably the biggest advantage dynamically in a race.
960 for the win. Jose Lascano, 635. Power Seeker, trained by Linda Rice with Acacia in the winner's circle.
That's right, Lafitte, as Linda Power Seeker, a horse that, as I remarked in the paddock, he's really developed as he's gotten older and continued to strengthen, and looks like he's really come into his own now this year.
Yes, he has. I mean, he's becoming very consistent with his efforts. It looks like he relishes a mile and an eighth. I think we've seen improvement now that we've gone from a flat mile, a one-turn mile, to a two-turn mile and an eighth. So I'm excited about that. He was a little struggling with the heat a little bit today. I was a bit concerned about that in the paddock, but he delivered on the track.
And Jose Lascano was aggressive with him too. That seemed to make a big difference in this spot.
Yes, absolutely. When the Laughing Boy scratched and he was another speed horse in the race, Jose and I talked and we thought, let's just go to the lead, put him on the lead, and if we can get it from there, great.
Certainly paid off with that decision. And now coming up tomorrow in the L'Oreal, send out Pioneering Spirit, a horse that did so well last summer at Saratoga. Tough trip last time. What have you seen from him?
Yeah, everything went wrong the last time. He broke up in the air. Just a horrible trip. So we're just hoping for a better trip. I'm certain it will be a better trip than last time. And hopefully he can reproduce his form that he showed us here last year at Saratoga.
We look forward to seeing him. Congratulations on the win here, Linda.
Thank you.
Make a game plan, Lafitte, execute it, and it's always nice when it all comes together on the racetrack.
It can only get better. It can only get better for Pioneering Spirit. We'll see what he does tomorrow afternoon. We turn the page. Race 4. There is the field updated odds. This allowance optional claimer, New York bred, 6 furlongs. Andy, what'd you come up with? Heavy favorite, Tricky Temper.
I don't have an argument. The Tricky Temper is the horse to beat in here. I think she's a major player, but I'm trying the one, Athena Beach. I'm expecting Jose Gomez to be aggressive. Now, I picked her before. I thought there's a chance the inside was an advantage, and I thought maybe she had a chance to upset the field if she was aggressively ridden.
21 minutes out, and when we return, that's right, a Hall of Famer joins us on set, and he promises he'll be kind on the day he was inducted into the Hall of Fame. That was the day he entered the winner's circle after a Travers victory with Epicenter. Joel Rosario on set next.
This proven son of Giant's Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
But it's a very exciting day for me. I would like to start off by thanking the member of the Hall of Fame for electing me to be inducted today. I would also like to congratulate everyone else that is being recognized today. I am very thankful for the many opportunities I have been given and for all the people that have been supported me throughout my whole career.
What a morning. It's so much fun to watch. The greatness in the Hall of Fame, inducted the 2024 class, and now joined by one of the newest members, star jockey Joel Rosario. Joel, thanks so much for taking the time. What was that moment like when your name was announced, called up to give your speech, and officially recognized as a member of the Hall of Fame?
Oh, thank you. Thanks you guys for having me here. It was very emotional for me, and when I remember Ron telling me I was gonna, nominated to be in the Hall, I'm in the Hall of Fame. I was like, oh really? Wow! I was like really very excited there, and a lot of people called me, and even Bob Buffett called me, and I was like, it was really, really good day for me, and just to be, because at my young age, to be there, in the Hall of Fame already, I was like, wow, I was shocked. Yeah.
Just hearing it, Hall of Famer, Joel Rosario. What goes through your mind?
A lot of hard work, a lot of people that really support me and my whole entire career that I've been riding, and I cannot thank enough to all of them. Like starting with the trainers, owners, and other people who work at the barn. Everybody that I met to the race, just I meet a lot of great people, in the sport, and it's very Hall of Fame. I was like, oh wow, that's like, big deal. So, I'm very proud, and also very proud of come from the Dominican Republic. It's not a lot of jockeys that come from the Dominican Republic. I'm the first one to be in the Hall of Fame, and I'm more proud of that. And I hopefully more jockeys from the Dominican Republic. From now on, they become and they want to be a rider, and then being a jockey, and then hopefully being in the Hall of Fame like me.
Thinking back to when you first started, when you first getting involved, developing your skills, if somebody would have told you back then one day you'd be here, inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, what would a young Joel Rosario have said?
I probably say no. I probably say no. I was like, I used to watch racing when I got to the race as a young age, and then watching the race, I remember in ESPN and stuff like that, and watching the Kentucky Derby, the Breeders' Cup, and see a lot of riders. I remember watching Proud of Mike Smith, Jerry Bailey, Lafitte, and all those guys, on TV. I never thought, I was, being in the Dominican Republic, I'm gonna be, where they are riding, and then just to be in the Hall of Fame, it's just like, it's like a dream come true for me. And like I said, a lot of hard work, a lot of people that support me in my whole career, starting in the Dominican and here. So I'm really thankful to all the people that really got me where I am today, and they want to continue to do so, support me. Yeah.
I remember the first time you came here. I believe it was 2011 to ride Blind Luck in the Alabama, and I'd heard so much about you in California, but I'm like, yeah, whatever, this guy's in California, and you won with Blind Luck, and that was your first experience in Saratoga, right?
It was, yeah. I remember that she won the Alabama.
You did?
And
you too.
Yeah. So that was a good, very good memory. I remember Bob Buffett telling me that, this is a historical place, the Saratoga. So, I was I was at my young age at that time. I know I watched a lot of racing and stuff like that, but I was not, and then as the year going by, over the time, I really, realized that, how important this was.
What made you decide to move your tack to New York?
To move the tack to New York, me and Ron, we talk, when he was in California, we talk all the, he used to have Goma at that time, so we used to talk all the time, and he told me, one day we might be, and I told him, maybe one day you'll be work for me, we're going to work together. And it was the day that he thought was the time to come, and he said, I think it's the time to you come to New York, and then I came in.
It was a good time because you won races like this. What do you remember that moment, winning at Travers, checking the rearview mirror, nobody
Yeah.
coming, taking down that Midsummer Derby with Epicenter?
Yeah, it was a very good moment. And thanks to Ron Winch and Stias Music and all the people that, that gave me the ride in that horse. Really good, unbelievable horse. Very nice horse.
There's no guarantee. You guys were just discussing the move, like Flavian Pratt coming from California to New York. No guarantee that you're going to have that same kind of success. So upon arriving and riding with this colony, as competitive as it is here, what do you remember most about competing, specifically here at Saratoga, your first full summer at Saratoga?
Yeah, a lot of memories, a lot of, all the riders and the room and stuff like that. I come in as a new, just you want to be, in the race and aggressive. But I get along with all the riders and everybody, so just trying to get along. And I remember Rajiv when he was riding, that time. And it's amazing. Just to be around all the great riders like they are here.
I want to bring up
in
one
New
of the
York.
funniest moments that I have with you, because Andy brought up Blind Luck. So we were out in Kentucky for the Derby and Oaks weekend, and Joel was riding Blind Luck, and he's just coming from Polytrack races in California. That's where he's based, and he's going out to ride this deep closer on a wet track, and he's going by me with 2 goggles on, and I stop him. I said, Joel, what are you doing? You need more goggles, He goes, I'm okay. And so he goes, he rides the race, he's behind, he's coming, he had to pull the goggles down, and he goes out, he wins the race. The next day we're in the Derby, 20 horses, he's got about 30 goggles stacked out of here. And I said, Joel, what are you doing with all those goggles? He goes, you were right. You're right. I used to use them all there.
That's true.
Was that Orbs?
No,
Yeah,
that was
okay.
Animal Kingdom.
Well,
That was
it's a
Animal
good
Kingdom
thing you
service.
had a lot of
Yeah,
goggles for Orb as well in 2013.
Yes.
Your first Derby win with Orb, and certainly a highlight in that being that the race for every jockey on the planet, essentially. Here it is. You cut him loose from far back. What are some of the lasting impressions? What do you remember most about that day, that ride with Orb?
I mean, it was a really. I remember it was raining, and I remember Chu told me that song just ride it with confidence, and it was a lot of speed in the race, and he broke really well, and they kind of went away from me a little bit. I know that I thought they were going really fast at that point, and I just took my time with him and trying to get him away, trying to get him in the clear, and especially with the muddy track, and hopefully when I asked to go, he has something in there, and then he did. I mean, he looked like when I passed the last half a mile going to the quarter pole, he was just like passing horses one by one, with me with a lot of horses underneath. And he went on, and by the last furlong, I took the lead, and he used to, as a horse, when he went to the lead, he kind of looked around a little bit. So, I got my whip on the left hand, and I keep pacing and riding. And when I passed the wire, man, I was like, wow, I just won the Derby. So it was very, very like unforgettable experience for me, and man, that was after that I was like, oh my God, I cannot believe it.
You won a Derby,
yeah,
and now you're in the Hall of Fame. Joel, thanks so much for stopping by.
Of course, thank you.
Taking the time,
Thanks,
and
Joel.
congratulations on being inducted this morning.
Thank you very much.
Hall of Famer Joel Rosario joining us on set here at Saratoga. Our coverage continues. We'll be right back with much more on this eve of the Whitney. 9 minutes out till the 4th from the Spa.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com. And they're off in the Naira Betts Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
Right as the field turns for home. Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers
will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
Nominate your horse today to join Racing's Elite on Travers Week at Saratoga, August 21st through 24th. The championship road runs through 9 stakes, topped by the DraftKings Travers. Go to NYRA.com/horseman to nominate by August 10th.
Mackenzie was always on our radar screen. He'd already won 3 Grade 1s before the Whitney, but winning the Whitney and defeating the eventual Breeders' Cup champion Vino Rosso really kind of made the final push for us to pursue the horse and get him here at the Gainesway Stallion Barn.
Coming to the final furlong, Mackenzie's in front. Mackenzie comes by the 16th pole, and he's going to do it. Mackenzie has won the Whitney.
You know, it's hard to believe it's been 5 years since Mackenzie won the Whitney Stakes. You know, he ran a 111 Beyer there. That was his highest Beyer that he ever ran in his career, and he ran 11 triple digits Beyers. Obviously, he has an affinity for the track, and so hopefully the offspring do as well.
See Whitney winner coverage on Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by Gainesway, Power, Passion, Performance. Great to have Joel Rosario on set. Great story with the goggles. Raj, great stuff. Rosario, one of the newest members of the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. Post-parade, we kick things off. Athena Beach, 3-1 with Jose Gomez.
Good race for Jose Gomez to come firing out and try to wire the field.
Gone and forgotten, 11-time winner with Frankie.
Yeah, comes in off a voided claim last time. Frankie, maybe he's going to heat up a little bit here.
Tricky Temper, seeking a first win this year.
She doesn't have a great running style if the track is kind to inside runners, but she obviously has the talent to beat this field.
Bank on Anna for the Kentamasis.
Yeah, look, I'm a huge fan of the Kentamasis. You get Manny Franco, just a little bit light on numbers for this group.
Number 6, Jackson's Dixie, and Dylan Davis takes over.
Yeah, this horse just did not run the same after leaving Linda's barn.
6-1 currently there. She is missing Fortune, first or second in 14 of 19 lifetime.
It's a little too close to home, missing Fortune for some of us at the racetrack. This horse coming in from Finger Lakes, who has run okay, though, in some starts at Naira.
The fillies and mares, New York breds, 6 furlong sprint. With all eyes on an odds-on favorite, Tricky Temper, 4-5. We check in with Acacia.
And sometimes she can live up to her name a little bit, Lafitte, Tricky Temper, but she's definitely matured a lot mentally. Unfortunately, not the best break last time, but I do think that she was beaten by a very talented Phil Bauer runner in Princess Madison, who could have some stakes in her future. And Tricky Temper was very good against New York breds. That was her first time in open company. I don't have a problem with her in here from a physical perspective, as Andy touched on. I'm a bit concerned about her running style in this group, but I'm very impressed with how much she's matured mentally, coming back now as a 3-year-old. This is now the second time I've seen her covering her races, and she's just taken leaps and bounds forward as far as keeping it all together before the race begins. So warming up with the pony in here, we'll see if she can work out a trip under Irad Ortiz. Talking about trip, though, with the one Athena Beach, there's one way to go, and that's send from the inside. She runs her best races when she can be forward. I know that she was able to come from off the pace at Aqueduct 2 starts back, but she is a horse that is quick, and that's her early speed. Now, she, as you can see, never carries a lot of weight in conditioning for her. She's just one of those fillies that we call them just not a good doer. They just don't keep their weight as well from race to race. So by her standards, she's actually carrying good flesh flesh this afternoon. But again, just being familiar with her, that's just typical of her. But I like her running style from that inside post with Jose aboard. The number 5, Missing Fortune, as you might have noticed, she did not participate in the post parade because she was really revved up back in the paddock. Kind of had a wild eye when saddling. They had to saddle her on the walk with the pony close by. She was acting up, heading out. They took her off away from the rest of the field. I saw her once last year in September when she ran at Saratoga, and she was accompanied by the pony that day too, but I didn't have notes about her being quite this tricky in the preliminaries. But she was a horse that, yes, did hit the front and got run down last time out at Finger Lakes, but that was off of a layoff. From a pure physical perspective, she does stack up to her competition here back on the NYRA circuit. She's very fit. Hopefully she can keep things together mentally, as we did see a horse coming in from Finger Lakes yesterday who ran a huge effort, and Jack and Bernie, who lost a heartbreaking defeat there. But we'll see if she could transfer that form into this spot. Missing Fortune, and like I said, hopefully keep a lid on things, Lafitte.
See if she can stay settled. Jack and Bernie, that was a brutal beat.
That was a brutal beat.
Everything but win yesterday.
Thought he won.
Yeah. Yeah. Missing Fortune coming in from Finger Lakes. Warm afternoon at the Spa. Tricky Temper 4-5. Let's revisit her start 2 back in the mud. The Bowery, not the best of breaks, and here she is, Andy, eventually settling for a 3rd place finish.
Yeah, and this was her first start in 5 months, and she ran very well in here. Landed was the favorite for Leslie Ward. Caldwell Loves Gold, who I think subsequently won the New York Oaks at Finger Lakes. And she had very good earlier form. She showed up and ran today, and this horse really ran well to be 3rd in here and showed she's returned. And obviously, she's just over her head against Open Company. She's a New York bred, so she's going against Open Company in non-winners race. And while getting back with the New York breds in this race, she's very logical. I just worry. I'm not convinced that we have the same track as yesterday, but I'm worried the track may be very much like yesterday's track. And if so, isn't she going to be compromised?
Well, I think she should be a little bit forward based on the race 2 back. I thought she was close enough.
What about saving ground?
Yeah. The other thing too, though, to your point, she was 13-1 and 8-1 in her 2 previous starts, and I thought she ran fine enough. She's 4-5 here today. To your point, she is now facing a much easier group.
Right.
I think she's very beatable off that last race, though. I know it's a tougher race, and Princess Madison, they're Open Company, but she just didn't do much running in that race, and she's going to be a super short price. So kind of why I lean towards the number 1, Athena Beach, who I think has a tactical pace advantage on the inside. I believe she has a shot to control the pace here and take them wire to wire.
As do I.
What about the race she's exiting? Athena Beach, Andy, along with a Gone and Forgotten, same level.
Well, she
6.5 furlongs, running 2nd and 3rd.
She got involved in the pace with Kara's Time. And Kara's Time's in fabulous form, as evidenced by looking at Tricky Times races, right? Yep. Kara's Time was 3rd in that top allowance race against Opens. Kara's Time has improved, and one of the hardest things, and feel free to disagree, for a speed horse is when you get engaged with a superior horse who's just better than you. Those horses are going to eat you up and spit you out. I mean, look at Torpedo Anna, what she did to last year's champion. Look what she did to Ways and Means. These are grade 1 quality horses, and they met a Torpedo Anna, and I'm not comparing that horse to Torpedo Anna, but a superior horse on the pace with you. You can run 6th and still run okay.
Imagine you're in a foot race and you're running as fast as you can, and there's someone outside of you just traveling and toying with you. That can be disheartening, and it can also take much out of you versus being in control and just running that fast pace by yourself.
So much to factor in. Past performances, how the track is playing, and the stats. You can get the inside track on handicapping with NYRA Bet's track stats. I want to know how many winners are closing from the back at Saratoga. Track Stats has the answer. For more stats on tracks across the country, visit NYRABets.com. Post time for the 4th. Tricky Temper 4-5. Who's in front, JK, when the field hits the far turn?
You know, I think Athena Beach down on the inside. You get Jose Gomez, who's known for his aggression. You draw the inside. When you draw the inside with a horse with tactical speed and a rider who appreciates speed, it's a foregone conclusion they're going to attempt to make the front. Because what are you going to do? Take back and eat a bunch of dirt? It just makes no sense. And I think Jose Gomez will send her away from there.
Had a win on yesterday's program, did Gomez, but it's Red Ortiz on the favorite. Tricky Temper 4-5. It's post time. Here's Frank Miramati.
to load. Jackson's Dixie goes in. They're in the gate. Any moment. And they're off. Gone and Forgotten. Here's Tricky Temper now sprinting up to take the lead. And Jose Gomez all over Athena Beach for good speed too, up to take command now. So it's Athena Beach in front with Tricky Temper in second. A length and a half Missing Fortune takes third. Then Gone and Forgotten, who broke well but is now 4 lengths off the lead. Bank on Anna and Jackson's Dixie on the outside. Athena Beach past the half-mile pole through a quarter that went in 22 4/5 seconds. Pressed by Tricky Temper and the favorite on even terms now with Missing Fortune in third. Jackson's Dixie trying to get up while 4 wide, taking that third spot. In the meantime, Gone and Forgotten is fifth with 3.5 to make up. Bank on Anna has tailed off. They're a quarter of a mile from home. Tricky Temper traveling nicely on the inside. Athena Beach fighting on willingly. There's a seam for Gone and Forgotten, who's had a good trip in between them and is finishing well. They're in the final furlong. Tricky Temper on the outside has taken command. Gone and Forgotten angles out for another crack. Athena Beach fights bravely at the rail, but it is Tricky Temper. Tricky Temper too good. Tricky Temper wins it. Photo for second, Athena Beach or Gone and Forgotten, then Missing Fortune in fourth.
Tricky Temper gets that first victory in 2024. The favorite with Rod Ortiz in the fourth at Saratoga.
Just too good for this field. Probably not the best part of the racetrack, but just better than these horses in a super sharp break. And Irad was never going to let the one out of his sights.
For a second and a half, it looked like the two, Gone and Forgotten, was going to make a rally there. Saved a lot of ground on the inside and on the rail a majority of the race. But like you said, the 3 Tricky Temper found her friends, finally got around a group that she can, be 4 to 5 against. And if you can put her around those types of horses, she'll give you this type of performance.
When the one wasn't able to clear off in hand and Tricky Temper just breathing on her neck, you knew that it was where she wanted to be. She wasn't able to get separation.
We should give Jose the credit. At least Jose, she didn't have that speed right out of the gate, but he understood that he had no choice and had to go. And I like that he persevered. He just rode a horse that wasn't good enough.
So hung around for second, with that, despite that kind of a slower start and having to hustle up.
The 2 was going so sweetly on the inside. It's like when she angled out, she kind of sputtered a little bit in there. I don't know if it's as strong as yesterday, but I still think if you can save ground this track, it's an advantage.
Solid meet. Trainer Maya Engelhart, the win opening week. In the Sanford, Mo Plex, another victory here.
Put a mask on him, WWE. There's no doubt about it, right? You could just see him flying over the ropes with the cape on.
Solid meet.
Yes,
and again, he got such a kick out of not just winning the Sanford, but doing so with a New York bred and what that meant to him with Mo Plex.
Yeah, I mean, he started Finger Lakes. He's obviously had so much experience in New York breds and great success with them as well, but also just a lot of success in Saratoga. He had all that success with 2-year-olds a few years ago. It's been a little slower since then, but he's come back with a vengeance this year, and I like when he's doing well. I like hearing from him. He likes to text a lot during the show.
Maybe we'll hear from him after the break. Trainer Maya Engelhart, did we ever hear from the guys on Kart Talk? Riveting edition of Kart Talk. Very animated. Mike Maker, Jonathan Kitchen. You guys ever speak? It's called Kart Talk. Ever? That's next.
The classic looks of a two-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
The Into Mischief filly, Jockey Temper, into the winner's circle. Third lifetime victory, first this year. Odds-on favorite. Now, Rod Ortiz strikes for the first time in this Whitney Eve program. Owned by Mark Stanley. Trained by Maya Engelhart as they all pose for pictures. Jockey Temper in the fourth to Acacia in the winner's circle.
And happy to be joined by Maya Engelhart and the family. Even though, Maya, I know there's a UNC hat here and my husband's a Duke grad, but you're going to be pretty happy to rub that in for Miguel.
When I saw you were here, I purposely grabbed Maddox and brought him in because I knew Miguel would really enjoy that.
As far as Jockey Temper is concerned, I commented she's just matured so much. Can you talk a little bit about how she's come along and getting her to settle?
I've been telling Mark all year this year that she even trains like a different horse than she did last. I really didn't know what she was last year. I thought for the longest time she was turf, but she is. She's much more mature. You know, this race was back in 2 weeks, and I didn't really want to work her coming back, so we schooled her in the paddock last week and kind of used that as a work, and she really turned her hair, like it got her going. And then today she was much more relaxed, even being hot, so it was a good sign for me.
She broke really sharply today, too, and Rod put her in the perfect position. How'd you give you some confidence when she got out of the gate well?
It did, yeah, because that was in that allowance race last week, or 2 weeks ago. You know, she didn't break well. Honestly, I put her back in this race because Irad told me how good she ran in the last start. I'm like, really? The owner and I were not convinced, but we made the right decision, and thankfully Irad gave us that information, and it worked out today.
Gave you the top insight, and you've had a strong summer so far. I'm sure Mo Plex, the Sanford winner, a highlight. Can you give us an update on him and what might be next?
Yep, Mo Plex is going to work here on Sunday, and we're targeting either the New York bred stake or the hopeful. Kind of, yeah, I felt like that race would have took a lot out of him, you know, because we were all out the whole way, and I think he's a horse that could settle a little bit more, and I gave him an extra week breezing back, and 2 days ago was probably his best gallop he's had all spring and summer, so hopefully that's the right move. So we'll know more by Sunday.
A lot of exciting things in the future. Congratulations here, Maya.
Thanks, Acacia.
Jockey Temper with the win, but a lot to look forward to with a promising 2-year-old on the barn, Lafitte.
It's a tough call. Easy to get ambitious around here. New York bred stake or the hopeful. He'll work this weekend. We'll await a decision. Mo Plex. Meantime, Jockey Temper 370 over Athena Beach. Gone and Forgotten 312 in the fourth at Saratoga. Time for the pick six. Starting in race 5, $40,000 maiden claimers. Fillies and mares, mile and a 16th. There is the field. Scratch Classic Cara. The entry 7-2 and Pay the Bills current favorite at 9-5. Trainer Mike Maker does not have a runner in the fifth at Saratoga, but he did take a ride in a golf cart with Jonathan Kinchin earlier this week. I can't say that I had this on my summer bingo card. Mike Maker on Cart Talk. We know how good of a trainer is. His resume speaks for itself. The thing is, Mike Maker doesn't do a lot of speaking on his own behalf. A man of few words, it's kind of refreshing. So now we can't wait to see it. Mike Maker with Jonathan Kinchin on Cart Talk.
Mike, do you like it up here in Saratoga?
Yes.
All right. You like racing horses on the turf?
Yes.
Is your favorite part of winning the post-race interview?
No.
Do you know any good jokes?
No.
Text or call? Which one do you prefer?
Text.
Figured that. A lot of people thought this would never happen, Mike.
They were right.
Seriousness now, Mike, I appreciate you doing this. I read you bought your first horse when you were 13 years old.
Well, I had a stockpile of cash. My dad was going to the Timonium sale out of paper route. I worked summers and weekends at the racetrack, and he went and bought a horse for $2,500 to let me take care of. I bought 25% of it, and he won his first race. So I thought it was easy money.
Tell me a little bit about your dad. Your dad was a trainer as well. What kind of trainer was he?
He's a trainer. Most of his life he spent in Detroit and would go to Florida for the winters. You know, we dealt with a lot of claiming horses, so, you know, even though we were a cheaper track, he had a similar feed program to Wayne Lucas, who I worked for after I left Detroit.
Tell me some of the main things you picked up working for someone like Dwayne.
Well, it's obvious my dress and my penmanship. No, but in all seriousness, his organizational skills and being able to manage multiple stables, I think was second to none. I think that's the biggest part that helped me today.
You spent a lot of time when you were with Dwayne around Charismatic. What does spending time around such a good horse kind of teach you?
Teach me that I took it for granted. It was a little harder than Wayne made it look. Every year, we had a bunch of babies come in, and they always seemed to get to the Derby and the top 3-year-old races, and it's just something you really appreciate looking back after all these years.
Up here at Saratoga, I always fall in love with horses that can give the fans a little bit of something. Casa Creed is one that comes to mind. But Cross Border, he won here 3 years in a row.
The New York bred Cross Border to win Saratoga's Bowling Green Stakes.
Why did Cross Border like Saratoga so much?
And the Cross Border was a funny horse to train. He had a mind of his own, but when he came up here, that all went behind him. He still stall walk once in a while, but not like he did at other places. But he was definitely a horse for course.
Well, I always do a little research before I do these things, and I came across your Wikipedia page, and it says that you've been blessed to have 3 children, but I was a little bit surprised that Caden was listed as your favorite child. I thought that was a pretty bold thing to put in your Wikipedia.
I mean, I was also surprised that I had 3 children because I only actually have 2, but he's very good with electronics and cracking jokes.
Mike, I got to tell you, a lot of people, when I told them I was doing this, they were worried that it was going to be tough, but I've had significantly harder cart talks than this one. It's pretty easy.
That's good. Maybe I'm improving.
You can believe everything on the internet. Card Talk, Mike Maker, Jonathan Kinchin, brought to you by Gainesway Farm. Gainesway, power, passion, performance. Funnier than you think. Man, a few words, funnier than you think. Just that deadpan, dry, like Norm Macdonald kind of delivery.
I wasn't joking at the end. There has been cart talks that are significantly harder to get people to kind of lighten up. This one was not that difficult.
He would have been good as a part of the cast of The Office.
Yeah, he was great. He was great, and he's an outstanding trainer. I mean, I actually made the joke to him that I always used to say, and I think you've even used it before too, or Nick Tamero, was that if you put me and Andy in a horse suit, he could probably get us to win a Grade 1 long on the turf. He's just that good.
Yeah, he is. No, he's a terrific trainer, obviously. I've been friends with Mike for years, and came on my radio show years ago. He was lots of fun. I mean, he's got a good sense of humor. I think he's sort of a little misunderstood. He's a little quiet, reserved, but he's not.
No, it's funny.
He's fun.
Riding for him many times. I've only got one instruction every single time.
Win.
Good luck. That's it. That's the Mike Maker instruction. Never says anything else.
Great stuff. Great stuff with Mike Maker on Cart Talk this week. Having a terrific start to the Saratoga season. I guess we can't really say a start any longer. We're approaching the halfway point here at Saratoga with the Whitney tomorrow afternoon. We still have 2 Grade 2 events coming your way on this afternoon, and the Pick 6 in 18 minutes in the Hall of Fame with Neat having won 4 of 5 3-year-olds in the Hall of Fame later this evening at the Spa.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first-crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Folsom from last to first in the Mat win.
and Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom has taken the front, and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
The Ladbrokes Cox Plate, Australia's best race. Group 1, 2,040 metres at the Valley. Won in recent years by some of the finest middle distance horses in the world: Romantic Warrior, League Rocher and State of Rest. And this year the Saratoga Derby Invitational is one of 3 international qualifiers for the race. In 2021, Joseph O'Brien became the first trainer to achieve the historic double with globetrotting superstar State of Rest.
It will be State of Rest to win it here by a length.
State of Rest just in front of Animo. State of Rest holding on. State of Rest, I think, has just won for the Emerald Arm.
Who won a grand total of 4 Group 1 races and was soon after acquired by breeding giant Newgate Farm, where he resides at stud. Who will take up the challenge in 2024 and etch their name on Australian racing's most famous honour roll?
Three Chimneys this week in history. 7 years ago since the infamous horseshoe in the tail gun runner running up the score in the Grade 1 Whitney.
He was in a different class than the horse
Yeah,
he was
he
running
was.
against, and that includes a horse who's moving into second on the outside. It beat American Pharaoh the prior year in the Travers, 2 years ago, I think, 2 years before in the Travers. He was just so much better than those horses.
I was a bit selfish. When he didn't do good as a 3-year-old, it kind of worked out good. We got to see him as a 4-year-old and run on. And then I actually wanted him to stay running throughout. I think he would have even win more races as a 5, 6, 7-year-old.
He was on a tear.
He probably would have, but you know, he's been pretty good in the shed. This is one, unlike Bernardini, I don't, you know, you could say he's passed it along. I was always sorry Bernardini was retired and he wasn't a particularly efficient sire. I'm not bad, but not great.
Ron
He's been
Winchell
amazing.
pointed this out in his speech today, how in every one of his starts, increasing, improving buyer speed figures. Just kept getting better and better and better. The racing tomorrow, even better. With the 5 stakes races here at Saratoga, all on Fox. Fox Saratoga Saturday begins at 3 Eastern. Part of it, that Saratoga Derby for 3-year-olds. And JK added incentive for the winner of the Saratoga Derby. An automatic invite to that party, the Cox Plate, and a $5 million purse.
I want to go to Australia.
Like, we covering this or what?
Yeah, I mean, remember Lafitte? When we first met, we tried really hard to get him to send us to Toronto. We should try to get the Woodbine Mile. Yeah, we should try to go to. Boss, can we go to the Cox Plate?
Didn't work then. I'm suspect about it working now.
And Diego Velasquez, Aidan O'Brien, was interviewed after his last race. You can actually see that interview if you want on YouTube, saying that they are thinking about the Cox Plate.
Awesome.
So, and of course, his son Joseph O'Brien won this race for State of Play, won the Cox Plate, won the Prince of Wales at Ascot as well. So they're dreaming big with him.
What do you make of the horses exiting the Belmont Derby?
I'd like to own them, but I don't want to bet on them in any race going forward. I think this was a woefully weak field, and I'll be looking to bet new shooters in this race.
I see what you're saying. I would like to own the ones that were trying to close into a slow pace. And bet the ones that are trying to close in a slow pace.
They just all ran in place the whole way,
yeah, but
right?
I think they were finishing, but the horses on the front end still had something. I'm interested in Royal Majesty. The 3 right here, but the 5 today in the race, I think is interesting.
Yeah. I think deterministic is going to. I think Diego Velasquez, because Cajinas apparently is not running from what I've heard. So if he doesn't run, I'm going to take deterministic and take the new shooter.
My take on the Belmont Derby is that the winner, Trickery, is a really good horse that doesn't get the credit that he deserves. And he was able to control a really slow pace. And Legend of Time was still able to be running at him late. So I think I know how the numbers and all that doesn't
Who
look
trains
fancy.
Trickery?
Graham Motion.
He's not a personal friend. He didn't train a horse you won any Breeders' Cup races with, did he?
Someone that I would vote for the Hall of Fame if I had a vote.
I voted for him.
Right. So, but Trickery is a top class horse. He won on Derby Day. He's a really good horse. And Legend of Time was still able to close into that slow pace. I think he doesn't get the credit that he deserves.
Nobody closed. They all just ran in place. I mean, it's not like they were gaining ground.
How good is Diego Velasquez?
I don't know how good he is. I think he's okay. I think he's probably the horse to beat in here because of the relative lack of talent in the other ones. And, you know, Tom Amos brought up something we were talking this morning all about it, and I had noticed it as well. He does like to drift awfully far in his races.
Well, luckily he was left-handed in this race, so that should help him out. He's coming back off a 16 days rest. Aidan O'Brien in this country, when he runs a horse back between 1 and 22 days, he's 1 for 22. They just don't run well.
He doesn't run well in this country
Period.
that often at all, and often is overbet and doesn't perform. And I wonder a little bit because that interview I talked about, he was saying we give him some time in that interview. Suddenly he shows up here less than 3 weeks later, and I got a feeling that Aidan took a look at that Belmont Derby and said, I'm coming over.
You know, over the years, you see horses that they bring over to America, I felt like was never the first or second string. It's all usually the third string. So it's hard to judge the quality of the horse. And the way I'm looking at Diego Velasquez is he was 5-1 in the French Guineas. That's a horse that they think it's an A-tier horse.
Yeah.
That's my indicator of quality.
I don't think they consider him their top because that French Guineas, to be fair, was not a good race this year. It's still a French Guineas. I'm not just a little bit. He could be their E or F level and still be good enough to win this race.
Saratoga Derby tomorrow on Fox.
They got some good horses.
Trip to the Cox Plate on the line. To Acacia in the paddock.
Cannot wait to see how that Saratoga Derby does play out. And yes, Cugino will be a scratch, unfortunately, after spiking a temperature this week for Sugar McGahee. But talking about horses here in the paddock for this upcoming 5th race, we'll start off with the 2 Chad Brown runners. The number 7, Pay the Bills, the one that's taking most of the money, which purchased as a yearling for a little over $200,000 over at the Arcana sale by Wuchen Bassett, who is very well thought of over in Europe, or at least was when bringing back to be stud there. And this one, she just didn't do much running in her debut. But to be fair, I think it was a salty field that she faced, and Beats wired the field that afternoon. And there was a little bit of a mild late run, or at least trying to, from Pay the Bills. So she drops in class in here. She just fits pretty snugly. She looks fantastic. I think she just makes a lot of sense in this spot. Her stablemate is the 8 Fantasy Performer, who debuted at Laurel and after a poor break did no running that day. We haven't seen her since. So coming back here, dropping class off the layoff, she adds short cheater cut blinkers on for the first time. She's a very big and leggy type of filly. I do wish that she had a little bit more muscle mass in her hind end. She's more of an angular type of build. She's certainly not carrying any excess weight off the layoff. I just wish that there was a bit more strength for this first start back as a 3-year-old. Tony Dutrow will send out the entry. The Plane 1 Z-Train is dropping in class after being pretty far back in her first couple of starts, and or I should say in all of her 4 starts so far. She's a horse, though, that I just think has done well with a bit of a freshening. She has improved. She's good with the distance. I had always had some high hopes for her, and she just hasn't panned out. So hopefully with this drop in class, she'll be able to find the right spot, find her friends, so to speak, Lafitte.
That big drop in class, Z-Train, Frankie Dettori, the entry 7-2. JK loves betting on entries. Both you do.
Well, it's terrible value. You want one, you get them both, you get a bad price. I thought the 1A is more interesting at a price. John is right, the 1's the more likely of the 2, right?
Yeah, I like the 1. This horse has been, 4 straight turf works, has some back numbers for Anthony Dutrow. And you're going to get, I like when you get riders like Frankie drawn towards the inside. They're going to save ground, stay in there, and ride to get lucky late.
Steals my horse again.
Again?
Can't stop. That's a thief.
They love betting entries. We know this. Z-Train, Frankie Dettori, second half of the entry. Perfect girl by Kitten's Joy.
Big rider switch on this horse. Coming out of a lower level race, this level actually, but some of these are dropping. But I think a bit of a player.
Line speed, Mike Rapoli, Nick Zito teaming up.
Yeah, tried to get on the turf last time. That didn't work. Get another shot added here.
Luna Love, number 3 at 7-1. Junior Alvarado seeking a second on the afternoon.
Another horse getting a significant rider switch off his rider in turf races. A Kentucky Derby winning rider.
American Kestrel and Katie Davis for Barclay Tag. They teamed up for a win last week or a couple days ago.
My top choice. I hope Katie just goes to the lead.
6-1 currently. Then Exotic Cat, 18 race maiden.
Lots of opportunities at this level or lower, and hasn't really done much running.
Stats coming up shortly on Chad Brown with class droppers. Shortly pay the bills.
Lousy numbers with maiden special weight to maiden claimer droppers and turf routes here and everywhere. And I think they're overbetting a horse just because he did no running in its debut.
And Brown runners will break side by side this Fantasy Performer.
Yeah, this one has been entered for maiden 50, maiden 75, maiden 40. Some off the turfs mixed in there. Just did no running after being bet on debut.
Althena, 13 race maiden.
Yeah, it's had her share of chances.
Queen Rocket, Jose Ortiz towards the outside.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the connections don't give you a lot of confidence, but the last 3 races are okay.
Tough post. See what the tactics are. Lions Miracle Mo. Not much in her debut.
I mean, the horse had an inside trip and did no running and now draws an outside post. The only thing I can say to recommend this horse is that Ray Handel is having one heck of a meet. So maybe you want to give the horse another chance. I don't have a problem with the 7. I get the 7 being favored. But are you really supposed to take 9-5 just because Chad Brown and Klarovich win a lot of races together? Flavia and Pratt?
I think
Well, I actually thought that race was like sneaky okay. I mean, just for this group, if this horse was at a maiden special weight, I wouldn't bet the horse with your money on. But for this group, I think it makes a little sense.
I hear you. Just sat on the rail, did no running for my money, but obviously could win. But Chad Brown, interestingly enough, has had 50 horses over the last 5 years, 10 a year. Go from maiden special to maiden claimers and turf routes. He's only won 9 of them, 18%. Now he's hitting the board over 50%, as he often does, but $1.33 ROI. I'll break some down. Saratoga's 4 for 19, $1.15 ROI. Second time starters, he's 1 for 11 overall, making this drop with a 41-cent ROI. And I think a lot of times people think, Chad Brown's going to make these drops in Saratoga, win some races, help him win the title. You got to do it. Every trainer does it. Doesn't win with them at that high rate.
And Rajiv, pay the bills, kind of running off a little bit here in the warm-up with Flavia and Pratt.
Yeah, it seemed very keen, very aggressive, tossing the head around. For a filly that didn't show much speed first time out, that could be a good sign that she's a bit more engaged and forward. Funny enough, I actually picked the number 8 Fantasy Performer, the other Chad Brown, as my top selection. I like the fact that this one makes more sense running in a claiming race because it was a more modest price, $75,000 purchase, who didn't show much running in last October. They give her time off, blinkers goes on, LASIK goes on, and in for a claiming price. I feel like that one is a bit more appealing, especially the discrepancy in the price.
You know something funny about that horse? As Jonathan mentioned, she's been reined off the turf at least twice, maybe 3 times. Her dam, which some of you might remember, Raj, you probably do remember, ran for trainer Rick Dutrow. I think may have been an IEH horse.
It was,
and was good on the dirt.
Yep.
And Oscar Performance, he's not a one-trick pony. I mean, he's got Red Rocket Ready. He's got good dirt horses out there. So, Red Carpet Ready, I should say. So I was surprised that Chad didn't leave him in, which means I guess he's just can't run at all on the dirt in the morning.
Stand up on it.
So I thought he'd take a shot and leave him in at least once.
It's an interesting shot we saw a moment ago with the Brown runners side by side, pay the bills and Fantasy Performer. Flavia and Pratt right next to Red Ortiz and exchanging pleasantries. And 2 top riders at Saratoga in terms of the standings and what took place a couple of is that yesterday? The disqualification and a 2-win swing. A rod taken down. Pratt moved up.
You're involved in an inquiry, and it's you and you're friends with most of them. I mean, who doesn't like you? I mean, seriously.
It's a brother. It's fraternity.
So,
yeah.
but you walking back to the room. Is there a little, like you get taken down and they put up? Is there a little? I mean, you're a little angry for a few minutes, just in general, or do you go back to the room and able to joke about it?
It's situational because there's been times that it's okay, it's expected, and there's been time where it gets really heated.
Even with
where
you?
the lids blow
High
off
drama
in the top
yesterday.
seat. Yes,
High drama
even with me.
yesterday. And a heads up to Horseman. Yeah, the stakes entries closing tomorrow for Alabama weekend. Alabama weekend, the stakes entries close tomorrow. Right back to Acacia.
And taking a look at A couple of other contenders in here. I know Andy has some interest in the 5 American Kestrel, and this filly is sharp today. I think that she is acting like a horse that wants to be forwardly placed, and Katie Davis does a really good job with giving a horse a head, their head, especially when needed. Very soft hands, and it really seems to play out quite well. Definitely a horse that's not the biggest, so I can understand why they tried sprinting, but seems to do much better when given a little bit of time to get into stride. Thought that she makes a lot of sense in here. And the 1A, Perfect Girl, she is kind of a typical Kitten's Joy type of build. Oftentimes from that sire line, they're kind of a bigger bodied, stuffier type of build. And my guess is that she really did need a race off the layoff. And Jose Gomez climbs aboard, which I like to see. She was so far back last time out and actually did do some running coming on late. She looks stronger second off the layoff, fitter second off the layoff, and hopefully we'll get an easier run of it today, Lafitte.
Z-Train, Perfect Girl, 4-1 for the entry as we get set for the pick 6 and a good crowd on hand. Whitney weekend as expected. Every year, it's amazing. The calendar turns. It's August, the August place to be, whether it's the attendance, the energy at the racetrack, it just changes immediately.
It's really crazy because obviously I've been coming here a long time, and Mig and I were first coming here. I came here in the mid-70s. Your dad was still riding here, and believe me, I knew then. I didn't know much about racing. I knew who your dad was for sure. I knew about Ava Cordero, and even though we've expanded the meet and it's still great fun and there's a lot of people in town, it gets busy for 4 weeks. It gets busy for August. It's just the way it is. It's still great the other times, but this is our time. This is a great week. I mean, this is my favorite weekend of the year, honestly.
Yeah, I love it. I had to hop out the car on the way in because the line was so long. I wasn't going to make it on set in time. And it's the giveaways and the crowd.
You and I ducking and dodging that line for the giveaways almost out the door.
Lafitte got stuck in traffic.
I did. I gave a horrible ride. He found room on the outside.
I walked the 5 minutes from my apartment. You guys are driving. I'm going to tell you one thing. I will leave the lowest carbon footprint of this entire set. I promise you that.
I'm doing better now.
Yeah, I mean, you're on the subway with me.
No, we're talking about foot
me.
traffic. This was walking in. This wasn't in a car.
Yeah,
I had to hop out the car.
You walk every day to get the track?
Yeah.
You walk here from home?
Yeah.
Really?
Less than a quarter. I'm a quarter mile away.
No, I'm like half a mile, but I drive.
Way too hot.
Yeah, it's just too hot. It's just too hot. And the funny thing is, after a long day, one day, there's Andy. Hey, can I get a ride home? Oh, yeah, sure.
Kitchen, that's never happened. But
yeah.
Joel Rosario, Joel and Bill Mott are the only guys that never drive me home. Jonathan is one of those things, they carry people on their shoulders, where they have a little thing and then 4 people carrying them. I've seen that coming down the street. I tried to get on. He said, Uber, he pushed me aside. Get away.
At the gate here for the 5th start of the pick 6, 9-5. Pay the bills for Chad Brown. Over to Frank Miramati with the load and call. Post time, race 5 live from the Spa.
Fantasy Performer coming up. Here's Luna Love. Althena going forward. Perfect Girl, part of the entry in the white. American Kestrel will be next. Queen Rocket, they're loading quickly. Lions Miracle Mo to the outside. She comes up. And in. They're in the gate. And they're off. American Kestrel in the center. Pay the Bills is up close in the opening furlong. And Luna Love comes through, as does Queen Rocket on the far outside. Perfect Girl has joined the fray along the inside, racing 4th into that first turn. They're followed by Blind Speed, who's 5 lengths off the early tempo. Lions Miracle Mo is just in front of that rival. Followed by Fantasy Performer. Althena is toward the back of the field with 2 horses beaten at this stage. Exotic Cat and Perfect Girl is the trailer. The opening quarter went in a lively enough 23 1/5 seconds. Onto the backstretch, American Kestrel leads the way, prompted by Pay the Bills, who's right alongside, just a head back second. Queen Rocket outside of that pair. They're followed by Z Train, who's a joint fourth, racing inside Luna Love. Another couple of lengths back to Fantasy Performer, who races on the outside of Blind Speed. 2 more lengths to Lions Miracle Mo, followed by Perfect Girl. Another 3 to Althena and Exotic Cat. They string out through a half in 47 seconds flat. American Kestrel still there, narrowly 3/4 of a length to Pay the Bills in second. On the inside, Z Train's had a good trip, starting to inch up with Queen Rocket outside of her. And now a move from Fantasy Performer. She's very wide, but starting to make some headway as the field turns for home. American Kestrel. On the inside, Z Train has room with a dream trip. Outside of them, Pay the Bills in third. And from well out of it, Perfect Girl is warming up with a nice late rally coming to the 16th pole. Z Train and Frankie Dettori just in front of Pay the Bills. On the outside, Perfect Girl keeps coming, as does Fantasy Performer. Here's the line, photo finish. It is so close. Fantasy Performer in between, Perfect Girl on the outside, and Z Train put a blanket over those 3.
The fist bump on the gallop out. What a finish in the 5th here at Saratoga. Z Train, Perfect Girl, and Fantasy Performer hitting the wire simultaneously.
And this race had a lot of different plot lines going on. It looked like Frankie Dettori, perfect trip up the rail, going to get it done. Here comes the entry mate. The horse I would have bet if he was by himself at a bigger price. And it looks like Irad Ortiz stole victory from the jaws of defeat between horses, perhaps, with the 8 Fantasy Performer.
I cannot believe this Fantasy Performer re-engaged the bridle. She looked like she was all but beat.
Ooh, it's close.
I don't know.
That might be a heater.
And it might be the 1A.
Perfect
tell you,
Girl,
if you have
the
this
perfect
entry
bob.
and you're in a 3-horse head bob and you have 2, you're a little bitter. A lot of snapping going on in this set between Jonathan rooting for the entry, Rajiv rooting for the 8. My horse nowhere. My horse absolutely nowhere. I have no idea.
Wow, how do you separate those 2?
I think I knows you, John.
I don't know. At the angle, I feel like it's the...
They all beat me.
Oh, come on.
I get the booby prize.
What about the ride that Frankie Dettori put on the number 1, Z Train?
But he did draw the rail, and he stayed on the rail. I'm going to say Irad Ortiz's ride on the 8 might have been the ride in the year. I mean, Frankie just used his rail position, didn't he?
Yeah, it had
it looks like...
I would have bet the 1A by himself at about 10-1 if they were not a part of an entry or by herself.
We were discussing High Chaparral Johar offset about, 10 minutes ago? Dead heat in the Breeders' Cup back in 2003, 100 degrees at Santa Anita. That took 20 minutes. That better not take this long. This better not take that long.
You just compared this race to a Breeders' Cup turf. No,
we were just discussing a dead heat moments ago. There is no dead heat, but there is an inquiry.
Jonathan has placed the inquiry, I think, against
someone. Yeah,
he's thrown up the inquiry side.
Inquiry is up involving the top 3 finishers: Fantasy Performer, Z Train, Perfect Girl. Raj, what did you notice anything? As we're focused on who got to the wire first, did you notice anything else in terms of a potential foul?
From our perspective, from the pan shot, I couldn't see much. So the head-on would be a better indicator for anything that happened, but it's hard from.
Yeah, we can't. Well, why don't? Yeah, why don't we? We need to see the head-on stretch, but.
And leaving the gate, number 1A. I mean, Perfect Girl. Unfortunately, broke slowly, and when it came down to losing by an inch, that had to impact the finish.
Our viewers need to see the head-on of the stretch.
Yeah, that's not it.
We need to see the head-on. As soon as we have that, we will provide it.
8 is in
Here
green.
it is. All right, so
the 1A is the white horse on the outside.
Take us through the stretch here. Our first look at the head-on, Raj.
As they come around the turn here, you can see the number 1A on the outside, Perfect Girl. In between in the green and white as a Fantasy Performer. And Irad Ortiz switches to the left-hand crop, drifts out towards her. But, man.
Z Train and Frankie Dettori coming
well
off the
I don't know if the one's involved.
Yeah.
I mean, unless the one wiped somebody else out when he came out 17
Nothing
pads.
really happened for me.
You could argue there is a mild thing with the 8 coming out late. Yeah. I would be very, very shocked if this gets taken down.
Yeah. I mean,
there was leaning both ways, right?
The 8 bumped the 1A twice, but I don't know if it's significant enough to make a change.
I think this inquiry is more about delaying my trip to the bathroom. That's what I actually think. I don't think,
the talk on the phone, if I'm the jockey on the outside, I mean, I'm going to say, hey, he came out and bumped into me. I'm going to make it sound over-exaggerated. He came out, he slammed into me, and he beats me a nose. Barely any margin. So I can see in that case, maybe there's a change.
Ron Ortiz having to go through this process again, crossed the wire in front. Yesterday was disqualified, and now we await a decision and check in with Acacia.
Well, as you could see in that stretch, at first I thought that it might have come from the plane 1Z train, who was drifting significantly in the stretch, but there was no contact made from her. Even though Frankie Dettori kept going right-handed, she was drifting out off the rail. Now, that being said, the number 8, who's your unofficial winner in here, Fantasy Performer, she does kind of swap leads a couple times in the stretch, and sometimes when horses are just so close to one another, they'll do that as they're trying. And when she jumps to that outside lead and then back to the inside, each time she does that, there's a little bit of bumping or connection as a result, kind of as she's bumping leads. And I was just doing the same kind of body motion as Irad Ortiz as he speaks to Chad Brown, Lafitte.
Explaining what took place to trainer Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz.
I think the 1 could possibly come down to the 7, though I doubt he does. And I think you're right, John. There's a bit of bump at the end. I'd leave this one up because there's some give and take, but I don't think it's
I talked
meritless.
about what, if I was Jose Gomez, what I would be saying to the stewards. If I was Irad Ortiz, I'd be saying, Judge, it happened right at the wire. The race was already over.
You wouldn't be saying, you took me down yesterday, you can't take me down 2 days in a row.
Yeah, please, not
please,
again.
Your Honor.
But it's right before the wire. It's the last jump. I barely came out. He was also holding his ground. It's tough. It's tough.
How much of a factor is the margin of victory? At first glance, we thought we might be looking at a dead heat. It is a flared nostril between them.
Well, if you think of it from a scientific standpoint, if there was a contact and there was a bump, which I think we all agree there was at least something, and the horse wins by an inch, how do you say it doesn't matter?
I'm not saying it doesn't matter. I think there's validity to say there's been no change made. And let me just say something else. We were very critical of the stewards yesterday for not putting up an inquiry. And I appreciate that they put this one up and the public gets to look at it. It's important that they get to see it. And it was relatively short. They probably didn't want to take the horse down, but let's just say they put the inquiry up and that's what matters.
And
whatever you feel.
I believe that if unless it's conclusive, surely you got to leave the results unless it's sure thing.
I agree 100% with you.
Better fate today for Irad Ortiz. You get to go to the restroom, but not before.
No, I just went. That's why I'm feeling better.
Your bankroll plays
Bankroll went
for
to
the
the
afternoon.
restroom actually already today. I have 2 bets left in today's card. I got to figure out where they are, guys. I think they're in the 2 stakes. No, I'm not. Guys, show me where they are. Remind me which my bets are.
Just pop them up there.
Help me out there. Makenga.
There you
go. Try to beat Cinderella's Dream. Going to try to wire the field in the Fazig-Tipton Saratoga Oaks Invitational. I think she's good, and I think she can give a tussle to the favorite in there. And I'm betting Please Advise. In one of the rarest moments in horse racing history at Saratoga, I picked a George Weaver horse on top. Jonathan Kinchin, doing Talking Horses, did not pick him in the top 4. I'm now George Weaver's friend. Jonathan's out. Please Advise has gotten less than stellar trips and rides in her last 3 races and gets Flavien Prat, New Gelding on the rail, upsets the field in the National Museum Hall of Racing. How did that happen?
Is George going to be upset?
No, I don't think
You're
so.
out.
No,
You're
George
out.
is a big boy. He'll be fine.
You're out.
He'll be all right.
Incoming text.
Not yet.
George Weaver. The best racing still to come, along with the late pick 5, couple of Grade 2 stakes events, the Hall of Fame for 3-year-olds, 3-year-old fillies in the Saratoga Oaks, all that coming your way, and the next crew taking over. Greg Wolf and the crew next, halfway home on this program, Hall of Fame Day and the eve of the Whitney. You're watching Saratoga Live. Thanks.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, showcasing New York's finest yearlings. Recent grads include Grade 1 winner Therapist and Graded Stakes winner Mo Plex. Plus 2023 New York bred champions Kara's Time, Dr. Ardito, Silver Skillet, and the Wine Steward. This year, over $65 million will be distributed in purse money, incentives, and awards for New York breds. Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 11th and 12th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as we see Fantasy Performer head into the winner's circle in race 5 here at the Spa. First start of her 3-year-old season, only one other start to date. That was back in October at Laurel, and she was ready to roll at 6-1, turns 1580 to win. Tight photo finish with the entry as well, surviving that inquiry, and there she is by really just a flared nostril in between horses. Not the most advantageous spot to be either when down in between horses, especially when it is such a game of inches, but Fantasy Performer ready to roll off the layoff and gets the win there in race number 5. Plenty of more exciting action coming up here on Saratoga Live. The 6th race will be next. It's a mile on the inner turf and a nice allowance race. Stay tuned with us, Greg Wolf and the rest of the crew coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. Graded Stakes action down the line as well with Fasig-Tipton, Saratoga Oaks, and the Hall of Fame. Stay with us for a lot more on Saratoga Live.
Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the Run Happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Curlin's Grade 1 son, Solomini, New York's leading sire of 2-year-olds in 2023 and sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock.
Winstock's just the leader from Stronghold and Coach Prime and Winstock.
New York Stakes winner My Shady Lady.
My Shady Lady gets the victory.
2024 Stakes winners Solo Shot.
Solo Shot and also Geopolitics in a tight photo.
And Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
Solomini, standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Saratoga.
Welcome to upstate New York for Hall of Fame Friday from Saratoga Springs. Cinderella's dream proved her impressive record overseas was for real. With a Grade 1 win in the Belmont Oaks, she'll be an overwhelming favorite in today's Saratoga Oaks. Across the street, greats of the sport immortalized as jockey Joel Rosario leads the class of 2024 to get a plaque on Union Avenue, along with a Triple Crown winner. Neat starting to put together a pretty special resume for his connections. He looks to add a third graded stakes win in the Hall of Fame Stakes. All that and more on this special Friday edition of Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Gorgeous Friday afternoon, Hall of Fame Friday, and a great crowd on hand as we truly kick off Whitney weekend with a big race to come on Saturday. We'll have a preview of that to come. Hello, everybody. I'm Greg Wolf. Great to have you with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on this Friday afternoon. Hall of Fame Friday, always a special day here in Saratoga Springs. We'll get to that class that was inducted across the street in just a little bit. As for the race itself, the Hall of Fame loaded with talent. You can make a case for virtually every single runner in that field in that Grade 2 to come later on this afternoon. We'll look ahead to that in a moment. Let's look first at what's ahead on the program. Presented by Claiborne Farm. And we have races 6 through 10 to come as we get set for the late pick 5 ahead. Fast and firm, 15 minutes away from race 6. It'll be a turf race, mile inner turf to kick off the sequence. Phasing tipped at Saratoga Oaks. And then the Hall of Fame back-to-back Grade 2s on the card ahead. With me, one of the winningest trainers in the history of horse racing, Tom Amoss. 1,112 career hits in the major leagues. Wow. Paul Duca. Former champion rider, Richard Migliore. Shake it up a little bit there, Paulie. Guys, some good action to come in here. Obviously, with the fillies, we're going to see an overwhelming favorite, especially with scratches.
Yeah, with Cinderella's Dream is definitely the overwhelming favorite for a number of reasons, but that powerful late kick she has, overcoming a slow pace last time at Belmont and winning very, very easily makes her that one to beat.
Hall of Fame, meanwhile, did you see it as being extremely wide open?
Yeah, it is wide open. I do think the Brad Cox filly on the outside, or the Colt on the outside Army Officer, will probably go off as your tepid favorite, but you can go to anybody in there. And I also think the one in there for George Weaver's got a big shot at 10-1 on the line.
Little drama, Mig. We just saw it in the last race, and now Arad Ortiz Jr. seems like he's going to be in a dogfight this entire meet. He goes up 1 on Flavian Pratt.
It's going to be a dogfight, and it's great to have a competitive jockey race. Last year, the jockey race was over by this stage of the meet. Irad dominated so much, but Irad's up to the challenge, and he's riding like a man possessed, as are many of this deep jockey colony. They're very competitive.
There's been a lot of great stories in this jockey colony, which we'll bring up on the program. Grade 2 Saratoga Oaks Invitational, and Cinderella's Dream came in with a really big resume, Tom, but no real signature big wins until she got that Grade 1 Belmont Oaks Invitational.
Yeah, and the way she did it. Greg, that day the pace was not that quick, so advantage to the front runners when that occurs. They're saving all their energy up front. It's hard to close against a slow pace. Cinderella's Dream. Watch this kick late in the race, and when you clear a field on the turf by more than a couple of lengths, it's not like the dirt where oftentimes horses win by a few. When you clear a group on the turf, you are a dominant horse. This is a big run, you guys.
Turn a foot. I mean, she just threw it in another gear. Got that beautiful ground-saving trip before William Buick eased her out into the clear. And she flew home because they were not coming back to her. She went and got them. 1 mile and 3/16 and 153 and 2.
Yeah, with the scratch of Sagesta in the race, McKenna's going to have an easy lead. But I just think that William Buick is smart enough and the connections are really sharp enough to know that they're not going to let that horse get too far away.
Yeah, they had outside post last time, too. I think they want to be a little bit closer today.
And they said that. It was mentioned in an interview that, one of the reasons that they were where they were was because of that outside post.
That's to come. Race 8 on the card, and then it's the boys' turn in the Grade 2 National Museum in a Hall of Fame. 1 mile inner turf. And neat for Rob Atras. 3 wins the last 4 starts, including a victory over Please Advise. We'll get to that right in a minute.
Well, I think that Neat just got an absolutely perfect trip, and he's gotten several really perfect trips. He was laying up close to a very soft pace. They came home the last quarter in 22 and 4, so he was poised to pounce on the leaders, where Please Advise was wrestled back out of the race, and he still closed ground. So I think it may be a change in tactics with a change of ride of Flavien Prat could even things up.
Yeah, for me, Neat, he's won 3 of his last 4. He's in form right now. The idea is to get to the wire first. He makes a pretty big move around the turn. Maybe it left him a little empty at the end, using the energy. But you know as well as I do, Richie, when you're on top of a horse and you know where the wire is, you know when it's time to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And Junior, that was his first experience with this horse. And I think riders always ride a horse better the second, even the third time.
Junior's going to get that second opportunity coming up. And to Mick's point, Please Advise. He actually broke on top in that race and then was kind of strangled back to last. See if Flavien Prat does with that inside post position there in that Hall of Fame. You can play all the action coming up by getting signed up with the official betting app of Saratoga. It's Naira Bets. $250 deposit match. New customer bonus when you punch in that code at sign up, SPA 250. Play with us all summer long and beyond right there at NairaBets.com. So the late pick 5. We are 10 minutes from a start. It begins with a mile race on the inner turf starter optional claiming field. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale for more.
And we'll take a look at the 2 horses that are garnering the most attention on the board, Greg, beginning with number 5 in here. That is Unleash the Power. And I think a great name for a horse that's this big, burly, and robust individual. Truth be told, though, I'm sure Joel Rosario would want a do-over for the ride that he gave him last time out at Churchill Downs. The good news for him is he will. This was a ride in which he was kind of mid-pack. He had to dive to the rail, and then, or he didn't have to. He chose to dive to the rail, and then he got stymied late in the game when this horse was really trying to do his best running. I've seen this horse in the past when he was up here last year with Al, and I really liked him then. I really like him now, coming back as a 5-year-old. He just looks happy, healthy, and ready to rock and roll. Now, a horse that is probably doing too much, that I'm a little concerned with him, and it may have just been saddling, but 2 weeks ago here, he wasn't like that, and that's number 4, Palace View. 3 weeks ago. He was really bad to get the tackle and rearing up and launching himself out of the saddling stalls here for Mark Cassie. And it's hot and it's humid, and sometimes when horses act like this, it means they're not necessarily handling the heat as well as they should. Now look, he's sweating, which is a good thing, to cool down that internal system that he has going on, but sometimes that reactive behavior is just a horse that's agitated and is not dealing with it well. So at a short price, I proceed with caution with him, Greg.
Who said never let him see you sweat? Right now, 9-2. It is a warm day, though, obviously, but we'll keep our eyes on this horse for one of the trainers who's had the most outstanding starts to this meet, really, of anyone, Mark Cassie.
He really has, Tom. He's 2 for 13 this horse lifetime, but his horse has been firing 7 for 22 10 for 22, and a lot of them have been firing at decent prices too.
They have, and I mean, I think he's won a third of his starts. He's won them at all levels, and you know, when you talk about sweating on a horse, it's always good to compare him to the rest of the field when they hit the racetrack.
There's a newly inducted Hall of Famer. Can you see it in the swagger, Mig, the way he's walking up to the 5 here, Joel Rosario?
Joel always has had swagger. I mean, maybe the Hall of Fame made it a bit more, but Hall of Fame talent got his due today. Very well deserved.
What a moment for a man. Back 2021, it seemed like he could do absolutely no wrong, Paulie.
No, he had that monster year, and then listen, he had an injury, and then after that injury, he kind of slowed down a little bit, but he put on one of the best rides, and I remember him just poetry in motion. It was just kind of cherry on the top when he won with Animal Kingdom over in Dubai, just crushed that field. He was on a roll, and yeah, I mean, listen, he's done it from everywhere. Turf sprints all the way to long with Go Knicks Go, speed on the front. He can win from
His
everywhere.
ride on Sir Winston in the Belmont, I mean, that was a difference-making ride.
As good a ride as you're ever going to see. He makes one different move any place in the race. He does not win.
And is there anybody that's better at timing where the wire is on the turf than Joel Rosario? No. It's amazing how he just has a nose for where that wire is and just nails horses all the time.
And a guy that relies more on his hand ride. Goes to the crop very sparingly.
Yeah.
You know, really, the new rules that a rider can only use it 6 times actually benefits him.
And he's instinctive. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I'm looking at a horse's form and thinking Joel's going to be in some spot in the race. He's not there. And you think, well, he's out of place. He's not going to win. And he does. He wins.
Perfect example was Epicenter Epicenter. We didn't think Epicenter was going to sit
right.
dead last, and everybody thought, Joel set him dead last. He said, you know what? I'm going to set him dead last again.
As
Went
cool
right around.
a customer as maybe there has ever been in this sport. And he's on a 2-1 favorite here, Joel Rosario, the newly minted Hall of Famer on Unleash the Power. Here's our post-break. We start with Gilded Kraken for Joe Sharp.
Gilded Kraken. This horse sat behind a fast pace, got everything he wanted, kicked clear, and then just got nailed right at the wire.
13-1, Manny Franco on Jay Hirsch.
Yeah, and I kind of like this horse a little bit. It was really wide last time around the racetrack. Needs to save ground today.
Harvard got back on the, turf debut, I should say, and ran pretty good first time.
Yeah, he ran third. I mean, I don't know if he'd pass the admissions test off that third-place finish for the grass, but he did pretty good.
Well done, Tom. Palace View, it's for the hot trainer Marquesi.
Yeah, the only thing about Palace View, not only being worked up in the paddock, he's 0 for 7 on the turf with not even an exacta finish.
Here's Mr. Hall of Fame, Joel Rosario, on Unleash the Power.
Unleash the Power. I think this is the horse to beat. He checked down the stretch in his last start. Alstall is a way of pointing horses to this meet.
Stretch back out in distance for Typhoon Fury.
One last time out at 2-5, and Brand Jam Stable reached in and got him.
Flashy Alex has never been on the grass.
Never been on the grass. This will be the first time that we're doing that with Flashy Alex. Pedigree says, maybe.
Collect from Mike was forward last time out. Javier Castellano rides.
I think this is a horse that's going to be up front early and is going to try and show speed, see what he can do from there.
Brad Cox, major player, later today in the Hall of Fame. He's got Emirates Road here.
Yeah, I'm surprised that this horse is 7-1. I thought this horse is a major player. Looks well on the racetrack. I understand this horse won a 35 non-3, but you just missed Brad Cox at your own peril.
As You Chase Me, big number at 40-1.
Claimed 2 back, went to the grass, ran a respectable race. Does need to step it up a little bit to get to the winner's circle, though.
And tough post, but this horse has a big shot. 15-1, Ghostly Prince.
Yeah, the most experienced horse in the race. The last time he was in for 35, Greg, he lost by a dirty length, and that was actually at a big price, too.
Future fans, current fans, enjoying this Hall of Fame Friday afternoon. Hard not to love it when you come here to this historic racetrack. Tom Pick 5 pool, $644,000 and growing, and you put together a ticket. How are you going to go after it?
So, I mean, I'm going to limit my ticket to a certain extent, but I'm going to narrow here in this first leg. Unleash the Power, the 5 horse, I think is the horse to beat. Typhoon Fury, right next door, the 6 horse, is a horse that has speed. 2 different styles totally. I'm going to use those 2, and I'm going to narrow down again in our Oaks. To me, this is a 1-horse race, Cinderella's Dream. When you narrow down like that, you can spread out in the other legs.
I will say what it paid off already, Tom, whether you're, good luck with your pick 5. But that Ty and Jockey combination already paid off big.
Well,
hang on. Am I seeing your ticket right? You don't have geopolitics on your ticket?
I do not have geopolitics on my ticket.
Okay.
And you're going to ask why, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're allowed to. You're allowed to. I think it's a weak group as far as the horses that have run. Geopolitics, a little trouble finishing on the end. I think this horse, I like the first-time starters in that race.
You better not step on my blue suede Sue.
Oh, there you go.
That one, yeah, allegedly working with a pretty good one. Dakota Gold, according to DRF Clocker report. And that's a first-time starter that's been doing that. New audience joining us right now as we get set for the Pick 5. Welcome to those just joining us on Bally Sports SoCal. Those already with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Hall of Fame Friday coverage from Saratoga here on Saratoga Live, and you've joined us just in time for the start of what is a swelling Pick 5 pool coming up. Terrific crowd on hand as we gear up for Whitney weekend on Saturday afternoon. Greg Wolf, Tom Amos, Paul LaDuca, champion jockey Richard Migliori. And a first leg of the sequence, depending how you look at this. I mean, the public sees an 8-5 favorite with this Al Stall runner of the 5. I think some other people see it a little more wide open.
I guess they do. But, I mean, how many meets have we come to where Al Stall at the beginning of the meet fires some bullets? He really points horses towards this meet. Unleash the Power is one of those horses that he's been pointing towards this spot in the condition book. That's what wins races, getting the right spot in the condition book.
He's run 4 horses at the meet. He's got 2 wins in a second. So he's putting it, and could be easily be 3 wins. He had that first time starter
right.
break poorly. So certainly picking his spots well.
Minute to post in our Pick 5. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, it is Whitney Eve here at Saratoga, and this place is bumping. I mean, there are so many people here today. Obviously, it was a giveaway day, but the energy is electric here at the spa. So they're on tap to watch this race as we'll take a look at some horses on the track, including number 1 in here, Gilded Kraken. I was really excited to see him back on the turf as he made his second start for Joe Sharp last time out in this same condition. He looks fantastic. He got a little hot and bothered when going to the gate last time, so keep an eye on him. And 2, he's going to have to be one of the first ones in here. So a horse that doesn't like the gate, it's never a great thing when they have to stand in there for an extended period of time, given the size of this field as well. Moving on to some others in here, including number 6, Typhoon Fury. First off the claim here for John Toscano. He's going to stretch him out to the mile. Okay, he probably is okay at this distance, but I much prefer him sprinting. And yeah, he should be forward in here, but in his other 2-turn races down at Gulfstream, he wasn't. But I will say that they generally go faster at Gulfstream early than what they do here. So this is his first, kind of real try at a route race. He took a bad bump when he tried it at Aqueduct on the Naira circuit. Number 9 is Collect from Ike. He's kind of the clear speed, at least on paper. He looks great for lower profile connections. And John Bregman, his horses are always really well turned out. And I like Collect from Ike in this spot. And number 10, Emirati's Road. Brad Cox has been dangerous off the claim. I like this horse in the paddock more than I liked him warming up. Took a little while to get things moving behind, but then again, sometimes horses moving on the dirt isn't as good as what they can show you then on the turf, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Florent Giroux for Brad Cox. Emirates Road 7-1 right now. Paul, I know you liked a little bit.
Yeah, I just think that the horse is a tiny bit of an overlay. Listen, Brad got into the claiming business here with Sandy Goldfarb, and they've been doing well. And then he claimed this horse for 35 after this horse got back on the turf. I don't know what to do. I landed on a long shot to 2. I do think the 5 is the horse to beat in here by far, but if it's not the 5, it's anybody else, in my opinion.
Third off the bench for the Al Stall runner, Unleash the Power, who he did have an interesting trip last time out, Tom, at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, so he actually, Joel Rosario decided to make his move along the rail, and it just wasn't there for him. And when it wasn't late in the race, he just stopped riding completely and let that horse kind of coast on him and said, I'm going to save him for another day.
See if he can get clear sailing today. And if it works out to be a different story for the 6-5 favorite as we start this late Pick 5, over $900,000 in the pool. Can you tell it's Whitney weekend?
Yes. even getting in here today, it was a chore. I mean, this is a big crowd today, and
it was packed. They had a great
really
giveaway.
packed.
They did those Saratoga jerseys today. Those are awesome.
I had a couple people come up, about 10 people. I don't know how many of those I signed today.
Thought you'd be busy today with that.
Rightfully so.
You're a good man,
I
Paulie.
brought my marker with me.
Prepared. Here we go. Late pick 5 on this Friday Hall of Fame card. Kicks you off here. Let's go upstairs to Frank Miramati for the call.
Thank you, Greg. Here are the colors of Team Valor International. Palace View, Irad Ortiz looking for his third on the day. Hall of Famer Joel Rosario and Unleash the Power going in. That has a nice ring to it for Joel. Congratulations. As You Chase Me. Ghostly Prince to complete the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. It's a fast start for Gilded Kraken. Palace View is up close in the early stages, and Ghostly Prince sprints up on the outside to take third. Just behind them, it's Jay Hirsch racing a joint fourth, followed by Emirates Road, who's one from the outside, and Typhoon Fury 3 deep into that first turn. So they move around the clubhouse turn with Gilded Kraken the leader, 3/4 of a length to Palace View in second. Then it's a line of 3. Jay Hirsch, Typhoon Fury, and Ghostly Prince. The opening quarter went in 24 seconds flat. Harvard in the red colors is behind them, 6 lengths off the lead. On the inside of Emirates Road, and Collect from Ike is outside of that pair. Rosario has a strong hold of Unleash the Power, who's not been asked at this stage, 8 lengths off the pace. Another 3 to Flashy Alex and As You Chase Me. The half in 48-4 for Gilded Kraken. Luis Saez motivating him to keep going. With Palace View second the entire journey. On the far outside, Ghostly Prince with the yellow cap. They are followed by Typhoon Fury. Jay Hirsch is along the inside, has 3.5 to make up. Rosario still sitting on a ton of horse. He's behind the trio in front of him, including Emirates Road on the outside of Harvard there at the top of the stretch. Palace View and Gilded Kraken. Gilded Kraken digging in on the far outside. It's Unleash the Power, has 5 to make up. He's starting to storm home. He's coming so fast. Can he get to Gilded Kraken? Gilded Kraken, Typhoon Fury, Unleash the Power. Unleash the Power for the Hall of Famer Joel Rosario. Mows down Gilded Kraken right on the money.
Unleash the Power, motoring home, and this time he was not impeded in the stretch.
Wasn't it just 10 minutes ago we were saying Joel Rosario has an uncanny ability to know where the wire is on the turf? Amazing. From where he was right now in the race, you guys, I was like, I don't think he's going to get there. But he nails him right on the line.
I think it is so fitting that Joel Rosario wins a race today, the day he was formally inducted into the Hall of Fame. This kind of ride. This was all of his immense powers on display. And Tom, you look like a prophet, because you were talking about how he delivers a horse at that perfect moment.
Amazing.
And he just went ahead and did exactly that, Paul.
And you go back and you look at it, never use the crop. Never. Straight hand ride. This is why he's in the Hall of Fame. His strength at the end of a race. And watch, when he shows up here late, it's all hands and heels. It just shows you don't need it. It's hands and heels. There you go, right there. Never even, maybe just put it away there towards the end. Didn't even show it to him.
Meanwhile, to me, he's a blend of 2 riders that I had the honor of competing with. He's got the strength and power of Lafitte Pincay and the timing of George Velasquez. He's a blend of those 2 Hall of Fame
I'm going to
riders.
throw another one in, and he's got the hands of Pat Day. I like
that.
Pat Day does rarely did he go to the crop, and Joel's the same way.
If you're that far back and you come home in 11 and change, what does this horse come home in?
Yeah, quick, because it wasn't at the 8th pole. He wasn't in front, so that time, that split is made up by who hit the 8th pole,
right,
and then the time starts, and then who hit the wire. So if it's 11 and change for that, what did this horse do? 10 and change?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, he made up 3 lengths in the last furlong.
And I mean, anything under 12 in horse racing, particularly going a route of ground, is amazing. And we're talking about a length being 1/5 of a second here. So we're talking about 10 lengths faster than amazing.
And for those, that don't watch the sport a lot, this is why we love turf racing. See them, that turn of foot in a race like this, come home like that. It's fun to watch.
And poor Gilded Kraken. It's a 3rd straight second place finish. Just lost last time, and then looks home and cooled out, put away every challenger. The 2 was right there behind him, put away the 4, and then here comes Joel Rosario on like you said, on a fitting day.
Really, and how about your pick, 18-1, a good third, Paul. Looked like he was in position, could get it done.
He just sat a perfect trip. He was just not good enough, and when Gildan Kraken kicked away, I thought the race was over. I could not believe this horse ran him down. Not only did he run him down, Greg, he beat him by half a length.
6-5 favorite, Unleash the Power with the Hall of Famer, Joel Rosario, delivering a Hall of Fame ride to kick off this late pick 5 coming up on Saturday. It is the Whitney, and National Treasure looking to firmly establish himself as the best older horse in the country. Can he do it? We'll have a preview next.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the management and staff of Keeneland, I would like to welcome you to the September yearling sale. Good to have you back with us.
It is the marketplace.
It's electric.
Quality in quantity.
Some of the absolute best horses.
These are the horses we're going to be cheering on in the next 4 or 5 years to come.
It's Shareholder to win the Norfolk.
Dornick win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Randomized in a dramatic photo finish in the Ogden 5th.
Back in our Friday coverage, Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by the official betting app of Saratoga. Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including with us here all summer long. Newly minted Hall of Famer Joel Rosario on Unleash the Power from off the pace. What a finish. And on the day you're inducted, you should be able to wear that jacket, I feel like, on your mounts. What do you think, Maggie?
Yes. Should I ask him now, Greg? We want to know why you haven't worn your Hall of Fame jacket out on the track.
Yeah, well, sure. I show for this race. No,
They might think you're an outrider, actually.
Yeah.
Well, Joel, I mean, on the day that you're inducted to the Hall of Fame, you definitely gave Unleash the Power a Hall of Fame ride. I know things didn't go well at Churchill last time, but you learned so much probably from him, and you produced him so well today.
Yeah, he did. Exactly like you say. Last time when I rode him, I was in the inside horse, and I had to shake him a little bit. And one time I think I lost my arm in the inside, and then, probably not the trip that he won. And, today I just took my time with him and just, come with a clean run. And you know, he got there. He was the best in the race.
He was. I feel like he's aptly named, too, because you had to unleash the power, and he kicked home and finished so well, considering nobody else really changed position. When you're on a horse like that, flying home on the turf, how fun is it?
That's very fun, and, you know, it's good, you know, when you ask to go, and then they're there for you, and they respond, and they look, you know, look like he loved it up there when he get, you know, engaged, and then, yeah, very good feeling.
Hall of Fame. What was it like standing up there in a room full of fellow horsemen, riders, and what was that moment like?
Nervous, you know, nervous to see what's, but you know, good nervous, a lot of fun, and very thankful to all the people that were there, and then all the owners, trainers, and everybody, you know, who support me in my whole career in the racing and with the racing. So I really, you know, I can't say it. You know, thanks enough to everybody, and yeah, very, you know, a lot of hard work, and yeah, I mean, thanks to everybody.
It's been a joy to watch you in this Hall of Fame career so far. Congrats here with Unleash the Power.
Thank you.
All right, Joel Rosario inducted today in Racing's Hall of Fame, guys.
And well-deserved. Talk about this being the most competitive jockey colony there is in the sport, and he's a big reason why. Joel Rosario, just outstanding. Mick, you've been in that room a lot of days when they've had that ceremony. What's it like to be in there on this Hall of Fame Friday?
Well, it's hallowed ground, and to feel that energy and the amount of greatness that's gathered in one place. I love the fact that so many of the former inductees, trainers, and jockeys are there to support and celebrate the new inductees. And Joel Rosario said he was nervous. That might be the only time he's been nervous in his life, because the way he rides, you never see any nerves.
I didn't know he knew that word. Just never seems to be nervous. Unleash the Power. What a ride from him to kick off this pick five. So it's a 6-5 favorite that begins the sequence here on. We got to get the final number for this pool, by the way.
I think it got over $1 million.
Did
I think it did, yeah. I think it did.
Whitney week, ABR race of the week. What else would it be? The $1 million Grade 1 Whitney. And we got a large field signed up, headed by last year's Preakness winner, this year's just incredibly dominant Met Mile winner, National Treasure. And let's meet this entire field. Post time, going to go 2 turns for the first time in his career.
Yeah, for Brittany Russell, this is a horse that's been very consistent. 8 for 11 lifetime. Going to try to go the mile and 8 distance for the first time.
Disarm, he was a surprise runner-up in last year's Travers here.
Best races have been right here in Saratoga, and Steve Asmussen's going to have him primed and ready, pointed for this Whitney.
National Treasure, Preakness, Met Mile. Can he add the Whitney for Bob Baffert?
Yeah, he's turned around as a 4-year-old, right? He's been a different horse, and he's going to be the one to beat. Flavian Pratt will be aboard, and he's going to be your favorite when they spring the latch.
Warrior Johnny, 2 of the biggest races he has ever run. They've come right here at Saratoga.
Really nice win here on opening day, coming through on the inside with Joel Rosario. Another trainer that points for this meet, Phil Bauer, but it's much tougher than what he faced last time.
Trainer Brad Cox, his first mission. They're going to try new tactics Saturday. They're going to sit off horses.
Well, I think last time he was very keen, kind of ran off a little bit on Florent Giroux, and he's right. This horse needs target in front of him, and he's going to get it because he's not as fast, naturally as fast as National Treasure.
Would have been a very tough spot for this horse, and they're looking at a different spot for Ir Miracolo.
Yeah, I mean, listen, a very hard-knocking, consistent sort. Was a good second to Scotland in the Carlin last year. It looks like they're going to find another place.
Here's Crouppy for Todd Pletcher, Suburban winner.
This horse will get the distance. It's whether he's good enough or not. I'll tell you this, though. 2 for 4 with 2 third-place finishes, so in the money all 4 times here at Saratoga.
Tumbarumba, 20-1 in the morning line for Brian Lynch.
And listen, another hard-knocking, consistent horse, but he's going to have to find a race a little faster than he's ever run before to compete here.
Another runner for the Todd Pletcher barn, Grade 1 winner here last summer of the Jockey Club Gold Cup, Bright Future.
Yeah, he beat Proxy, and Proxy didn't disgrace himself in the Breeders' Cup Classic either. He was 3rd in there. Bright Future might have a shot in here, and Todd Pletcher is the master getting horses going long.
Skippy Longstocking, he put up a huge performance in a Grade 2 win at Oaklawn.
Well, he's run his race that he ran in the Oakland Park Handicap. That puts him right in the frame. He's a horse that'll lay up close, should be in a good stalking spot.
And unproven, this is going to be the graded stakes debut for Arthur's Ride, but one of the biggest races we've seen from any horse this year.
This is the I don't know what to do with horse. 111 buyer last time, going around 2 turns for the first time. And Junior Alvarado was talking to Maggie and said, I'm going to be on the engine.
And Charge It on the outside. Another Pletcher runner has John Velasquez aboard.
Yeah, a horse that certainly has races good enough to compete here, but he has a terrible post, and he wants to be forward, and that might be a difficult task from that outside post.
Clearly off, and forget the Preakness. Yeah, he won that race, but he's just become, the races he's running is totally different, Tom, than what he did in the Preakness last year, probably since the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile.
When he came into the Met Mile, which was his last race, his connections and the manager of that stable said how well he'd been training, and he showed it in the Met Mile with a dominant performance. National Treasure, of course, we're talking about. And this extra 1/8 of a mile and a real 2-turn test, it suits him. And the speed that he has and can use as a weapon against the other horses is something that I see him doing tomorrow.
One thing about it, Bob Baffert horses don't run out of training. It's not as though he's going to, show speed and fold his 10. If he's not good enough, he's not good enough. But he runs his Met Mile back. He went 45-3 to the half a mile, and that's around 1.5 turns, right? This is a true 2-turn race.
And he did it with a horse alongside him. And It wasn't like he just cleared. Horses that show speed when they're by themselves, they sometimes can run very, very fast early, still have a lot of energy left. But when they're pushed, it's unusual to see him kick clear at the end like he did.
There's grade 1s, and then there's uber grade 1s, like the Met Mile, like the Whitney. A look at the list that has accomplished that to pull off that double, and that's what National Treasure tried to pull off, Paulie, on Saturday.
Yeah, it's a pretty good list right there. I still think Frosted ran almost a better race than Keen Ice. One thing I will say about National Treasure, his worst 2 races have been on a muddy racetrack. So, he likes it rattling under his feet like it is in California. So if we get some rain, he could be a tiny bit vulnerable, because if you just draw a line through his 2. And the other part is he's tinkered with blinkers, Bob. And I think the blinkers now are staying on him, and it's gotten better. But those 2 races on a muddy racetrack, he got beat by Disarmed and Arcangelo, and I know he's grown up. He got beat by Slow Down Andy.
Don't you dare talk about bad weather on Whitney Day.
I'm just telling you.
We're going to take a time out.
It rains in Saratoga.
Wow, you're pitching a no-hitter. How's it going? Did you ever say that to one of your guys? I just got the death stare. Oh, boy. We're going to take a time out. We'll be back. Flavien Prat, 7 stakes wins already at the meet, and he'll be on National Treasure in the Whitney. Stay with us.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
$140,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. We're off to the races, and it's you for the win. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. High score, one more, dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps, craps, and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:50 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to a low 15% takeout and six-figure pools. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
Thanks for being with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Regional networks out in Southern California. Our program brought to you in part by Hallandale at Alapa. You're watching coverage of the premier meet in the sport here at Saratoga as we get set for the 7th race coming up. Start of this late pick 4. And maybe, we got some tough races to come, but maybe the most wide open race in the latter part of this card here. New York Breds, first allowance condition, 7/8 of a mile. And the board sort of reflects that. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, this is a tough one to differentiate between options, that's for sure, Greg. As we'll begin with one of the two, well, tepid favorites at the moment, and that's number 1 in here, 5-2. She'll go first off the claim here for Horacio de Paz. And last time we saw her, she was coming in off of only a week rest, and she is a filly that doesn't necessarily carry that much weight and conditioning. She's not one that assumably dives into her feed tub every night. A little bit of a tough keeper at times. Now, I had noticed that she kind of was a little bit lighter given the quick turnaround. Well, with a month in between races now, she has put some of that conditioning back on. She's a little bit more quiet. She was pretty revved up last time too. But I thought it was interesting that Horacio de Paz opts to put the blinkers on because sometimes we've seen her drop too far out of it and kind of become disinterested in the early stages of those races, and then she'll kind of get the ball rolling, often too little too late. So I think the blinkers going on, which are a cheater cut blinker, just a nice inch or two covering her eye, and I think she is much more of a appealing proposition than a horse like number 5, Foxy Cara, who is 1 for 19 with 3 seconds and 9/3. She's a horse I can never endorse. She does not make you look at her, that's for sure. She's quiet. She's small, she's very unassuming, and while she typically runs her race, it's typically not a winning one. I see that they've opted for Maggie T, at least as of now. She makes sense, but I am probably most interested, Greg, in number 1, 5-2.
Maggie, thank you. 9 minutes away from this 7th race. As we get a look there at that 3-1 shot, Foxy Cara had a wide trip last time out, and I think if you look at the body of work, even though she's 1 for 19, Tom, in some ways, is she the filly to beat?
In the sense if she can get some pace up front. She doesn't have any early speed. She wants to, kind of have it set up, and when it does, she's going to be a fast closer, maybe the fastest closer in here.
The pace a little difficult to decipher in here. Who do you guys think is going to be in front?
That's a good question, Mig. I think with the 1 getting the blinkers on, that maybe will speed her up.
The two's got to show some speed here.
I thought the 2 potentially coming out of some fast-paced races where she was involved. Dylan Davis has been riding extremely well, and when he rides well, he's aggressive. So I expect him to be aggressive too with that inside draw.
The 6 is a pretty good gate horse, at least.
Yeah. I can
Maggie
see the 6
T,
being a
she's
part
the
of it as well.
favorite right now. At 5-2, as we get set for our post parade here coming up, pick 4 ahead as well. As you look at that current pool, just a terrific crowd on hand for this Friday afternoon. Obviously, Whitney Day, one of the very big days of the summer season here. It is going to be packed on Saturday.
We talked about it a little bit yesterday. You have certain days where you have one race. This is a whole smorgasbord this whole weekend.
It's a great card.
Yeah.
And just everything going on in the sport. Obviously, we had the Hall of Fame induction ceremonies. You have the big sale, Fasig-Tipton sale, Saratoga yearling sale, Monday, Tuesday night. And just for that alone, people want to come here.
Absolutely. It's an incredible party.
There's nothing to do with the partying.
Not at all.
But also you have the opportunity to see the stars of tomorrow maybe sell, because plenty of champions have been sold right down the street.
If you go to the sale, do not drink. You might raise your hand.
It's happened to someone on our crew. 5-2. First off to claim Horacio de Paz.
You're talking about the odds, right? Oh, no, but they are 5-2 for 5-2.
Punch
How about
play.
that?
Mysaria, Dylan Davis, will this be the speed of the speed?
Could be. I mean, she's pretty fast. Filly by Central Banker, and Dylan's just riding so well.
David Dunk with Jose Gomez on Big Hazel.
Yeah, Big Hazel's another one that kind of runs in and out. She's 1 for 15 lifetime. No placings here at Saratoga.
Foxy Karish got a very wide trip last time out.
Yeah, best closer in the field, but 1 for 19. That makes me nervous.
9/3 as well on those 19 starts. Maggie T, she's at 5-2, co-favorite.
Yeah, she's probably obviously the most consistent in here. 9 out of 17 in the exacta with 3 wins.
And Carol T to the outside. She was 3rd against this level last start.
With all due respect to Maggie T, I like Carol T.
At 9-2. All right, we'll get to why you like that one in a moment. Going to start with a 4 here. Big Hazel for the Donk Barn. And let's look back to July 7th, 2 starts back. Tom just missed by a neck.
Just missed by a neck. I think I like about Big Hazel here is that she sets the pace. She's up front. She fights, and she fights all the way to the end. I love a horse that doesn't give up where everyone else does that's close by her.
Yeah, it was surrounded. Challenges inside of her, outside of her, and she fought all the way to the wire. I thought Carol T was the one that was in the most compromised position. She was in so tight. She just was never really comfortable.
Yeah, I'm with you. When I go back and I look this, I know she saved the most ground, but she seemed like she didn't want to go through horses. And if you look at her 2 races, and we just talked about Frosted, who's pulled off the Whitney double. This is a filly by Frosted. Her 2 races with Lasix are considerably better than any of her races, and she obviously gets Lasix again today. And Ramon Vasquez, I think, is now 2nd time. Been riding okay since he's come here. I think a lot of people thought, oh, Ramon will do that well. He's holding his own.
So Paul talking about the 7, Carol T, in that race, that narrow defeat. She was on the inside that day, Mig. Today, talking about the 7, of course, far outside post.
Yeah, I mean, I think she gets a clean run today. She'll get more comfortable being out there. I'm going for the T&T exacta. I like Maggie T and Carol T. I'm going to box the 2 of them.
So, Tom, what'd you like about her as we get a look at her here?
Well, so Paul talked a little bit about it, but, you know, that is a really uncomfortable spot to be in, down on the rail and in tight like that. I don't think Carol T got her best run in her last race, which was against Big Hazel. We watched her on the inside. And with an outside post and a clean trip, it's not that much different from Unleash the Power. I mean, you know, Joel Rosario, what did you learn from Unleash the Power in your last race? I learned not to be inside, to go around. You know, that could easily be the case with Carol T and Vasquez today, to go around. They've got the right post.
Here's the quandary. Sometimes when you're a sheet player like myself, I know Greg is too, the 5's good on sheets, but then you look at the 5 and you go, 1 for 19? Why is this horse 5-2?
But do you think she's good on sheets because she tends to run wide 100%. And that's always going to lend itself
to? Those are the kind of fool horses. I know, Tom, sometimes those kind of horses on sheets, you use another kind of sheets, that it can fool you sometimes.
It can fool you because the sheets are measuring distance run. And so this is a filly, Foxy Cara, that's running more distance than other horses and being competitive. So the sheets take that into account, the rag numbers take that into account and give her credit for having to run more ground and being competitive. But if you're constantly doing that, then there's no benefit.
You've seen the same movie. She can't get out of the gate. That's
so in some ways, it's saying a lot of times you're having to navigate around traffic or you're out of position.
Right.
And you're wide most of the time, closing.
And on most sheets that we're talking about, there's a symbol for that. And on Ragsons, it's a V. A V means you're wide. A capital V means you're very wide. If you see good numbers and those V's next to the number over and over again, you get the picture. You know, yeah, okay, you're running great, but you're not getting the job done. And you got to take that into account when you're measuring those numbers against other horses.
And she's proven that's how she runs. She's not a horse that's going to try to come up the inside. She's going to be wide again.
There she is. Eric Cancel knows her well. This will be the 5th straight start aboard this 4-year-old filly. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, I'm going to land on number 1 in here, 5-2, who's gone to 2-1 as the favorite right now. And she is a horse that, as Horacio De Paz, I actually got the opportunity to catch up with him when leaving the paddock. I said, talk to me about putting the blinkers on. And He said exactly what I'd said back in the paddock. She just lacks a bit of focus. And he said once he put those blinkers on and that she's been training in them consistently since claiming her, it was a night and day difference in that she is just so much more focused, so much more engaged and on the bridle. And I actually like the 7 furlongs. I think it's kind of right in the middle. As he pointed out, there's a lot of distance in her pedigree, but she's a little bit more of the smaller, handier type. So that 7/8 should suit her very well, as her record would suggest too, having been on the board in all 3 starts at 7/8. Moving on to number 6, Maggie T. She steps up in class. But I thought she ran well last time, off a little bit of a freshening for Michelle Giangiulio. She was the one pressing the pace, while Fontana Freda that day came from well off of it. So doing the dirty work just to be nailed towards the end of that race. Warmed up beautifully, really kind of pointing her toes out on the racetrack, looks happy and healthy. And I don't blame Michelle for boosting her up in class here, because this isn't the strongest New York bred A other than that we've seen. Now, the longest shot in the field is number 4, Big Hazel. Sometimes she shows up and runs well, as we saw in that replay 2 back, and sometimes she doesn't, like last time. But Dave Donk is such an astute horseman. And 2, don't get me wrong, he likes to run his horses. But if something was really off with her, I doubt she would be in here, because by my observations physically, she looks about the happiest and healthiest horse of this lot. She is just carrying her weight incredibly well. She's dappled head to toe. So at a price, Greg, maybe she is the one that you throw in underneath, and with a bit of a shorter field this time around, maybe she can get a piece of it.
Maggie, thanks. This would not be the race where I want to make tough decisions. This filly right here, she stepped up on occasion, has surprised. She broke her maiden for David Donk at 18-1. 2 starts back, she missed by a neck at this level at 17-1. So yeah, every once in a while, Tom, she can run a big one.
So, and when she runs a big one, it seems like she's involved early. So I would watch the 4 out the gate, Big Hazel, and let's see if she can kind of be in a position. Doesn't have to necessarily be on the lead, but in a up-front type position.
Any concern that 3 of her worst races were all right here at Saratoga?
A little bit. I mean, they were a mile and an eighth, 7 furlongs, but you're dead right. I mean, she's beaten 3 horses here at Saratoga. But I will say, like Greg says, every once in a blue moon, she comes up fighting at a big price. Yeah. So, maybe with this short field, she can get, like Tom said, she needs to get involved early. It's kind of one of those horses, I think when she's out the back, she gets disinterested. But when she's in kind of a duel, she starts to play a little bit.
It's the right kind of race for her, too, then, because it's a little murky exactly where the real speed's coming from. So it'll be interesting to see if Jose Gomez comes out with that intention to put her up in the fight.
So we're sitting here talking about pace, and we said it's murky, right? But there are some horses that could show speed. When you're in the room and you're handicapping, which you guys do, you're saying, well, how's this race up? Do you see this kind of scenario and say, I'm going to be the one that makes the speed? And then oftentimes everybody else is thinking the same thing, and a small field ends up being a pace duel.
It happens a lot. When you're looking at a race and there's not a clear-cut speed, and you say, I'm going to grab the bull by the horns, and then 3 other people come out with the same idea, and it works the flip side. A lot of speed, everybody comes out looking at each other, and no pace is on.
6 moving in. That's another one with some pace. Luis Rivera Jr. on Maggie T, who will grab command early. Start of the pick 4. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Carol T walking in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Maggie T gets the first call out of the gate. Big Hazel came away in good order on the extreme outside. Carol T is up close. And here's 5-2, who's coming through on the inside now to share second. So it's Maggie T getting to the front. And now Mysaria goes 1 from the rail. There was no room behind the front runner. And then comes Big Hazel in the 3-path, followed by Carol T. 5-2 is second to last. Foxy Care at the back. The opening quarter went in 23 and 1/5 seconds. Maggie T, the controlling speed with less than a half mile to go, lets it out a notch, opens up 2.5. Mysaria is running in second. On the inside, 5-2, aggressively ridden, trying to get a little bit closer. Carol T is on the far outside. Big Hazel is in that group too. 46-1 for the half. Foxy Cara has trailed throughout. Maggie T breezing along, coming to the quarter pole. Maggie T with a 4-length lead suddenly. On the inside, Foxy Cara cuts the corner and takes up the chase nicely. Outside of her comes 5-2. They're heading to the 8th pole, and it's Maggie T still with a commanding lead. At the rail, Foxy Cara trying hard, but nowhere near Maggie T. A blowout. Maggie T all alone under Louis Rivera Jr. Good battle for second. Heads bobbing up and down, either Foxy Cara or 5-2. Then it was a distance to Big Hazel fourth.
Maggie T and Luis Rivera Jr. grabbed the early lead and never looked back. Paul had talked about this being probably the most consistent filly in an inconsistent group. She goes gate to wire.
Let's watch the start of this race. So the one horse is 5-2, our favorite, is going to not break well. And very cleverly, Maggie T's rider, Rivera, is going to move over and take his spot. The one can't get where she wants to be. You can see her face kind of get up, trying to move up there, but the 6 is going to move over. And this is where the race is won, right here, you guys. Going to take that spot for the 1, and the 1 has to move back because the 6 is now in front. Changes the complexion of the race. Lone lead, pace, 23-1 for the opening quarter. That's slow by sprint standards. Plenty of energy left for Maggie T, the 6 horse, to come home, storming home.
Mig, what's it like to break on top so well and to look to your left about 15 yards out of the gate like he did?
Well, and you could see he wanted to clear.
Yeah.
He wanted to drop over. And he was very, very astute at it. When she broke so sharp, took the lead, and like Tom said, she got so comfortable. Her ears came up, 23-1. That was so well within her frame. And when he asked her, she just kept finding the battle was really good for the place between the 1, 5-2, who did not break as alertly. And Foxy Cara got a sensational ride from Eric Cancel. Even though she got out-nosed for second, he saved all the ground this time. The sheet number might not be as good, but it was a really good effort.
Yeah, there you go.
6-1, 5-4 finish, and the filly with the most wins coming in this field adds a 4th. Now 4 wins from 18 starts, 5-2. Maggie T, Luis Rivera Jr., Michelle Giangiulio, and playing the field racing here to start off this pick 4 in the 7th. Gate to wire. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we'll look ahead to Saturday. And one of the most dominant trainers in the history of the sport, Aidan O'Brien, bringing Ryan Moore with a berth to the Cox Plate in Australia on the line in the Saratoga Derby.
They're off in the hopeful. Here's Basin now running up alongside, and Basin grabs the lead. Basin and Jose Ortiz are running away in the hopeful.
Saratoga Live is brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. 7th in the books on Hall of Fame Friday, and that man right there jumped to the front. Luis Rivera Jr. on Maggie T. And this filly goes gate to wire for the win. Let's go to Maggie.
Well, considering he only lost his bug nearly 6 months ago, Luis Rivera picking up his 3rd win at the premier meet in the country, Saratoga. Luis, we saw you ride very well, Belmont at Aqueduct, but to keep things going, what has been the key to success?
Well, the key has been the loyalty of the trainer that still support me. Like the same people that I was riding for in Belmont and Aqueduct, they keep putting me on horses, and you know, thanks to my agent too, that he's been doing an amazing job with me. That's all. Trainers, owners, and my agent. That's the key.
Can't forget the horses either.
Yeah,
Maggie T, one that you're very familiar with. Michelle Giangiulio, her trainer, has kept you aboard her throughout. Talk about the break today. That was really the key to success.
Yeah, she broke really, really sharp. You know, last time she broke good, but I let the speed just go. But today, they scratched the speed, so I figured out that the only chance we got is just go to elite, and she showed it that was the best go. That was the best way to go.
Saw you give her some pats on the gallop out. Obviously, one that you have such a good rapport with.
Yeah, you know, Michelle did an amazing job with her. She claimed it for 14,000. Look where she's at. You know, I gotta be thankful for that filly.
Really, another win in your tally. Congratulations here, hanging with the big boys and doing it well.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
All right, Luis Rivera, it doesn't seem like he only lost his bug 6 months ago, but he is doing very well here with limited starters at the spa. Guys?
Making the most of them. And, you know, Mig, he talks to his dad. He says after just about every single race, what's Dad going to tell him about this one?
Well done, son. Couldn't have done better myself. He really, his father was a very good rider. I got to compete with him. Actually broke Holy Bull's maiden. He's a good horse.
Yeah, he's all right.
Up next, back-to-back graded stakes. 3-year-old fillies and the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Oaks Invitational. 2 big scratches with Greenfinch suggested coming out, but the main attraction remains, and that is Cinderella's Dream, who, even with those 2 remaining in the race, Tom, would have been a lot to handle.
Oh, I think so. I mean, look, the morning line, Cinderella's Dream, before the scratches was short. You knew she'd be short, Paul, going into here based on her performance in the last race. Here we are looking at 2-5.
Yeah, and I think she'll stay there at 2-5. I do think the 4 gets an easy lead in here. It's just whether she's good enough or not. And I mean, Cinderella's Dream really lays over this field, and that's 2-5. She might go off about 1-5.
Wow. Yeah, she does look like she lays over, and I think she sits a really good trip. Post 1, saves all the ground. William Buick, such a good rider.
Already where she wants to be, yeah, on the fence, saving all that ground initially. Tomorrow the boys get their chance. Middle Jewel, this Turf Triple Series. Saratoga Derby Invitational worth $600,000 at a mile 3/16 as well. And let's take a look back to the Belmont Derby. 2nd, 3rd, 4th place finishers, Tom, all coming out of this race.
Yeah, I mean, this was an interesting race in the sense that where everyone is positioned has a lot to do with the outcome. And the Belmont Derby, Legend of Time, you know, gets stuck on the inside for a little bit, and I just thought he ran best of these 3.
I would agree. No pace on at all. Either two, the winner and the runner-up ran 1-2 around the racetrack. Legend of Time was in that tough kind of compromising position, was able to work his way out in between horses, but the 2 horses in front of him are streaking home. It's hard to make up that ground.
That's what I was going to ask you, Richie. So when you have to restart a horse, you know, you got your momentum going, you got your plan, you have to restart him. That's tough.
Really tough, particularly when they're still finishing. They're coming home so fast, and now you've got to try to get that momentum going again. I think William Buick did the best he could with the hand dealt him that day, but a little too much to overcome.
This race, a little more important than usual. Of course, a berth on the line to Australia's best race. That is the Cox Plate, October 26th in Moonee Valley, $5 million purse. And there's some talk about that's why Diego Velasquez is here for Aidan O'Brien.
And not only is Diego Velasquez here, and that you're going to look at him, he's way on the outside here. This is an interesting race and maybe has some questions that make you wonder, as a big favorite, which I think he will be tomorrow, is he the right horse? So, he's going to come to Saratoga, and he's going to have to make these tight turns as opposed to those wide turns he's making there. He's got to make 2 of them as opposed to the one he's made there. And he's coming back quickly. 16 days, the plane flight over here. That is a lot to ask of a horse.
I think it's a tall order, Paul, and he was very wide out in the course, and it looked to me like that was his idea more than it was Ryan Moore's idea. Sometimes they'll go searching for that better ground. I think he was the one that kind of drifted.
It's Aidan O'Brien, right? So, listen, you can say what you want, but I will say this. I'm in agreement with Tom. This horse has gone from Longchamp to Chantilly to Ascot to Leopardstown, now to Saratoga. But this is what Aidan O'Brien does. He does not care about the rest if the horse is good enough. And when you beat a field by 7 lengths over there, you probably got some quality.
Multiple group winner, and this has not been, among the 3-year-old males in this division. We've not seen some sort of standout here stateside.
No, we haven't. Not only, look, the Midwest as well. This is a hodgepodge of a field. Maybe Deterministic is the one in here that has a chance. He ran good last time and had to go around. He closed strong. He gets 2 turns today. I think that tomorrow that could easily help.
Well, in this race anyway, USA 3-2 edge over the Euros. That could change, though, if Diego Velasquez reproduces what he did in that most recent effort over in Leopardstown. Little Ryder Cup feel to this race.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
See what happens with, and obviously, big implications with a chance to win this race and go on to the Cox Plate.
I'd love an opportunity to do that. That sounds like so much fun.
Cool.
I've never been to Australia, but I hear only good things.
Moonee Valley is one of the most beautiful racetracks you can go to. I was actually fortunate to play there in 1994 when they had a minor league team. They sent a couple guys over there, so I was able to see the Cox Plate and able to see actually the race that stops the nation as well, which is the name of that race.
Melbourne Cup. We had a trophy on our desk that, how did we let that out of our hands, Tom?
Yeah, well, we had 3 security guards. That might have something to do with it.
Forgot about that.
Yeah.
Cinderella's Dream, 1-2 favorite in this Grade 2 Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Oaks Invitational. Looking to add to that Belmont Oaks Grade 1 win back in July.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
And they're off at the Naira Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
Right as the field turns for home. Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers
will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
The spirit of Bushido. Courage. Respect. Integrity and honor. With honesty and sincerity, we hone our spirit to a winning edge. The way of Bushido runs straight and true. The soul of racing.
Online auction is a way to buy a racehorse or a broodmare from the comfort of your own home. It's very similar to an eBay auction. The horses are offered on there for 5 days with all the videos and past performances and vetting that you would get in a normal sale without the travel and hassle of coming to an in-person sale. we feel it's important to provide more and more content to our customers about the horses they're purchasing online. So, we have Jesse Eulery and Frank Alosa closing out our digital sales. We're doing consignor interviews online. Anything we can do to enhance the customer experience is what we're going to do.
I think that's the beauty of the thoroughbred industry as it is. It's constantly evolving, and we're doing our best to make sure that we are meeting the needs of all of our clients, whether that's buyers or sellers. We're trying to provide the best platform that we can, and we really take pride in the product that we put forward on Fasig-Tipton digital sales.
Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Oaks Invitational, back-to-back graded stakes on this Hall of Fame Friday card. It's just 16 minutes to post with a 1-2 favorite. Grade 1 winner of the Belmont Oaks Invitational. First leg of this Turf Triple Series. There's, that is not her. Cinderella's Dream. She'll be on the inside in here. William Buick for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin. Paul Aduca is going to put together a bankroll play starting in this race.
And I'm going to try to go back to back. We got one at least yesterday, but I'm going to go with a $200 double with Cinderella's Dream here to the next race. I love the 8 in there. Army Officer. And the only reason why I'm playing this double, because if you look at it, it's like 5-1 right now. I think Army Officer is going to be around 5-2 somewhere in that area. So trying to gain a little bit of value here with a 1-8 double.
Talk about showing an impressive turn of foot in a race. Army Officer.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, that's what makes him a player in the next race in the Hall of Fame. He just kicks home so well.
Is it all just about Cinderella's Dream in this race coming up? We're going to find out shortly. Let's go to Maggie in the paddock.
We shall see, Greg. And Cinderella's Dream is one that I'll admit I was a little underwhelmed when it came to the Belmont Oaks. I just thought she looked okay coming in, but when you saw her out on the track and what she did in that race, it was very impressive, considering that it looked as though the pace was ultimately holding together for the most part, and she was the only one to make up the ground and kind of unleash this furious close in amongst rivals and then wide through the stretch to get the job done, as she just has a great turn of foot. And I think that is something that is so essential for these types of races. And obviously being a European bred filly, that's what she was designed to do. Now, looking at her today, I think she's actually put on some conditioning, gotten stronger out of that first race here in the States for Charlie Appleby. As you see, that red hood, all of Charlie's horses come to the paddock with that on. She will run with it, though, as she did last time. A filly that, going back to her European races, could get a little undone, could get a little bit too revved up and keen, but not the impression that I'm getting here at all. She is handling Saratoga beautifully, as it is a far cry from what she experienced back at Aqueduct when it was very quiet, but she's really quiet here in the paddock, and I think that's a very good sign. Moving on to her outside of number 2, Dancing in Dixie. She is your current second choice, I believe, if I could have my eyes working. Looking at her, this is the farthest she's going to go. She won last time in the Tepin going a mile. She is, I think, more of that horse that needs a little bit of pace in front of her to make that closing kick. She's not she's a little bit more pace compromised, I think, going longer, and she's not really built for it. She's a beautiful filly. She's quite effeminate and really athletic too in the same breath, but she's more compact and built downhill. So I don't think getting to this furthest distance that she's traveled with a mile and 3/16 is really going to be ideal for her. The horse that I am most impressed with, that the only time I saw her was in her debut, is number 3, Catherine and Marissa, as she debuted at the tail end of her 2-year-old season, and I thought she was kind of small, compact, actually looked more like a sprinting type despite that pedigree. She has blossomed into this big, powerful 3-year-old filly now. I love what I'm seeing from her, as she was able to save ground towards the rear, facing Dancing in Dixie that time, but she was kind of in and amongst horses, never really in a clear, comfortable running lane, and still ran on well. She, though, I think is going to benefit from getting more ground, as 2 back she did win against lesser rivals going a mile and an 1/8, but I think she stacks up well against her foes here, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Rick Dutrow talking over strategy with a legend there, Frankie Dettori, trying to kickstart things for his summer season here in Saratoga. He'll be in a long shot here. Catherine Marissa, 10-1.
Yeah, internationally renowned Frankie Dettori. This filly's been working lights out on the Oklahoma turf course. 46 and change back-to-back works like that.
Well, she had
crazy, right?
She had her last race. She got through from off the pace, and she was just simply outfinished at the end of the race. I think, going this mile and 3/16 distance, I think it's worth thinking whether she wants to go that far.
Meanwhile, with the 6 coming out, and to some extent too, the 5. Even with the 6 coming out, Greenfinch is a filly for Aidan O'Brien, who had been forward last time out. Now we know there's only one filly who could be in front, and it's this one right here, Makenga.
Yeah, for sure. Makenga's going to show the way early, and it's not like she hasn't had that easy lead before and maybe down the lane kind of finished evenly off that easy lead, but in a race that looks totally paceless to us today, or at least to me, Makenga is going to show the way early in this race.
Now she has to prove, too, she can stay the mile and 3/16. Now, Dutrow has 2 in here, right? Kathy and Marissa, the 3, who's a closer, with the 4, Makenga. So they really kind of complement each other's styles.
I mean, the 4 is literally going to walk to the front end.
No doubt.
Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Now, the 1 in here, obviously your giant favorite. Your worry is the horse, she did dwelt first time out. She's had some issues out of the gate. But if she breaks cleanly and stays within at least striking distance, I just don't know how she doesn't run her down, but we'll see.
If you're John Velasquez, Meg, on this filly here, what's your game? I mean, how much do you try and open up on this field?
Well, I think what you have to do is get comfortable on the lead, establish the lead, but control the pace. Once you've established that advantage, you have to make a decision when to play your trump card, when to use that advantage. I don't like when riders, and Johnny doesn't do this, hold up and wait till the closers are in the race. Essentially, then your plan becomes, I'm going to outkick the kickers.
Right.
I think if you get down to the far turn and you're cruising, Katie bar the door, open up, try to win it by the 8th pole.
Oh, her trainer had a pretty good year last year with White Abarrio. Acacia's with Rick Dutrow.
That's right, and sending out 2 in here. And Rick, let's start with Makenga. We know that she has the early speed. What are your thoughts on her getting the added distance today?
Well, we're hoping that she does. She's never been up here. She was a mess back in the barn there. So I hope she didn't spend too much energy with that. And I just hope that she breaks well and Johnny gets to sit on her for a long time. If that happens, she could be very tough to beat here. We always thought that she might want to go a little bit longer when she has an easier lead, so we'll see.
Looks like she should be able to be the one in front today. But your other horse in Catherine Marissa, one who she looked like maybe not the most comfortable between horses late last time, but she was very game even still.
She didn't break good, and it cost her a whole lot. I mean, from the break to the first call, she was dead last, and that's really not her game. So hopefully she breaks good today and she puts herself in her position the whole way around there. If she does, she's going to be very tough. She's doing very good. We're very happy with her.
She looks like she should be able to handle the added ground.
It sure does look like that, and we're hoping and praying. We're hoping to have a good time tonight.
Well, absolutely. We know where the party's going to be. If so, thanks for the insight, Rick.
Thank you. Good luck. Thank you.
Greg?
9-1, 5-1, respectively, on the 2 from the Dutrow barn. We start off with a huge favorite, Cinderella's Dream.
Cinderella's Dream, big favorite from the rail this time rather than that outside post she had last time. Her devastating kick late in the race is what gets her home.
Maybe the hottest barn on the grounds. We talked about it earlier. Mark Cassidy, he sends out Dancing and Dixie.
Yeah, horse coming off a win with Jose Ortiz, and like you said, Cassie on a roll. This horse is going to try to stretch out first time to this distance.
And the Dutrow runners, who you just heard from. Here's the first of them, Kathy and Marissa.
Yeah, this is a horse that probably is going to be laying back as well as opposed to the stablemate right next door, the 4-horse.
Who is, as we said, the speed of this field with John Velasquez.
Yeah, and if this horse wires the field, believe me, I've been to a Rick Dutrow party. You won't want to miss it.
Moving on up, Saffie Joseph Jr., and that was a nice win at Churchill Downs last start. This is a different level of company, though.
Totally different level of company. Going from a first-level allowance to facing these fillies is a big ask for the 7-horse moving on up. She's moving on up in class.
That's your field for this Grade 2 Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Oaks Invitational. 7 minutes from a start. Let's take a look at this wager. coming up. Saratoga Turf Pick 5. It begins here with this Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Oaks. Includes the next race, National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. And then Saturday, Fasig-Tipton Laura, the Troy, and the Saratoga Derby.
You want my singles?
I have a
for
single
you?
for
just single more than looks in the Lure, and single Cogburn in the Troy, and just keep on moving along with the other.
Cogburn, with the last time we saw him, it was here, Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, fastest North American time in history, going 5.5 furlongs on the turf.
I mean, that wins a lot of gold medals. You know, when you're putting those kind of North American records, maybe even close to a world record, you know, you're going to win the gold a lot of times.
And let me ask you a quick question, Tom. Is it me, or do turf sprinters, when they run that big of a buyer figure, don't back up as much sometimes when horses on the dirt? Why is that?
My experience with horses that come back from racing on the grass, and I've been doing this a long time, is that it does not, no matter what the race is, it does not take as much out of the horse as a race over the dirt. It's just easier on them.
What's incredible about that time, too, is that it's around a turn. You know, internationally, you can run, there's races they run 5 furlongs straight away, so maybe they ran faster, but he did this around a turn. And, you know, you think about, you work a horse in the morning, Tom, if you work a horse 5/8, a good 5/8, they go 59 and change, right? And that's with a run at the pole. This he did from a standstill, 5.5, so you're 110 yards further, and he went in 59 and change.
And you could watch it visually. When you can see a horse noticeably quicken with the naked eye, that's wild.
Yeah. So a single for many in that all-turf pick 5 that, again, begins in this race coming up. And I think a single for a lot of people probably here with this filly, Cinderella's Dream. So it becomes essentially a turf pick 3 for many.
So you're saying single with a few alls in between?
Have you guys looked deeply at the other legs of those races?
I honestly think more than looks is going to be about even money in the Lure.
Okay, is the Whitney the most wide open? Well, it's a turf, but so I'm going to a whole different race. But is the Whitney the most wide open of all the races we run today and tomorrow, or do you think National Treasure's a big-time cinch?
National Treasure might be pretty tough. What do you guys think?
I think it's competitive. I really do. I think there's a couple horses in there sitting on a big race, and he's got to show he can come back and repeat and maybe even improve on his Met Mile.
Man, we've got some good races coming up, dirt and grass.
We'll see if Cinderella's Dream can keep things alive here in this Turf Triple Series. Let's go to Maggie and Acacia.
And we'll talk about one of the 2 Dutro horses in here, Acacia. That's Makanga. Now, we heard Rick kind of allude to the fact that she was pretty revved up. Yeah. She was revved up in the paddock, but what did you see from her out on the track now?
Well, she is a horse that's just been really sharp throughout, and I thought it was interesting what he said, that she was really keyed up in the receiving barn, and she's continued that out onto the track. So when horses come from their stall, they go to the receiving barn, assemble there, and then they walk over here. And sometimes, Maggie, with the crowd, the walk over across the street or back from the backside, it could just be a lot for a horse. And for me, she was doing a lot in the paddock, and she's doing a lot out on the track, and she just hasn't settled. I know that she's a speed horse, but she's got to be able to extend that speed to the added distance.
And that's not necessarily normal for her. Yes, she is a forward type of individual in how she behaves in the prelims usually, but not this much. Last time she was compromised, though, by the proverbial rabbit of Chad Brown's pressing her the entire way, as ones are really, there's a lot of red on the screen there. As Cinderella's Dream, she just seems too good for these. And as Tom was just mentioning, the visual impression that she left on me, I don't know about you, in the Belmont Oaks was undeniable.
She was. I mean, especially given the fact that she was able to close into that slow pace. So even if we do see Makanga kind of being the lone pace setter in here, Cinderella's Dream has shown that it doesn't matter to her. I watched a couple of our workouts on XBTV available, and even though she's not the biggest filly, and sometimes her competition just had more size, or I should say her mate in the morning had more size, she was always just gliding effortlessly in the morning, and she got a little spicy out on the track, which I liked to see that.
We saw number 3, Catherine Marissa, go by her, and she double-barreled at her, so definitely has that competitive spirit, and I think Acacia actually looks better this time around than when she was heading into that Belmont Oaks.
Some good news, and especially that what we've seen Charlie Appleby do with leaving a string, I believe it's that's 19 horses that have stayed here in Saratoga this summer over at Godolphin's Green Tree. They train here, they stable here. They have taken all the steps to adapt to American racing and obviously done that with a lot of success.
And don't look now, but Charlie's right over your right shoulder. So he's here, ready to watch his Cinderella's Dream, Greg.
On hand for a big one. And Mig, what about this? It's a compact field. A lot of, for some reason, sometimes you have traffic problems in small fields. This horse is on the inside, obviously has a major target on her back. William Buick here. What is the rest of the field? Do they try and make life difficult on this big favorite?
Absolutely, and the reason you get trouble in small fields is everybody's aware of where everybody else is. There's no opportunity to get lost in a field or other riders having to contend with more traffic and different things that they can't key on a horse. But with her turn of foot, I think she's going to get right up in behind the pacemakers, the leader, sit that pocket trip, and when she gets a sliver, she'll be gone in a twinkling.
I mean, he's used to riding in 25-horse
Right.
fields. Yeah. I don't think he's going to, and I'll knock on wood, I don't think he's going to find trouble.
I don't either, but there's not a lot of pace here. That's going to bunch the field up early.
Sure.
And so if you're going to have a chance to get in trouble, it's with a bunched up field that's there's not a lot of pace. I'm paying special attention to Makanga out the gate, the 4-horse. I want to see how much Johnny Velasquez uses his hands, if at all, to try to make the lead. And by that, I mean, look, using your hands is when you're asking the horse. You're asking for some energy. If his hands are totally quiet, which I anticipate they will be, and he still makes the lead very easily, he's going to have a lot of horse for the finish when he puts the accelerator on, which is the hands starting to move.
Yeah, but that's why I think William Buick will be right in behind him with that coveted pocket trip so that when she does kick on, he could follow in her wake.
And Tom, there she is, the speed of the field.
Yes.
That as a trainer, you look at that last work. July 24th, it was on the dirt, but it was a bullet drill, quickest of 63 in the morning. Is that a work designed to say we want to get you extra sharp to use your speed?
Well, she's sharp to begin with, and I really think that might just be the way she works. A lot of speed horses are good workhorses, but it's got to be a little salivating to you when you are the trainer, Richard Dutrow, and you look over the field and you can see an opportunity to beat a really, really good horse because the pace sets up well for you and plays against the favorite.
And you can argue that the stablemate, the 2 works on the turf that she had, were unbelievably fast too as well, Mig.
Yeah, big works, absolutely.
That's the 3.
But it's a psychological edge too when a trainer has 2 horses in a race with different styles, because you don't want to go after the leader too soon because you don't want to set it up for his closer, and sometimes that lets the horse that has speed sneak away.
By the way, so Paul made his bankroll play coming up. $3 right now on that double to Cinderella's Dream.
You didn't know I made the odds?
An Army officer in the next for Brad Cox.
Wow.
So what kind of favorite is he going to be in that case?
I don't know if he's going to be that big of a favorite. I think a lot of people are jumping aboard.
You're right.
Favorite in the double. Middle jewel of this Turf Triple Series for 3-year-old fillies here. Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Oaks Invitational. And the filly that won the first leg, Cinderella's Dream. 5 for 6 lifetime for Godolphin and Charlie Appleby. The favorite again from the inside. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
And they're off in the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Oaks Invitational. Moving on up, hopped in the air at the start. Makanga, as expected, goes straight to the front, but already under a tight hold as Kathy and Marissa moves through along the inside. Moving on up, 3rd in the early going, Dancing and Dixie 4th, and Cinderella's Dream is 5 lengths off Makanga, who is kept well off the hedge, leading the way by a length and a half. Moving on up, Kathy and Marissa along the hedge, Dancing and Dixie, followed by Cinderella's Dream. The opening quarter went in a moderate 24 3/5 seconds. So it is Makanga showing the way by 2.5 lengths. Very eager to go, but still strangled at this point in time. Moving on up in 2nd, Kathy and Marissa also under a hold in 3rd. Cinderella's Dream inches into a clear-cut 4th spot, just 4.5 or so off the pacemaker, and Dancing and Dixie is at the back. 49 4. All things going the way of Makanga early on. 2-length advantage, Kathy and Marissa right next to moving on up. Dancing in Dixie making an early bid as they try to quicken the tempo into the far turn. Cinderella's Dream yet to do her best running. Kathy and Marissa puts the pressure on Makanga rounding the far turn. Their heads apart, moving on up 3 deep. Dancing in Dixie, Cinderella's Dream 4 lengths off them in the blue, inching into contention as they come to the quarter pole. 3/4 in 1:14-1. Kathy and Marissa, Cinderella's Dream cut loose, confidently ridden to in the center of the course, and here she comes. Cinderella's Dream has to get to Kathy and Marissa. Kathy and Marissa short lead. Cinderella's Dream alongside, just being nudged along. Too much class. Cinderella's Dream, a stroll in the park, winning the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Oaks Invitational. Kathy and Marissa, a good second. Dancing in Dixie was third.
Cinderella's Dream kicks in and does what she's done 5 times before in 6 starts. She's going to get her picture taken once again here.
Yeah, I mean, for Cinderella's Dream, it almost looked like a replay of her last race at Belmont. I mean, her kick, which from the top of the stretch home, after she makes that winning move around horses, is just devastating. Hey, look. The slipper fits.
The slipper fits, and this clock did not strike midnight. She just cruised up, and as confident a ride as you're ever going to see. William Buick just let her gallop up alongside the 3-horse, and finally at the 8th pole, he asked her for a bit more. She's just too good for this group. Race was kind of messy early on, though, guys, wasn't it?
Well, you know, the honesty of Rick Dutrow, right on the money, right? He said the 4 was giving him a little problems, and the 4 gave Johnny V all kinds of problems. And Catherine and Marissa, who he liked, ran a really good race, just ran into a monster.
Yeah, I mean, wasn't it kind of apropos that the 4, Makanga, makes the lead but stays off the rail and allows her stablemate to come through on the rail?
Right? Yeah.
Back to the start.
What happens
Keep your
here
eyes on the speed.
Here, Mig with the 4.
Yeah, keep an eye on Johnny Velasquez on the 4 Makanga. She gets very keen with him. He's trying to slow her down here, and they get into a tug of war. And you can see the position of his hands. He's about 4 inches off her neck. Her head is up in his face. She's pulling. She just never settled at all. And Johnny was in a fight with her and pretty much stayed that way all the way down to the half-mile pole. He was removed from the rail. I don't know if she was trying to get out maybe a little bit with him, but certainly opened up nicely for his uncoupled stablemate. She was just way too keen.
I think everybody knew that Cinderella's Dream, the 1-horse, was probably going to go around, you know, from that inside post.
I guess so,
because, you know,
he was never going to take the gamble of coming up
right,
the rail. Yeah,
right. Why
said,
do that, right?
Yeah.
So for the pace setter Makanga, let's make that a little bit more difficult and stay off the rail, and let's allow our stablemate, the 3-horse, to come inside and save all the ground. It was a great plan, but it's not going to work because the 1-horse Cinderella's Dream is just too damn good.
And right here, he just shakes the reins at her, William Buick, who is just such a good rider. He's such a blend of European and American. He spent winters here working for Todd Pletcher, and she just wins with consummate ease.
You know, of all the riders that come over here, he rides more like an American rider. But you can tell when a rider comes, like Jamie Spencer comes over here, you can tell he's a European rider. But yeah, William Buick, sometimes I can't tell that he's
blends in nicely, doesn't he? Yeah.
He gets down on a horse, very nice. Reminds me of Flavian Pratt. He's got that kind of angular where he's just flat there, as you see.
There's well-traveled, Charlie Appleby, all over the globe, winning some of the most important races in the sport.
He said he won the Sussex, what, two days ago, or he won a big race and then he flew over here, and man's got a good travel plan.
I have a feeling that call is coming in on Rome. I don't think that's ROAM, Rome. I don't think that's a local call.
Now, if you're watching the Olympics and the gymnastics the other night, Simone Biles, small package, she can outstanding. You see how high she gets up?
Yeah.
This filly here, she is small, Tom. We saw her go by.
That's right.
She packs a punch down the lane.
She does indeed.
But those tight little pocket rockets sometimes. I remember a horse called Megahertz. You remember Megahertz?
Sure.
Small little horse came flying from way back. Some of these little pocket rockets like her, they love these turns too, Mig.
Yeah, she handled so easily. I mean, and he took her back out of the field early, so confident, and like you guys said, was looking to be outside so that he didn't have to worry about traffic.
Let's go to Maggie with William Buick.
Well, that looked like a lot of fun, William. It's utmost ease here with Cinderella's calls.
Yeah, she felt great today, and the pace was a bit slow and messy, but she's got so many gears, and I was always confident, you know. I kind of had one thing in my head and just keep her out of trouble, so She likes closing on horses, and like she showed there that she can do it. She showed at Aqueduct the last time she can do it, and I think she's getting better, and she's very exciting.
She really, truly is. Talk a little bit about what you saw unfolding in front of you, though. John Velasquez's horse, a little bit rank. She just handled it so beautifully, though, behind.
Yeah, and he let Frankie up the rail, and then Frankie made it into a race, you know. But I always had so much horse, and I was able just to watch it unfold in front of me while my filly was doing all the work, you know. She felt great, and she had a lot of horse left.
William, no matter where you go, you can't get away from Frankie, but you came out victorious. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
William Buick here just looked like a fun ride today in this Saratoga Oaks, guys.
Just much the best. And when you're on the best, as you said, Tom, why mess around trying to get in traffic trouble? Just swing wide, and that's what she did. Our Fasig Tipton winner's circle. As we see Cinderella's Dream get her picture taken. Now 6 for 7 in her career. $2.60 for the win.
Wow. And Catherine Marissa rounds out that exacta. You do get $6, but I get 6 to 1 on that exacta, Mig, but that pick 3 comes back $22.
How well versed are Cinderella Dream's handlers? They put that blanket on her and they covered her eyes so she didn't see it go on. You can see it there in the picture because that's foreign to a horse to get a blanket of flowers thrown on top of them. They're smart enough to know, you know, let's not let her see that and maybe freak out over it.
They've had a lot of practice at it, Tom.
Yeah, they have.
Winner's Circle leading, brought to you by the 103rd Saratoga sale of selected yearlings. It's August 5th and 6th. Big party night, by the way. Where will you be? Most of the town's going to be there. Up next, across the street, Triple Crown winner with a plaque on that wall, along with a man who we saw win earlier on the card, Joe Al Rosario. We'll revisit next.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire, with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
Complexion. Phoebe in Wonderland.
Galabrand asserts herself.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst here.
Poppy Flower with the momentum.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as we just saw an impressive performance in the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Oaks from Cinderella's Dream. Her trainer, Charlie Appleby, joining me here. Charlie, maybe she's not the biggest filly, but she really floats over the ground and covers it quite quickly.
She does. She's got a great, she's got a great stride length to her, but more importantly, she isn't the biggest, but she's just suited to the tracks, as we know. She gets round them well. She's maturing with every run. The only concern we sort of had, because coming into the race she looked great and everything, she ticked every box, but because she put in such a big run on that last start there, you just wonder whether it does just leave a little bit of a mark on her, but evidently not.
She was very impressive today, and she's shown in her last couple of starts too that she's able to close even when there isn't much pace on. She really seems like she's able to overcome a lot in race dynamics.
No, for sure. Like I say, I mean, in the Belmont Oaks there, they went a good gallop, so it was, it wasn't saying it was set up for a closer, but because she did have a lot of ground to make up. But today they've steadied the fractions up on the front end, and thankfully, look, it was obviously it's a smaller field, so William didn't have to make up so much ground as last time. But yeah, she's becoming very versatile and a very professional filly out here.
Could be a big weekend for the barn, as with the boys tomorrow in the Saratoga Derby, you'll send out Legend of Time, who we saw third in the Belmont Derby. What has he shown you since that big effort?
He came out the race very well, and he didn't really get much of a run because, unfortunately, we were in gate one there, and it's where we were sort of beholden to what was around us, and we could never really get the run that we wanted or would like to have had anyway. But so, need to say, he came out the race very well and fresh. One thing I have to say, he is looking better week on week out here. He's looking a stronger, more finished article. He's not the biggest horse, but he's just strengthening every day. And so, again, he comes here, plenty of experience. We get a trip, and if we can get a decent run round, he'll be a big player.
And we've seen you be successful, obviously, but this year in particular, bringing a big group of horses here to Saratoga to train this summer and tackle these big races.
Yeah, look, it's a program that we've been watching and sort of dabbling with over the last few years, bringing out the odd few over, but we sort of made a conscious sort of decision during the course of the winter there when we were in Dubai of picking out a team of horses and utilising the barn that we have here and the facilities we're very lucky to have, and yeah, so far it's all gone well.
You've certainly chosen the right ones. Congratulations on the win here, Charlie.
Very kind, thank you very much.
Charlie Appleby, world-class horseman, and as I mentioned, Greg, choosing the right horses to run in these big races, it's all paying off for sure.
Charlie Appleby has caused a lot of trainers here on the East Coast a lot of sleepless nights. He's just a Grade 1 winning machine ever since he started coming over here.
One in particular.
Started really in the Just a Game. Those same two fillies that ran 1-2, they ran 1-2 in the Diana. It just hasn't stopped since.
Yeah,
go ahead.
He's won a third of his starts.
Crazy.
They're all graded stakes, many of them Grade 1s. It's just amazing. I know he's got great quality stock, but you don't just inherit that. I mean, you have to earn it, right? When you get a good stable, you earn it through other wins, and Charlie Appleby he's a world-class trainer.
I think the one concern always you had when when Europeans came over here was they always would have trouble out of the gate first time.
Right.
His horses are fine out of the gate. They're just so well schooled for American racing, and like he just said to Acacia, small little filly here, but she gets around this racetrack, so he picked the right racetrack for this filly.
Well, identifying the horses that will suit American-style racing. He's got a lot of horses to choose from, but to pick out and identify the ones that will excel here.
Excel at different distances. He's got marathon horses. He's got middle distance horses. Yeah. He's got sprint. He's got them all.
It's a lethal barn, and he mentioned Legend of Time. We'll see in that Grade 1 Saratoga Derby Invitational on Saturday with William Buick back aboard. Up next, boys get their turn. Grade 2, National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. $500,000 purse, mile on the inner turf. Army officer trying to complete that double for Paulie, and his bankroll play for Brad Cox opens up as the favorite. Earlier today, it was the induction ceremony for the class of 2024 National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame. Joel Rosario, we talked about being inducted along with a Triple Crown winner, first ever Kentucky Derby winner, Aristides, inducted as well. The great gun runner who had that tremendous run here a few years back when he caught the shoe that came off of him in his tail.
Oh, that's right. And some fan ended up with it. They had to buy it back from him after the race because it was such a collector's item.
How about this horse? Triple Crown winner, undefeated in his career, Justify.
Well, a shooting star. We didn't have him long, but what he did was brilliant, and Triple Crown winner. And now he's turned into a heck of a sire.
Yeah, he is. He's
6 for 6 in his career. I told this story the other day, too. Chad Brown showed up to the Kentucky Derby with good magic. Thought he had a good shot, and he saw Justified, just the size of him, and he was, oh boy, we're in trouble.
I always thought Justified looked a little bit like Secretariat with that hue a little bit. But here's Gunrunner, and he had his coming out party when he turned 4. You know, 3rd in the Derby at age 3. But when he got to age 4, he turned into another type of horse. And like we've mentioned this multiple times, these 2 horses that got inducted in the Hall of Fame are the 2 most sought-out sires right now. So pretty crazy they both get inducted at the same time.
They're definitely in the top 5, that's for sure, in terms of sires.
There's goes that shoe. And, amazing. I mean, how talented are you to catch it, too? He can do it all.
Look closely. You can see in his tail right there.
He looked like Paul LaDuca sliding into the dugout to catch a foul ball. As good as go to YouTube, just watch Paul, and that's the same thing to me.
Paul's a little more intense.
No.
With those umpires, he is.
Joel Rosario coming into today, 3,634 wins, Kentucky Derby with Orb, 2 Belmont Stakes victories, and maybe the coolest customer that's ever been on the back of a horse.
Unflappable. Guys, the only time I ever heard him say he was nervous was for his Hall of Fame induction speech. He is just a cool customer. And you know what? Getting to ride with Joel, when he started his rise, when he came from Northern California to Southern California, you knew right away he was a special talent. I mean, you know, jockeys know you're competing with guys. You go, man, this guy, we're going to have to contend with him for a while.
I remember when he won the sprint on Wavell Avenue. She was amazing too, and then he came back again and won again on another horse. He was just, when he got on a roll, he gets on a roll.
And when he's on the lead, he's usually got more left in the tank.
Always has horse under him. Yeah.
Coming up next, Grade 2 National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame Stakes. And neat, there he is for Rob Atras, trying to add a 3rd graded stakes win. He's 5 for 7 on the turf. Trying to win for the 4th time in the last 5 starts. Stay with us.
At 3 Chimneys, our name is our promise. Our commitment to quality, our customer, and most importantly, the horse is at the heart of who we are. For over half a century, the storied Stallion Station and Nursery have been a place where dreams are born. From Horse of the Year, the mighty Seattle Slew, to Horse of the Year and modern-day breed shaper Gunrunner, we've been defined these past 50 years by the company we've kept. 3 Chimneys, where dreams are born.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Well, part of the reason we had these incredible lines going all the way down Union Avenue today, Saratoga jersey giveaway, and they were out early, lining up. Paulie, how many Sharpies did you bring? And they're all out of ink by now?
Yeah, I would probably say I'd signed probably 30 or 40. I mean, I signed about 20 in the parking lot. I'm like, what's going on here on the hood of my car? Thought I was on a autograph signing, and then a couple people have come by the set. But yeah, it's a cool giveaway. Really well done too. It's a nice little shirt. Good way to embroider number 16 on the back.
Who was your agent? Who was your agent out in the parking lot? Who was negotiating your fees?
There was a guy out there drinking some Miller Lite. I was going to ask him, but he didn't seem like he was in the right frame of mind.
Grade 2, boys' turn here in the Hall of Fame coming up. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll start with Cherie DeVaux's horse in here. And by the way, Cherie having a great meet so far as we head into August. And she'll send out number 3, Zverev, in here as he comes off of a pretty impressive performance, I thought, at least visually, against Allowance Company, where he was able to win by 2.5 lengths. We saw second place finisher West Hollywood come back and win here, albeit with an 82 buyer that day. But Zverev is gorgeous. He's so big and nicely put together. Typical kind of Oscar performance. Actually looks strikingly identical to his sire. So you know that there's going to be some ability when a sire stamps their progeny, as well as we've seen Oscar performance do. I'm not familiar with him, but I'll say this. Watching him finish up that race, he really kicked away strongly in the end. The only worry is this a little bit on the short side for him? That's my biggest concern as we'll move on to number 8, Army Officer, who is taking a lot of money. And he's one that seems to be, you know, especially in his 2 turf races, right there and on the cusp of being a stakes horse. We'll see if he can pull through today as we see Brad Cox putting just a shortcut cheater blinker on him. Is what he's worn in his all of his races. He kind of got to drifting and swapping leads when he was really set down by Frankie Dettori up here on Belmont Stakes Racing Festival weekend. We'll see what he does here. He is quite relaxed. He kind of gave them some fits, putting the, not big fits, but, you know, a little bit restless in the stalls as they were putting the tack on, but otherwise seems quite settled. I know he was pretty hard on the bridle in the early stages of that race last time out, but really a very striking horse. There's some really good-looking customers here in this Hall of Fame. As a horse that might be a big price that I'm intrigued by is number 1, Please Advise. I actually picked him in the Grade 3 Manila, though noting that Neat was much the horse to beat that day. He comes in as a new gelding. It has definitely lightened this horse up a lot, and it didn't happen, you know, that long ago. So the fact that it's made such a difference already, I think, says a lot about what it may do to this horse's performance. Because last time, I think he was compromised when he broke on top, was up by a length, and then taken back all the way to last. And when they turned for home, he was in a different zip code in that Grade 3 Manila and behind a slow pace. So look for Flavian Pratt, who's just so adept at understanding paces of races, to have this guy in the game. And I think he is a horse that should offer some value on the board that might be a bit better than what he looks on paper, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. We'll get back to that interesting ride with Please Advise in a moment. This is a look at the 5, Laganos. Steve Asmussen, 8-1. He faced Neat before, and he was not that far behind him, Paul.
No, he wasn't. You know, this horse broke his maiden at Kentucky Downs, which is a tough configuration. And I always say, if you win there, you do like the turf. And then the first time he got back on turf in the Transylvania at Keeneland, he was 3rd behind Neat at 31-1. But he seems like he keeps running the same type of race where he does run well, but just not good enough, Mig.
I thought his Transylvania was very good. I thought Neat got a really good trip, and maybe he had less of a good trip that day.
Frankie Dettori in the background there in those Silks of Qatar Racing, 2-1 favorite, starting to get some bigger opportunities now, Tom, at this meet.
Yeah, and rightfully so. I mean, we talked about world-class riders, and, you know, William Buick is the up-and-coming legend overseas, and Frankie is the holds the crown right now as the current riders over there.
Best resume in this field, that would be Neat. Standing by with his trainer. Let's go to Acacia.
That's right, Rob Atras joining me here. Neat, who's been living up to his name, Rob, getting some of those wins, coming off that win in the Manila. What have you seen from him since then?
You know what? He came out of the race really good. You know, he was always good in the feed tub, and energy was good. He kept his weight, everything, and he had a couple works, and we were impressed with him, so we decided to offer this race.
Now, you mentioned good energy, and he's a horse that sometimes can be quite energetic. We saw it in the Transylvania, kind of pulling a bit. He seemed a little bit more settled last time. Can you talk a little bit about how he's come along?
Right, exactly. Yeah, no, you're right. And you know what? I really think he's just kind of matured, physically and mentally. And, we're hoping that he just keeps improving.
And this seems like the right kind of distance for him, too, kind of this middle mile spot.
I think you're right. He's got good tactical speed, and he's got a good punch at the end. So, that quick kick, I think you need that on this course.
Thanks for the time, Rob. Good luck.
Thank you.
Greg?
And a very cool horse for Rob Atras. And Paul, you brought it up. Nice catch. It's the first time we've ever seen Rob Atras without the New York Yankees cap on.
I know. I don't know if that was Travis Matthew hat. Very good golf gear. But yeah, without the Yankee hat on.
7-2 on Neat, coming off that win in the Grade 3 Manila. He's put together a very nice resume for that man right there. Of course, his biggest win, Maracuja, sprung one of the biggest upsets we've seen in a long time at Saratoga when she beat Malathot, the Coaching Club American Oaks. So post-parade, we begin with Please Advise and big rider change here. One of the best in the business, Flavien Prat aboard.
Yeah, Please Advise. This horse was actually fast from the gate, but they ended up taking him back, made up a lot of ground late in the race for the last start.
Next towards Buttercream Babe, Mike Maker with a Rat Ortiz Jr.
This horse won here on June 8th and then went to Indiana Downs and lost a heartbreaker, but maybe a player in here.
Alexander Zverev eliminated quarterfinals of the Olympics. We'll see how this one does here. Cherie DeVoe trains.
Well, stepping up big in class here off a win where this horse just positioned very well against the pace and kicked home nicely.
Neat, coming off that win in the Grade 3 Manila from the trainer you just heard from.
Yeah, she's kind of all or nothing, right? 5 wins, no placings out of 8 starts, but she does like the winner's circle.
Lagados for Steve Asmussen with Christian Torres.
I think this is a horse with a big chance at 8-1. Running some very, very difficult races. Just needs a setup and some pace up front.
Michael Trombetta goes to Javier Castellano on Crystal Quest.
This is the horse. This horse should not be 17-1. He's run some good races at 4 different racetracks, so I would think he could handle this racetrack.
Here's Barksdale. First time on grass. He is very quick on dirt.
First time on grass. First time 2 turns. You might see something like we saw last race. A horse that's definitely going to go to the front, in my opinion. But how aggressive and how relaxed he'll be is a different story.
And the legendary Frankie Dettori teaming up with Brad Cox on the favorite here, Army Officer.
Really impressive last time out. And, he just needs to stay, hopefully, out of trouble from that 8 spot, maybe get a good slot. The one to beat.
So we'll show you what we mean when we say turn of foot with Army Officer here in this stretch run back on June 7th.
Yeah, cruising up in behind the leaders, eased out for the drive. Watch when Frankie sets him down. Tom, he gets to jump in his leads. Did he get a little bit lost when he hit the front here? Look to me, I think he jumps back to his left lead right in here someplace.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. He actually makes his finish not look quite as good because when you say lost, he's a little disinterested. He's got no competition. The 6 kind of comes back on him a little bit at the end, Richie, but look, it's the move he made to get there that tells you he's really good.
According to the DRF, Glocker reports too. He is working lights out as young fans getting a great up front seat to catch some of the best.
I know it's 2024, but isn't that a little young to have a cell phone?
I would think so.
You're right.
Where have you been?
Being told that Flavien Prat's kid, so he's just holding the phone for Dad.
Oh.
Maybe he's taking pictures.
Well, he's probably making a call. He likes Please Advise. His dad getting aboard, looking for that trip right in behind the pace, right?
I do think, listen, I played the double to the 8. If I was going to play another horse in there, it would be the 1. I really do think the 1's got a little talent.
So I agree with you.
Pace-wise, even though dirt speed doesn't always translate to turf speed, Barksdale, the 7, it seems like that's the horse who's going to be in front. Could this horse, with as sharp as he broke, though, maybe be right off that horse?
Did you notice that as well? I mean, he was super sharp in his last race, the 1 horse, Please Advise. I made a mistake on Barksdale. I said never been 2 turns. He has once in his second start. But
early
nonetheless,
in his career, yeah,
nonetheless, Barksdale's a horse that it really looks like that's a horse that's going to make the lead, but that's all. So when you have one horse that's setting the pace and maybe doing it rapidly like Barksdale's going to do, it's real important to make the first move on that pace setter, in my opinion, because it changes the whole complexion of the setup of the race. For Please Advise, as sharp as that horse can be from the gate, it wouldn't surprise me at all. Fresh gelding. This horse has been gelded recently. For this horse to show a little different style than what he's shown in the past and be close.
Especially with Flavian. Flavian's not going to take anything the way it comes easy. He's not going to get in a fight with him. As I'm a little interested in the 3.
Yeah, I was just going to mention.
You know, this is a horse that is versatile, can lay up close if there's not a lot of pace on, can come from up the base. Out of a mare named Balance. She won the Santa Anita Oaks. She was very talented, and she was a sister to the mighty Zenyatta.
Zenyatta, yeah.
Started 19 for 19 in her career. Beat 2. Horse by the name of West Hollywood here, who, with a trip he did not want at all, horse who likes to be forward, still won earlier in the meet.
Yeah, and this was a good race. And you go back and you look at the race before this horse had a lot of trouble against Army Officer. So I can see, and then Cherie DeVoe's barn is going great guns right now. But this horse got on track and got the win over the synthetic and then produced this in the 3rd start of the year. Blinkers have helped his Son of Oscar performance.
Coming off a career best performance, so can Zverev build off that at 4-1 right now? Jose Ortiz in those purple and tan braces will be back aboard, but it's the horse who beat him 2 starts back, who's still the 2-1 favorite, Army Officer from that outside post. Let's go back to Maggie and Acacia for more.
Excuse me. Well, Greg, we'll check in with number 4, Neat. And Acacia, I know you're interested in this horse. If anything, from what I saw from last time to this day, he's even more relaxed here at Saratoga.
Yeah, he is, which is not always the case, too. Right. I mean, you touched on it earlier, how it's just so much quieter over at Aqueduct, and sometimes coming here to Saratoga with the crowd, they can be more revved up, and Rob Actress touching on how this horse has come along and how he's settled. I nearly picked Zverev as well. I ended up landing on Neat. Usually you and I have our eyes drawn to the same horse, but you have to respect this horse, Maggie. I mean, he's been ultra consistent throughout with the trip in the American Turf 2 back, and we kind of talked about that pulling in the Transylvania. Hopefully he'll be able to settle once again, and I do think that this mile distance is perfect for him.
5 for 8 lifetime, 10 grand away from $500,000. Now he is the quote-unquote high weight in here. What about the filly? At 5-1, number 2, Buttercream Babe, she's going to carry 9 pounds less than the highest weight in here, Neat. What did you make of her chances? Now, she wore those front wraps last time. She'll be wearing them again when she was wired as the favorite by Charlene's Dream over at Indiana Grand.
And she broke sluggish that day, too, and I was impressed by the fact that she was closing between horses in that race, and she's a pretty big filly. You know, sometimes you'll look at a filly against the boys, and they just really won't stack up physically, and she held her own overall quite well. But you bring up the point of the weight, and it's an important thing to say, because yes, she is a female taking on the males in this spot, but she does have a little bit less on her back than her counterparts.
And physically, she stacks up with the males quite nicely. So an interesting entry here for the ever dangerous Mike Maker barn. Greg?
Thanks, you two. She'll be giving up as many as 11 pounds to Neat in this spot, so we'll see what Buttercream Babe can do against the boys.
Yeah, she's only giving up 5 pounds to the rest of the runners, except the 6 in here is carrying 122. So it's a big advantage. Sometimes a lot of people put weight. It used to be a bigger advantage, and sometimes we'll use them as points.
Let's go back to what Maggie and Acacia were saying about Neat. I mean, when you look at form, and if you're a class handicapper, Neat's class advantage over this group is really strong. He's running gets better throughout the year and done very well and is in form. You know, one winner of 3 of the last 4. To me, that was going to be the logical favorite in today's race, yet it goes to the outside horse who's stepping up in class, Army Officer, the 8.
Still, it's a group, that, you know, these 3-year-olds on the grass, Mig. Would you agree, Paulie? We've not seen any really stars emerge. So, yeah, bigger races with numbers in front of them, but we don't know yet.
We don't know yet. We'll see. Maybe we'll see right now.
Grade 2 Hall of Fame. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Army Officer in the colors of Kata Racing. They're in the gate. And they're off in the National Museum of Racing Hall of Fame. And Barksdale wastes no time, gets right over to the rail. Army Officer comes away in second, and Buttercream Babe is tucked in third. Laginos is fourth through the opening furlongs. Down on the inside, Please Advise is 4 lengths off the pace. Followed between rivals by Neat, Crystal Quest, and it was not the greatest of beginnings for Zverev, who's 8 lengths off front-running Barksdale. Barksdale, a length and a half. Army Officer in pursuit. A length back to Buttercream Babe on hold in third, followed by Laginos fourth, 3.5 off them. The opening quarter in 24 and 2/5 seconds. Then it's Neat and Please Advise, racing side by side. Zverev is keen, racing inside of Crystal Quest. They're coming to the half-mile pole. The half went in 49 and 1. Barksdale, Army Officer, a length and a half back, under restraint in second. Another length back to Laginos, inching up outside the filly Buttercream Babe, who's asked to pick it up in fourth. Then comes Neat, Please Advise is 6 lengths off them. Crystal Quest and Zverev. They're at the top of the stretch. It's Barksdale who's been there throughout. Laginos let loose in the center of the course now, coming with a nice rally from the back. Buttercream Babe is coming alive. Army Officer drops back, and here's Neat with good strides into second. 16th pole. It's Laginos trying to finish the job. A half length. Neat is surging right on the money. Here is the line. Neat gets up to win the National Museum of Racing Hall of Fame under a well-timed ride from Junior Alvarado over Laginos.
4 wins the last 5 starts, 3 graded stakes now on the resume for Neat under Junior Alvarado. For Rob Atras.
Really well-timed ride here. He came with that determined run. He's a horse with turn of foot. It looked like Laginos might have given everybody the slip when he got first run, but Neat would not be denied. Strong handling from Junior Alvarado. Tom, this horse has got a turn of foot and determination.
Yeah, and look, took the overland route to do it. Down the backside, you know, Neat was well behind the pace setters, went around everyone. And sometimes that clear trip on the outside is easy on a horse. It worked out today for Neat.
Yeah, and you know, this horse ran down Laginos, who's been coming out of really long races too. And then the filly ran good. Buttercream Babe. And you made a comment to me on the 8 horse. You thought the saddle slipped on the 8?
Yeah, going to the wire the first time, Frankie Detroit had a pretty good hold trying to stay off of the leader, Barksdale. Looked like the saddle rocked forward, but it looked like it's kind of evened out down the backstretch. He had his opportunity, Paul. He just came up flat.
No.
5-2 morning line favorite. Goes off at 7-2 in here. The best resume of anyone coming in.
I have to agree totally with that. If you're about class, the 4 was a standout in here, especially against a favorite that was, you know, not only didn't run well today, an Army Officer, the 8, but was really stepping up in competition.
And it really strengthens the races that Neat and Laginos came out of, because they've been in close proximity to each other in the past. Laginos this time, though, got first run on him, almost pulled it off.
And, you know, that heightens the chances for deterministic. He mowed down deterministic last time, and we're going to see back on the turf
very soon.
And this horse keeps on just winning.
Rob Atras, got to look at him there. Heard him before the race. And now he gets to get his picture taken again for the 6th time on the grass in 8 starts with this 3-year-old son of Constitution.
And Junior Alvarado's done a good job. He's ridden the horse 2 times. He's been in the winner's circle both times. And, you know, for a horse that's now 6 for 9 in lifetime, Jean Barbosa, Corey Lannery, Raylu Gutierrez, and now Junior Alvarado. You got to love a horse that runs for any rider.
Yeah, surprising that he hasn't been able to keep a steady ride. Right, yeah. I think I'd travel to ride, stay with this guy.
Yeah.
And in a wide open division, doesn't Neat take over the top spot for these 3-year-olds on the grass?
Getting better and better. And you know what? These constitutions get better and better as they run.
Nice effort from the filly, too. Buttercream
yeah,
to be
did.
third,
She ran good, yeah.
Again, 4-5-2-1, 2-win afternoon for Pilot Junior Alvarado. There's Rob Atras again. A trainer who, you know, is best known, I guess, sort of in the claiming game. We mentioned Maracuja, though, had that big Grade 1 win a few years back at the coaching club of American Oaks, but now he has a really good horse again in the barn, Tom.
And this is how it starts. You know, one of the top guys in our division right now in terms of trainer is Brad Cox. But that's how Brad Cox got it going. He started in the claiming ranks, and he got a few good horses. He took advantage of his opportunities. Atras doing the same thing here.
Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Junior Alvarado and Junior Neat. He just has a nose for the wire.
Absolutely, Maggie. You know, like we turned for home. You know, I was kind of worried a little for a second. The horse, the Smusin horse, kind of opened up a little bit on us, and I was like, oh gosh, I might not be able to catch him now. But I mean, he kept going after him, going after him, and you know, he eventually pulled himself right there in the wire, right in front.
Junior, you've gotten along with this horse so well, who in the past can be a little bit rank and a little hard on the bridle. He settles beautifully for you. Is it maturation as well?
Yes, you know, exactly. You know, that last time I remember, you know, got to learn a little bit about him. I know he could be a little difficult, especially going into the turn. I knew it was a tight turn since we were in the inner. But, I mean, I think Rob Atra have done such an amazing job with him. And, I mean, he just brought him ready the last couple times for me.
Oh, he's been so fun to watch. Junior, congratulations. Enjoy this win.
Thank you, Maggie.
Greg?
4-horse here, Neat, doing it again. 3/4 of a length last time out. About a head today. He just keeps winning on the grass. 6 wins from 8 career starts.
Yeah, and again, you know, like I said, he ran a horse down in Laganos who's got plenty of kind of like distance in him, Mig, and he usually has a big kick home, and Christian Torres gave the horse a great ride, got away, but Neat just ran him down, and that filly came running too, Buttercup Babe.
Yeah, you know, honestly, Laganos, I like to change the tactics. They've been trying to run down Neat. This time they gave him the slip and got away from him, and Neat still went and got him. And I love how determined Neat is. That expression, ears flat back, ears, you know, teeth barred. Big effort.
Junior Alvarado on Neat. Back-to-back graded stakes wins. So he takes the Grade 2 Hall of Fame.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing.
I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Nominate your horse today to join Racing's Elite on Travers Week at Saratoga, August 21st through 24th. The championship road runs through 9 stakes, topped by the DraftKings Travers. Go to NYRA.com/horseman to nominate by August 10th.
Back with you on our Friday Hall of Fame coverage. Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Hall of Fame in the books, and Neat does it again. 6th time in 8 starts, getting his picture taken on the grass. Let's go to Acacia.
And I'm very happy to be joined by Randy Gulat of Red, White, and Blue Racing as Randy Neat gets another one. What a game and consistent horse he's become.
Oh my goodness, we raced Constitution and we got this guy and he's just a win machine and he just gives it, and we have, our partners are like over the top, and it's really, really cool.
As they should be. And Rob Atcher talked about how this horse has improved and settled as well. He's just shown so much more maturity race by race.
You know, we were really patient with him, and we started out at Laurel Park and Fairgrounds, and we kind of knew he was going to be a good horse, and we were like, let's just be patient and let him get some confidence. And when he got confidence, he has been, I think that's what you're seeing in these races, is a very confident horse.
The patience paying off indeed, and by Constitution, you mentioned him, to be able to campaign a horse to such success by that stallion, and it has to be so much fun and such a great journey for the team.
Oh, absolutely, and I think that's kind of where we were going with the Red, White, and Blue. You know, the Constitution was so good to us, and we love racing in America, and Red, White, and Blue, and Constitution, and Neat's just an incredible part of that.
The most patriotic silks for sure. Congratulations on a special horse.
Love it, thank you.
Neat, picking up another one, and now we know the backstory behind those patriotic silks, Greg.
Cool story, and obviously, horse living up to his name. He has been Neat, and he has just produced. Likes to get his picture taken, Mick.
He really does, and honestly, $9 on this horse. Tom pointed it out before the race. He's a win machine, and he's already run against tough competition. I'm surprised that he paid $9. He probably should have been the favorite. Obviously, in hindsight, we can say that, but he's just faced better and he's consistent.
Well, I mean, you said it going in, just with the resume. He was the morning line favorite.
Right.
Didn't work out that way.
Sometimes when the so-called smart money is going to the horses that are training well, they don't always translate it to the afternoon. But the guys that play the games in the afternoon, the guys and girls that play the games in the afternoon, do it well, like Neat does, on a good win streak, 3 of the last 4. That makes a big difference.
Are you a good practice player?
Good practice? No.
We talking about practice?
No. And I'll tell you what, one of my best years I ever had, I had all 162 games I didn't hit outside. And the reason why is that I kind of had to know my limitations. And my limitations were that if I actually hit outside, I would try to hit home runs and try to put on a show and do everything. Where my game was hitting the ball the other way, I was the number 2 hole hitter, so my game was to hit the ball the other way. So the year I hit over 300 that year, I did not hit outside. I hit everything in the cage because I didn't want to see everything going in the air, and it ends up ruining your swing a little bit. Sometimes you got to know when the play ends, I guess, I was always taught, harness your weaknesses and make your strengths even stronger. So to me, I got up on the plate, and if you threw me inside, you were getting hammered.
Man that knows his strengths.
Yes.
We saw some serious strength from this filly last time out. Ways and Means, that was her coming out party. Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, and as a result of that, she's going to be the one to beat in the Grade 1 test on Saturday. We'll have a preview next.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Macoma, the one to catch. Macoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Inside, Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma
For over a century, success starts at Saratoga, America's #1 yearling sale by percentage of Grade 1 winners, with back-to-back Preakness winners.
She's the Brave, wins the Preakness!
And Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Kingsbarns, and Prince of Monaco. The 103rd Saratoga Sale, August 5th and 6th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Back on our Saratoga Live coverage here on Fox Sports 2, regional networks across the country. Good to have you with us. Nightcap still to come. Of course, Saturday, Whitney Day. So many big races on the card, including the test presented by Ticketmaster, a race that Tom Amoss came oh so close to winning back in 2019.
I did, and I lost to a champion in Kofefi that year. I broke sharp from the rail, and we dogged each other all the way around there. Ended up being a half a length short, but one of Serengeti Empress's best races, in my opinion.
Well, the word was out on Ways and Means before she ever started, and then she was brilliant in her Saratoga debut as a 2-year-old. But, Paulie, it was this last race back on June 6th as a 3-year-old that everyone saw how dominant she could be.
Well, yeah, you know, it was one of these things where, like, okay, you send the horse down to the minor leagues and get the horse some confidence. Because, listen, she didn't run against much, but then she came out with a 104 buyer, and I think this gives her a lot of confidence.
But it was the turn back to one turn for Ways and Means that I think was important there. But you're right. There's a number of horses in this field tomorrow that would have won this race in exactly the same fashion. Right. It looks good on to the naked eye, and it's going to make Ways and Means a big favorite tomorrow.
Yeah, I just think the 7/8 too. She won going a mile there, obviously against inferior competition. But the 7/8, she's already well proven there. Her spin away was a terrific effort against Bright Work, where she clipped heels down the backstretch and came out of it subsequently injured. I mean, she really could be undefeated around one turn.
You know, interesting that Brightwork's coming back in this spot tomorrow.
Brightwork's a nice horse. I think the other horse in there is My Main Squeeze, and I think a lot of people will go back and look on the cutback for that horse. Horse did win the 8 bells. In the fantasy, Mike Maker was trying to scratch the horse. The horse was in heat, and he was trying to scratch her. That's why she threw in such a clunker, and you got basically, 7-1 on her in the 8 bells. She was favored over Torpedo Anna in that race. My Main Squeeze.
Every year, I think for a lot of, that's one of the favorite races that's run here at Saratoga is the test. It's always a battle.
Yeah. It's always a great race, and it's always a battle. And on a personal note, it was my last Grade 1 victory in Saratoga in 2009, the last summer I got to ride here on Flashing. So I have a good memory of the test, Tom.
You like the inside horse a little bit, the Brad Cox horse, or the Emery a little bit, huh?
I do. I like Denim and Pearls as well. There are 2 Brad Cox horses in the race, the 1 and the 2. For Denim and Pearls, her race at Keeneland was so impressive. And then she hit a sloppy track at Churchill. I'm going to assume that that's a one-off, but she's a very, very good sprinter.
There's Chad Brown. He's going to send out a first-time starter in this nightcap. Of course, he'll have Ways and Means in that test on Saturday. Evaluation, debut coming up. Meanwhile, Saturday, kicking off the card, maiden special weight. And this is a look at the field that's going to line up to kick off the card at 12:05 Eastern Time. Brad Cox with Chad Brown with a first-time starter from the outside. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale with a 2-year-old report.
Here we are with Asbury Park. He'll debut Saturday on the turf, obviously being a son of Frankel.
Yeah, so I love that he's by Frankel, and you don't see too many over here, at least at 2 running. We bought this guy at Tattersall, so the Violas bred this horse, St. Elias, and I saw him over there, so I bought half for Mr. Peter Brandt, so they stayed in, and it's going to be a wonderful partnership. He's ready to run. I like the fact that this horse is smaller, more agile, lighter framed horse. I don't like heavy turf horses generally, and he's come to hand fast because of it. Very promising horse, nice turn of foot, I see.
What about him makes him a possible debut winner? Obviously being from your barn helps.
Yeah, the agility of this horse, I think he's going to run the turns well, what I see in the morning. This guy took a little bit to settle down. He was a little bit more of a busy-minded, sharper acting horse than some of the others I spoke about, how advanced they were. over the last 3 weeks, I've seen this horse really come to his own mentally, and that's why I decided to put him in. I'm proud of him.
Frankel debuting on Saturday in the opener for Chad Brown at 1 16th on the turf. This is a first-timer for Chad Brown, debuting sprinting on the dirt. Evaluation. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll start with her, Greg. Evaluation. While she is a bit of a bigger filly, she gives off the vibe that she will be a sprinter and that she could be a fairly quick. She is aggressive in her demeanor here in the paddock, and definitely not a handful, but just a ball of energy. And she comes in here looking incredibly fit. She's very, very athletic looking too. And reading the DRF Clocker reports, I know her works look a little bit slow, at least her one here, especially at Saratoga, but it was really the gallop out according to that report, and went forward clear by the wire and on her way around the turn. She has a lovely pedigree. Being a daughter of Flatter, her dam, hard to say not go, trained by Jimmy Jerkins, was a multiple stakes winning dirt sprinter, New York bred. So it's one of those lovely Chester and Mary Broman pedigrees. So there's always a lot of talent, and I like what I'm seeing from her. Now, number 2 in here, that is Blue Suede Sue. Talking about nice pedigrees, this one a daughter of Nyquist, out of the dam Bluegrass Flag, who is a multiple stakes winning dirt sprinter herself, who I was very familiar with, being that my husband Tom Morley trained her. This is her first foal, and it's taken her a while to get to the races. A lot of times first foals can be a little bit more on the smaller side, where Bluegrass Flag, she had a lot of scope to her, but she didn't carry a lot of conditioning. This is just kind of the smaller version of that. She's being a little tough to get the tack on. They have had to make it up, do her on the walk, and she's handled that well as she'll debut wearing blinkers. Watching her last work on XBTV, she did so with multiple stakes winning turf horse, New York bred Dakota Gold, and cruised along easily there with him, but she's more dirt meant than he is. We'll see how she does. She is fit, definitely has a lot of work into her. Moving on to number 4, My Magic Wand, daughter of Gun Runner, and the dam is a half to a stakes winner by the name Mr. Palmer, who earned $641,000 on the racetrack, but that was going longer. Looking at this filly, overall, she just looks as though she's going to need a start. She's just a little soft. She's not really clued in. She's nice and relaxed, but she's just not giving that aggressive appearance here to say that, oh, I'm going to go out there and win first time out. One I want to watch with some interest. I just don't know if today is going to be the day. There's another 4-year-old debuter in here by the name Posse Rock. She's number 5 for Bruce Levine. She's the one that looks really quick. Kind of, as we talk about, little pocket rocket. She's really compact and stout with these really well-developed hindquarters to her. And I like what I'm seeing from her. She just looks as though, as her sire would indicate, pretty quick. So we'll see how she does. She still is another one that might need a start going forward. So an interesting field to cap things off. It's kind of a war, Greg, between the first-time starters versus the ones with experience.
Yeah, thank you, Maggie. And certainly, I guess the main one with the experience, who's the 9-5 favorite, as you see Jose Ortiz shaking hands with connections on maybe the other one with experience here for the Dutro Barn, Grenadilla, who can be forwardly placed. But the 9, we need to talk about geopolitics on the outside. 4 starts, 4 runner-up finishes. I know the last 2 were on grass, and that second dirt start of geopolitics' career. You look at that race, and it just almost towers over the group. The speed figure was changed. She earned an 85 buyer for that. It was downgraded to a 76 buyer. And the winner who came out of that race had 2 starts after that, Tom. She didn't show up at all.
Yeah, look, she's quick.
Third place finisher, nosedive, 20 buyer points.
She's quick, geopolitics, but she makes the lead, gets pushed by an opponent, and then gets out-finished by that other pace setter. And for that horse not to go on and do much. And also, you got 5 first-time starters in this race, you guys. Those horses are anywhere from 7-2 to 9-1. They're all taking a little action. Doesn't the public tell you that this ain't geopolitics' race, the 9 horse?
It's just a tough read. It really is, because when you have a horse like this, and a horse is, I understand if you're running second by 2, 3, 4 lengths. It's been a nose, a neck. Yeah. And so, there's going to be a time where he's going to cross the line first. But to Tom's point, there's got to be some first-time starter in here that's a rocket ship.
4 starts, 4 seconds, beaten less than a length in those 4 starts combined. Maybe she's just a horse that likes to run next to a horse,
But
not by.
look, only 2 dirt starts. One of them a debut. You can forgive. She got bumped in that start. That other dirt start barely beat. She was lengths clear of the 3rd-place finisher. We'll be back.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a revolutionary state-of-the-art equine therapy and rehabilitation facility offering the most advanced equipment and knowledgeable staff to care for your equine athlete. From oxygen therapy and laser treatments to thermal imaging, dry saw room, and cryotherapy treatment, all alongside a 7/8 mile Tapeta training track. GMP Farm is revolutionizing equine care. To see a full list of services and book your horse's rejuvenation session, visit gmpfarm.net today.
Back with you on our Friday coverage of Saratoga Live from historic Saratoga Racecourse here in upstate New York. Finale on this Friday Hall of Fame program. 6 furlongs on the main track. New York breds trying to get that first win of their career. And Geopolitics, who we were talking about before we went to break. 8-5 favorite for the newly inducted Hall of Famer. Joel Rosario will be aboard. We'll get to that one in a moment. Wow, evaluation. What does this mean, Tom?
Well, it depends on how much he settles down. He was good in the paddock. If he settles down the post parade, he won't carry that behavior to the gate. He'll be fine. But he is a first-time starter, and we'll have to see how it plays out.
2 went by. Blue suede Sue we'll get back to. Here's Granadilla.
Granadilla, this is a horse that's been showing speed as well. So the way the track's been playing, a player here.
My Magic Wand, Jose Lizcano for Gregory Sacco.
Yeah, this one goes out for the estate of Stephen Brunetti, who just passed away of colon cancer at Red Oak Stable. So a shout out to him, big friend of Frank Miramati and myself. So rooting for this horse with our hearts.
Bruce Levine with this interesting debuter by Bustin' Stone's Posse Rocks.
Yeah, Posse Rocks. There's some good works in this horse's workouts to debut today that make him a player.
Romero Mirage, Gregorian Solo.
Blinkers go on this filly by Solomini and comes in with a couple decent drills.
Spirit of Esther moving back to the main track.
Yeah, I think the turf race were actually better for this horse.
Gallant Greta, the dam, produced the runner-up at Kentucky Oaks a couple of years ago, Gambling Girl.
Yeah, this one for Jordan Wyckoff. Usually Jordan buys some on his own, but he's part of Three Diamond Farms. Doesn't it seem like he's always sneaky Mike Maker at about 11-1?
And that should be the speed of the speed outside Geopolitics.
Yeah, Geopolitics, the speed of the speed. Coming back quickly, 14 days. Those hard races, when you come back that quick, sometimes they take a toll.
So 6-5 on a filly. Deserves to be the favorite. No question she's the one to beat, but now she's had 4 starts and 4 runner-up finishes. But on dirt, she's only been on the dirt twice. This was her second start, and this was the one where she looked very good. Lost the battle with La Banquera, who we should note came back twice, Tom, and has shown basically nothing on the racetrack.
And look, they're well clear of the rest of the field, but what worries me about Geopolitics is, who was less than even money favorite that day, is that she says uncle first. And that, to me, could present a problem today.
I don't like when horses get beat narrowly 4 times in a row. It just feels like they're very content to run with a horse as opposed to running away from a horse. And she's got other speed to deal with.
But, Paulie, the way this track's been playing this afternoon, it has seemingly been beneficial to be forward. She's the quickest in this race, it would appear. Could that help her finish?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I think she's one of those horses. When you look, she's been clear by about a half length. I think she's one of those horses, she needs to get really clear, 2 to 3 lengths. And maybe she runs into a group, to a bunch of first-time starters. She's going to run into a group that don't break, and she's going to win. But at the end of the day, I'd have to say one of these first-time starters is going to pressure and make it tough for her.
She's even money right now from that outside post. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, it feels that way, Paulie, right? It just feels like one of these firsters is live and is going to be forward in here. But Geopolitics does draw well to the outside, as we'll check in with the only firster I haven't talked about. That's number 8 in here, a half-sister to the accomplished and multiple stakes winning Gambling Girl, Gallant Greta. She's number 8. Gambling Girl wanted to go a little bit further, though, and I kind of get that impression with her. Not to say that she couldn't be competitive at 6 furlongs, but she gives off that I'm kind of more of a one-turn miler type. Lacks a little bit of a hind quarter, and so therefore more of that even build. Carries a lot of substance, as we do have a late scratch, number 5. Tom, you have to find a new pick there. Posse Rocks is a late scratch here in tonight's last race. So she will be taken off of the board. Moving on to a horse that I've been low-key chasing in now 3 career starts, and that's number 6, Gregorian Solo. I know she looks pretty darn slow on paper. I agree. As we do see Posse Rocks there, she'll be unsaddled, and Ricardo Santana will get a ride back with the chase ambulance here. But Gregorian Solo just continues to get stronger with each subsequent start. Now they put the Short Cup cheater blinkers on this 45-1 shot, and this is the strongest she's ever looked, and she's the sharpest she's ever been. We'll see where Romero Mirage places her in the early stages of this race, but I think she'll outrun those double-digit odds today. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. So the 5 comes out, intriguing first-time starter. We'll have to wait to see another day in here. Now with that, Geopolitics, 4-5 on the board.
Well, they were saying the 5 was quick out of the gate, right? And that could have been possibly one of the speeds. So maybe it does help the 9 in here. But the 1 is holding firm in here at 7-2.
Tough post for a first-time starter down on the rail like that.
Yeah.
You know, the first thing everybody wants to do outside that 1 post position is save as much ground as possible. They're all going to break. They're all going to try to crowd and move over to save ground. And for a horse that's never been in the heat of a battle of a race, debuting, that's really difficult to handle out the gate. And oftentimes, if they get crowded, they tend to go out the back door.
Yeah, I compare it to being at the beach and that big wave comes and curls over you and thrashes you around a bit in the sand. Post 1's very difficult in that respect. I like the case that Maggie made for the 6 Gregorian Solo. This horse actually closed on a day when nothing could close at Aqueduct, and now adds blinkers. I thought, like she said, would outrun her odds at 40-1. I went with the 8, first-time starter, Gallant Greta. I love the way she warmed up.
That, again, from Mike Maker, the 8. Not just Gambling Girl in the pedigree, New York bred, who was second in the Kentucky Oaks, but Eventail, who was a stakes winner on turf and dirt. So some ability in those bloodlines as we see the future fans of the sport.
That's
Jose Ortiz's son.
I think he was holding a lottery ticket.
Scratch off?
Might have been.
It was a win bet on his dad's horse here. Granadilla, the 3.
Is that a scratch off?
Well, I'll step out again and say, isn't he a little young to be having a lottery ticket? First we see these 3-year-olds with cell phones, and now this?
That's a scratch off. Hey, listen.
Tom, how old were you when you were at the racetrack placing bets?
12 years old.
Okay, yeah. I
was 12 years old.
He's got me by 6 months. Okay, I know Mig was about 9 or 10. God knows when he was betting at the racetrack.
9.
By the way, Tom, we saw that one acting up earlier. What do you see now?
I see a horse that's acting as it should. Look, attaching to the pony for the first time, sometimes that can be a little bit, of a problem for a horse, but I think that horse has settled down well.
What do you guys say? Is there disagreement? Do you feel like Geopolitics, we know on paper, is the fastest horse in this race? The way this track's playing has to go to the front.
Well, it depends what Joel decides to do. And by the way, this is the Joel Rosario purse. It's named for him. They named for every Hall of Famer today. This is the race named for him.
When's the last time someone who was inducted and it was named after won it?
He already delivered his Hall of Fame ride today.
See if he can add another.
Irad did a Hall of Fame job staying on the one evaluation when she was acting up early in the post-parade.
Yes, he did. There's Joel, newly minted Hall of Famer, trying to win this finale in Hall of Fame Friday on Geopolitics. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Geopolitics going in, the heavy favorite. She takes up her spot. And they're off. Geopolitics bounces out beautifully. Evaluation has sharp early speed in second. And right next to her, Blue Suede Sue. Then it's Granadilla in fourth, 3.5 lengths off the pace. My Magic Wand was not quick out of the gate, but is now rushing up to take fifth. On the inside of Gregorian Solo, the 2 trailers, Spirit of Esther, and Gallant Greta at the back of the field. Geopolitics goes through an opening quarter in 22 and just under 3/5 of a second, in control, a length and a half. Granadilla second, Evaluation in third. My Magic Wand inches up on the outside to be even with Blue Suede Sue. Another 4 back to Gallant Greta as the field has a 1/4 mile to go. And it's been Geopolitics controlling things, turning for home, still in hand as Evaluation tips off the rail though and means business. Here's Evaluation within a length of Geopolitics, and Evaluation has good looking strides too. Collars Geopolitics and is in front coming to the 16th pole. On the inside, Geopolitics didn't surrender, but she is second yet again. Evaluation caps off a riding triple for Irad Ortiz Jr. Geopolitics second. It was a long way back to a battle between Gallant Greta and Granadilla.
Another runner-up finish for Geopolitics is Evaluation. First-time starter for the leading trainer at the meet. Chad Brown, leading rider at the meet. 3-win day, as you heard from Frank Miramati for Irad Ortiz Jr.
Geopolitics, the outside horse, broke very well, had her own way on the front end. But you know who also broke well? The first-time starter, Evaluation. Yeah. And Irad Ortiz was content to let Geopolitics go on and sit behind her. When I saw that move down the backside, that he wasn't going to chase and go with her early, I felt that that was a confidence in his part to say, I know I'm going to be running at the end.
Well, you were 100% right that it was confidence. I thought it was a mistake when he did it. I mean, honestly, but she was so professional on debut, sat in that pocket, took some kickback, eased out. I think we can say with some confidence that Geopolitics is more interested in running with horses because she got re-engaged when that filly passed her.
If you go back and you look at the top of the lane, she gets squirrely, and it's almost like she fell asleep on the front end. I honestly think next time they should take her off horses. Watch right here when he asks her to go. Wait, hold on, we're watching another play. When we watch the top of the replay, when he asks her to go, she turns her head sideways. She gets a little bit cockeyed a little bit, and hopefully we can get to the replay here as we're seeing the winner of the 1. But the 9, it's like she kind of fell asleep, and then she took off again.
I don't think we're going to have an opportunity to get to it. We'll see, but now it's kind of proving who she is right now with 5 opportunities, 5 runner-up finishes.
Yeah, fought hard when felt the other horse come alongside of her, but not good enough again.
Yeah.
Real quick before we sign off, Evaluation, what you saw here, what do you think going forward?
Oh, I like that horse a lot, and a horse I think that'll go on in terms of distance, so that's huge.
Yeah.
Leading trainer at the meet, Chad Brown adds another as we get set for Whitney Saturday. Cinderella's Dream. She's taking the first 2 legs of this Turf Triple Series now with this Saratoga Oaks as she powers down the stretch to victory. And how about neat for trainer Rob Atras? Now 6 for 8 on the lawn and a 3-time graded stakes winner. Saturday, will it be National Treasures Day in the Whitney? We'll see you tomorrow.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, is on fire at the Big A with Dancing Buck wire-to-wire in the elusive quality.
Dancing Buck is almost there. Dancing Buck.
Power Attack with back-to-back wire-to-wire wins.
It's going to be Power Attack.
As well as 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by a neck.
And Roos.
Torigo trying to catch them both. Roos to the inside of the red blinkers. Roos gets the victory.
Breed to a winner. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.